Snuck that one in there. Good morning. Happy Victory Monday. And Beat Cleveland week will continue as the Tigers are in the playoffs, and they'll have the Guardians Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday if necessary. But John, happy Victory Monday to our first place Detroit Lions.
Yes, 3-1, sole possession of first place, and the Victory Monday montage brought to you by Founders. It was fun, and then Greg, I do appreciate the comedy of putting in. I don't know, it's not comedy, but putting in the Tigers win that sealed their postseason invitation.
They could pop bottles, and they didn't have to do it after a loss.
Yes. And you know what? I was thinking more about that because we asked that question. We won't talk about it much today, but I would have been fine no matter how they got in, even if they had lost out, to pop the bottles and celebrate. It would have been awkward, but I was thinking about it a lot over the weekend, and it would have been a celebration of the entire season, 162. Obviously not the last 15, but it would have been a celebration of the entire season. So I wouldn't have had an issue with it.
We'll carve out some time for the Tigers today. And clearly this week we're going to be talking a lot about them with playoff baseball. You got some quotes from Scott Harris and AJ saying 0-0. So we'll reset some things with the Tigers. With the Lions, John, no doubter, convincing win by 24 points. What stood out?
Well, I get so frustrated with penalties. The penalties are one thing that stuck out. I have to say that as former offensive lineman, as Pee-wee football coach, as frustrated fan when it happens and you look over at Dan and he's shaking his head. The rest of it, though, I was, when they weren't shooting themselves in the foot, very pleased with how they handled Cleveland's defense. That, to me, is, I think, the best defense in the NFL, at least coming into this week. And I thought that they handled Myles Garrett extremely well, that defensive front well. They made some adjustments. When you play a defense like that, not every play is going to go for 7-8 yards. Not every play is going to be a touchdown. But I thought that they had a really nice rhythm. They had a good plan in place. I thought they handled the rush extremely well. And I tell you what, after that first week, this is why I called out Penei Sewell by name. He is the best tackle in the NFL. Didn't play like it in week one, didn't play the expectations, but since then, he has been every bit. And watching him one-on-one with Myles Garrett was so much fun. It was a great battle. If you have a chance and if you have some free time, just go back and watch whenever Myles Garrett lined up on the defensive left side. That was an epic battle, and I thought Penei Sewell, both of those guys are freak athletes. And to be able to watch guys that are freak athletes go one-on-one and match up, it was a joy to watch.
So we got open lines. You know the drill. Victory Monday. What stood out to you? 248-539-9797. Jared Goff threw for 160 yards. They ran for 3.8 yards a carry. Wasn't the offense's best day. They had a tough matchup, right? You don't have 300 yards of total offense, and you still win by 24 points. John, it says you're a complete football team. It says the Detroit Lions can win in a variety of ways. They got 17 points off of turnovers, 2 picks and a fumble. Cleveland didn't score 17 points. So that's what I looked at as encouraging. Is you're not always going to have 500 yards of offense. Sometimes you're going to face a tough front. And I thought they did a pretty good job dealing with Myles Garrett. They ran at him. They ran away from him. More success, obviously, running away from him. And they played with the lead the whole way. They made Cleveland play from behind with Joe Flacco and 2 backup tackles. And predictably, Cleveland could not come back in that game. And it was just a matter of time before Detroit extended their lead. Khalif Raymond, I think, really put the nail in the coffin. But Detroit was up double digits, in complete control, never a doubt that they would lose the game. And that's on a day where they didn't have enough offensive production maybe for some people, but more than enough to win this game.
Yeah, and that defensive front, they're going to make some plays. You just know it, right? And for Jared Goff to be able to maneuver in the pocket, I don't want to say avoid the rush, but maneuver in the pocket and be able to hit Amon-Ra St. Brown while on the run And it is three weeks in a row with 0 sacks. Now, he was under more pressure than he had been in the previous 2 weeks, but they didn't give up a sack. And some of that is Jared Goff seeing and feeling the pressure, like I just mentioned, and getting either avoiding it or just simply getting rid of the ball. That is part of Jared Goff playing at a high level. It's also this offensive line handling a defensive front with 2 raw guards playing very well.
It's remarkable how quickly this offensive line is gelling. I mean, from week 1 to where we are today, it's obviously a shout out to Hank Fraley. It's a testament to the work these guys have put in up front. John, since stats became an official stat in
sacks became an official,
Yes, since sacks became an official stat in 1982, the Lions have gone 3 straight games without allowing one in a season. This is the first time in franchise history they've done it.
Yep. And, I mean, the task is still out there. We all know this week that there is at least one good pass rusher on Cincinnati's defense.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of expecting it.
Did you see Detroit's already like 8-9 point favorites on the road in Cincy next week? It does feel like we're getting into last year's mode where it's like the Lions win.
Are you in last year's mode?
But by how many points? A little bit. Doesn't it feel like we're all kind of getting welcomed into last year a little bit now, where we're back in that groove where this team is just decapitating people?
The expectation is that you're not sure how they're going to do it, but your expectation is that they're just simply going to win the game. And after a 15-2 season last year, and we had started this year off, this is the impact of that Baltimore win. And I know maybe the Baltimore win is not aging. It didn't look as tough going in, although we knew the stats of Lamar, Derrick Henry, and being in Baltimore, and then Baltimore going and just getting boat raced by Kansas City. I still think it's a huge win, but it's a monster confidence builder. Because now all of a sudden you're sitting at 3-1 going, we thought maybe after 6 games, if they were 3-3, now it opens up should they be 5-1?
Sure feels that way.
And then with Tampa coming to town, should they be 6-1 going to the bye? I don't want to get too far ahead of us, but you mentioned the feeling of last year. It kind of feels like the expectation is for the fans, we show up and we watch a winner.
No matter what happens, penalties, JMO drops, injuries in the secondary, doesn't matter, win by 24 points, party, drink the Kool-Aid, first place Detroit Lions, you wake up, it's Victory Monday. Does feel like last year, maybe they're even better, I don't know. I guess they'll prove that with this more difficult schedule. I don't want to take anything away from the win they had against Baltimore. I'll let other people do that. Baltimore has 3 losses this year. Those 3 losses are to the Bills, the Lions, and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
And we may have seen a little bit of that Honolulu flu. The Lions beat you twice yesterday with the Ravens because they were dropping like flies. A lot of guys getting banged up and injured, and they just weren't able to finish that football game.
So I want to make one point, because we never really talked about this from the perspective of Cincinnati, of Baltimore, of Kansas City, of Tampa. We looked at it from the Lions' perspective, looking at the start of that season, and with a lot of those games on the road, rightfully so. Oh, my goodness. That looks like an unfair schedule. It's extremely tough. But now you flip the script a little bit, and you say, well, Baltimore, you just mentioned it. They Kansas City, Buffalo, and Detroit.
Yeah.
What were they talking about prior to the season when the schedule came out? Oh, my goodness, we've got to play Detroit.
John, breaking news for people. Good teams play first place schedules.
Yep.
Good teams play other good teams, and the best teams win those games. And the Lions start the season now with 3-1. And you're right, the path is paved for them to get off to a much hotter start than anybody anticipated. What stood out to you? Lions, another Victory Monday. It's 97-1.
Hey, there's nothing, absolutely nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. Whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
This traffic report is sponsored by MyMichiganRoof.com. On the Novi Commerce border, 14 Mile Road is still closed west of M5. That's following last week's water main break. You can use Maple or 13 Mile as your alternate. And coming up later this morning, the Southfield Freeway ramp to westbound 94 will be closing, and the southbound M39 ramp to eastbound 94 starting 9 a.m. through mid-December. I'm Michelle Pena with traffic. If you need a new roof, go to MyMichiganRoof.com, powered by Shana Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for 30 years, providing transparent pricing and a 4.9 Google rating. Visit Shana Roofing at MyMichiganRoof.com today.
97.1 The Ticket.
Now is a great time to get a new set of wheels during our Kia Fall Sales Event. Hi, Bill Gelling here for Gelling Kia Madison Heights, telling about some of the great values we have. For September, well-qualified buyers can lease a new 2025 Kia K4 GT for just $249 a month. Leases for 36 months, 10,000 miles a year with $3,000 down, plus tax title plates, the dock, and acquisition fee are extra. We have a good selection to choose from with more on the way, so come visit us on 14 Mile Road east of the Oakland Mall in Madison Heights. Check us online at GallonKia.com.
We can't see tomorrow, but we can hear it. And it sounds like peace of mind, knowing our lakes will be better protected by placing Line 5 in the Great Lakes Tunnel. And that we've added extra safety measures while we work to build it. Because we're committed to keeping the Great Lakes safe for generations to come. Tomorrow is on. Visit enbridge.com/line5 for more information. Enbridge. Life takes energy.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
At Randazzo, your home's electrical safety is our priority. Right now, get a comprehensive whole home electrical inspection for just $99. Visit callrandazzo.com today.
Go with the name you know. Randazzo, Randazzo.
Let your voice be heard. Call the D Las Vegas 97.1 The Ticket studio line at 248-539-9797. The D Las Vegas, the home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Time to tell you about KG Law. You've been on these roads. People are maniacs. If you're injured in a car accident, you need someone that cares about you. That's KG Law. 877-KG-CARES, kgcares.com. They specialize in car accidents. So you're going to get someone who knows what they're doing, who's going to put in the work to get you the biggest payout. Not going to settle for some lowball offer from the insurance companies. Get my guy, Lawrence KG. 877-KG-CARES, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com.
Early betting tips give you the edge. Your first source for the day's angles, hot takes, analysis, and more. The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. Weekday morning 6 till 9 on the Bet 1270 and the Odyssey app.
97.1 The Ticket.
On a day where the Lions offense had a tough matchup, the defense steps up, forced 3 turnovers, 17 points off the turnovers. Cleveland didn't even score 17 points. Lions win convincingly. Starting to get some of those vibes of last year where it's not will you win, it's by how many.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. As you wake up today, it's a Victory Monday, and it's a first place Victory Monday. Shout out Green Bay with their tie last night.
What a terrible game, too. I know everybody's going to look at it and go, 40 points for each, and it was obviously
John.
an overtime. It was bad football on both sides.
How about like the first big play of the game? Golden running the same route as somebody else and also somehow uncovered when there's 2 Packer receivers. Very sloppy game. 40-40 your final. Green Bay kicks a field goal at the very end for a tie. Let's get to Zach in Ann Arbor. Zach, good morning.
Top of the morning, fellas.
What's up?
I don't remember Sunday in September ever being so exciting, starting the morning with a Vikings loss to the Steelers game abroad, and then moving forward to Lions just stomping on the Browns. I mean, Tigers could have won later in the day, but the Ryder Cup finish was exciting as well, and then you wake up and you find out that the Packers tied the Cowboys, which I don't know what's more relevant, that or the abroad game, but good news all around. And, answering your question earlier, I do think that something that's sticking out with how this season feels now a quarter of the way through is we were 15-2 last year with 2 coordinators leaving, and everybody really thought that was going to be our best chance with, home bye against, heavy favorite. We're ready to go, and we weren't. And I think that now we have proven that we can do this. We can reload. We can, the playbook doesn't change, and we're ready to do it. And we're on top of the division, not looking back. So go Tigers. Hopefully, happy Victory Monday, and let's keep it rolling into the bye and go 7-1. I like it. 6-1, excuse me, right?
Yeah. Hey, why stop there? 8-1, 9-1. Just keep winning games. And beat Cleveland week is here. For those that don't know, Tigers are in the playoffs to play day games on Tuesday and Wednesday, Thursday if necessary. Scooble will have the ball on Tuesday. Who knows who's going to pitch on Wednesday?
Yeah. I think there's only 2 options.
Mize and Flaherty. Yeah, probably Flaherty.
Yeah, just a little the behind the scenes. Who do you want?
Yeah. Some ticket text. Terrion Arnold stood out to me. He's still on shaky legs and penalty prone. He always makes me nervous. Signed, Johnny B.
He does. I was trying to give him a little bit of grace this year as he continued. Like we know all the stats. Last year he was the one corner that played the most man-to-man coverage as a rookie. So you expect some of those things that happened last year. But you need to see steps in the right direction this year. And we've still seen penalties. We've seen and don't get me wrong, not every play has been a disaster, but he does make you hold your breath every time he's on the field.
He does, because you're nervous. They're going to pick on him. And if he doesn't give up the play, there might be some laundry after the play. And in terms of injuries, his is the less severe of the 2. DJ Reed, hammy, not expected to play against Cincy, and then we go from there. Texter says we should wait to see updates on the secondary before we start tacking up some wins.
Well, we'll talk more about the matchup with Cincinnati, but if they had Joe Burrow, I'm looking at it going, what are we going to do? We already knew that Amik was going to play more and Terrion Arnold less. But now with DJ Reed injury, the matchup with the receivers, not great. But the matchup against Cincinnati is still, they've been getting just absolutely dogpiled.
I got a little bit of a something or nothing for you guys, and I think it's a nothing, but just want your thoughts. Giving up a touchdown on the opening drive of every game.
I know that they made a big deal of that in the broadcast. Sure, it's something because you don't always want to give up a score on the opening drive, but I'll still give it to Kelvin Shepard and the defense. The adjustments that they made after that opening drive, like they were swarming that rushing attack.
It's not a secret. The first drive is scripted. It's the other team's best stuff that they've game planned.
Right, but the Lions do it too, and they went 3 and out.
But then how do you adjust?
Right, and both sides of the ball adjusted as needed.
And they almost had a nice goal line stand there. So
nearly. Well, I can't believe they ran Joe Flacco QB sneak back-to-back plays, but I wish it was 3 straight. There's no way that guy's getting an old bag of bones.
Let's get the walker out.
Sheesh. Texters say, morning, guys. Great win. Total team effort. Understood the Browns' offense is no good, but like John mentioned, maybe the best defense in the league. No one expected it to be easy, but it was easier than I thought. Super impressed that we held Cleveland to 0 sacks on Jared Goff.
0 sacks on Jared Goff, and it shows that this team they're professional. They're focused, right? They're beating the bad teams the way that they should. They did it against Chicago. They're doing it against against Cleveland. But it's the ultimate high on Monday Night Football. It's a short week. We're not going to celebrate too long so that and then look at Cleveland and say, we got this one in the bag. No, because we saw, and maybe it was a blessing in disguise to be able to see what they did to Green Bay. Now, Green Bay on the road is clearly not the same team as they are at home. And we can discuss that more as the week goes on. But I thought it was a great response to, hey, we can go out there and celebrate and win a big game on the road and come back and be just as focused.
No letdowns. Yeah, that speaks to a mentality from this team. It's kind of the mentality we saw last year. Are you guys getting some of those vibes with this football team? I absolutely am too. 248-539-9797. Overreact gyms at 7:02, top of the hour. John, here's a little tease. Packers are going to be mentioned. Ooh. Can't wait. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, good morning, guys. I hate to interrupt this fun Victory Monday with my news, but I'm sure you know what I'm going to talk about. Yeah, at least 4 people were killed. 8 others were injured when a gunman opened fire at a Mormon church in Grand Blanc during a really large service on Sunday morning. The suspect, who has been identified as 40-year-old Thomas Sanford from Burton, rammed his truck through the front doors of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. He began shooting, and it's believed he intentionally lit the building on fire. I mean, you've probably seen the images. This church is completely destroyed. There's, plumes of smoke. The entire building went up in smoke. Officers exchanged gunfire with the suspect. They did kill him. Of the victims, 2 were shot. 2 others are believed to have been trapped inside the building. Of those in the hospital, multiple victims are in critical condition. And there's a law enforcement source that says, as of last night, there are still 7 people who remain unaccounted for. It's not to say that they are for sure still in the building. It could just be that they haven't gotten in touch with their family members, but they did have to put a stop last night into continuing the search for victims in the building. But obviously that will continue this morning as well. So,
yeah, I think everybody wants to know, why in the hell would this guy do this? What is the motive?
And they don't know. They don't have any reasons yet. Obviously, that is all under investigation. The FBI is investigating that. And
it could have been worse, because didn't they initially report that there was an ID that didn't go off?
Well, they did find, I believe, in his vehicle, these devices. And they had not gone off. They believe he used accelerant for the fire. Yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse, but there are several officers who are being credited for stopping this attack as quickly as possible. Police are saying a woman was arrested on Friday night after she struck multiple people at several locations in Warren with her vehicle. So she was driving around in her Jeep. She had a child inside with her as well when she allegedly purposefully hit people at several locations on Van Dyke Avenue. This was north of 12 Mile. They say at least 5 people were injured in 4 separate incidents. There was a restaurant, a liquor store, a hotel, and then a Walmart parking lot. She was basically just driving around running into people. Police were able to follow her through a Walmart parking lot when she eventually hit 2 parked cars, and then they took her into custody. She resisted as much as she could. She bit and kicked these officers. The child was uninjured, released to a family member, and authorities say they believe that this woman was experiencing a mental health crisis at the time. All right, I've got some big news. Last night during Sunday Night Football, Bad Bunny was announced as the headliner for the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. But it does sound like maybe he wasn't the first choice, because Taylor Swift was allegedly in negotiations but turned it down because she didn't want to do it for free, which is
the standard.
Yes, that you do perform for free. But an unnamed music exec says that she wasn't trying to ask for favors. She was looking for respect. She says she knows her worth and knows the kind of rating she would bring, the global attention that she commands. So she just wasn't about to go and hand out her services for free. So she turned it down. But anyway, they found a replacement, if that's even the truth. And Super Bowl 60 goes down February 8th at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara, California.
Well, I get why she would make that decision.
Sure.
And so I don't know much about Bad Bunny.
No, you don't listen to a lot of Bad Bunny?
No,
He was in Happy Gilmore 2 as an actor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there was a lot of cameos.
So I'm looking at his list of songs. Are most of them in Spanish?
He is bilingual. I was looking up some of his songs, too.
Well, he does
I was
a lot of
I was going to try and do the
collabs.
thing we do with songs, but...
You want to sing them?
I'm not sure at what all of these words mean.
No. But I do know that he does a lot of different collabs with other artists. So maybe we'll see some of that where he brings some of the artists he works with on stage. I'm not that familiar with him either. I've heard him. I mean, I've heard of him.
I've heard the name.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've heard parts of some of his songs.
Yeah.
And I understand the Super Bowl has their long tradition of not paying people, but maybe they should if this is the plan B.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
All right. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Lions talk. What stood out? Are we back into last year mode? It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans. Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today. Only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. 1 gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025. Tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics ratings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Lions roll, Lions win. Lions in first place after a 34-10 victory against Cleveland. It's a victory Monday.
It's awesome. And I don't know that there were many Lions fans. There were some that thought, hey, after 4 weeks, we could be sitting here. But after week one, it was all hands on deck, trying to talk people off of the ledge.
Doesn't it feel like they played Green Bay like 3 months ago now?
It does, because both teams have gone in completely opposite directions. It's Detroit has fixed everything, or at least they have addressed some issues, and they're on the rise. And Green Bay, I mean, they're a completely different team on the road.
Detroit hasn't given up a sack in 3 straight games. So, I mean, that's a huge headline. It's the first time in franchise history they've gone 3 straight games without giving up a sack. And they just faced Myles Garrett and arguably the best front in the NFL, certainly on the short list. And it wasn't even like a banner day for the offense. They ran for 3.8 yards a carry. Goff threw for like $160. And they won going away. On a day where you don't even have 300 yards of offense, you win by 3 scores. You're a complete football team. Like, we're getting into last year's mode now, where they're a machine, and it's not will they win, but by how many will they win by. It definitely feels like last year. Maybe they're even better, John. I know with the schedule, they're certainly going to have chances to prove it.
Well, you're a complete team when your defense creates turnovers, you score on special teams, and when those turnovers don't turn into points defensively, but you could turn them into points against a good defense, when you could take advantage of momentum, of field position, and capitalize on it, that's where you become a really good team against a defense like Cleveland. You can say whatever you want about their offense and Joe Flacco and bringing in Dylan Gabriel at the end. That's a really good defense, and your numbers are not going to be anywhere near what you normally put up against a defense like that.
So what stood out to me yesterday was the special teams, and Dan Campbell has constantly said he's going to have good special teams. The return's obvious, okay? But against a good defense, those are the things that make winning a game like that easy. Jake Bates made his 58-yarder. Their kicker missed their 50-plus, and I know Jack Fox pinned him inside the 5 once. But just good tackling. And I'll tell you what gets you in trouble against a bad team or a team that has a lukewarm offense is allowing them to score on special teams, allowing them to have a big play on special teams. I think special teams is one of the reasons why they very rarely the last 2 years have lost to bad teams.
Because you don't open the door.
Yes, exactly.
And those plays, we've seen it in the NFL in the first 4 weeks now, a special teams touchdown on a blocked punt, a blocked field goal. Dan Campbell was asked about it pregame by Dan Miller, and they did emphasize all the little things on special teams. It doesn't slip through the cracks with this coaching staff.
No, and if you can get 7 points out of your special teams, and I'm not talking about field goals, I'm just talking about kickoff return, punt return. And as a punt team, if you can pin even just once, if you pin an offense like Cleveland inside the 5, then offensively you're thinking we're going to get the ball back at a minimum somewhere around midfield.
What stood out to you? And are you feeling like it's last year all over again? That this team is seemingly untouchable? We're going to have a lot of these Victory Mondays. Ticket Tech says, let's pump the brakes a bit. The Bears and Browns are 2 of the worst teams in the league, and the Ravens might have the worst defense in the league. I want to see what they do against a real opponent.
Okay, so what team has the best defense along with a really good offense? Like, there are imperfections in every team that the Lions are going to play. So you can't just sit there and say, oh, well, that was a bad team. That was, going into the game, one of the best defenses, if not the best defense in a number of defensive categories. And you put up 34 on them?
There are only 2 undefeated teams left in the NFL. Lions aren't going to play the Bills this year.
Nope.
They will play the Eagles in Philadelphia. Sunday Night Football, I think, right?
Yes, and the Eagles did look good against Tampa yesterday.
Yeah, they let Tampa back in, but they slammed the door shut. Look, I just don't know what we're doing here. The Lions are beating people by multiple touchdowns, and we're just supposed to, downplay it?
Yeah.
I don't understand that mentality. I truly don't. Well, and the Baltimore thing, Baltimore, I think, still got to win their division and make the playoffs, for what it's worth. I mean, they got to get healthy on defense. But Detroit bullied them, and I think the after effects were pretty clear when you watched them play yesterday. And their losses are to Buffalo, Detroit, in Kansas City. Now, if they start messing around and they're losing to Cleveland and Cincinnati and their division's up for grabs, that's a different conversation. Some text on the Lions. Didn't we have questions about their defense going into the season? Not right now, LFG, Matt and Novi. This team's loaded, firing on all cylinders. Great team, automatic cover every week, just like last year. Let's go. Double-digit disco, baby. The best moment was Raymond returning the punt for a touchdown. He ran like a gazelle. Great job, Leaf. Guys, can we build the statue for Amon-Ra right next to Barry? The guy always shows up in big games and goes to the next level.
Well, it's big games and big moments, but let's not call this a big game. Let's take it for what it is. It is a Cleveland Browns team that I think most people believe they're going to be picking in the top 3. I mean, I don't think that's a stretch. And they are coming off a win against Green Bay, but we don't know what Green Bay is on the road. Completely different team than they are at home. So he does come up in big moments.
Text says, I like that we're talking about a meaningless win versus the terrible Browns instead of the Tigers in the playoffs because we know the Tigers didn't deserve to make it and will be blown out Tuesday and Wednesday.
Hold on. Did they win more games than Houston?
Yes.
Okay, so they deserve to make it.
Correct.
It may not feel like it by the way they ended the season, but you count them up at the end after 162, and if I'm not mistaken, they won more games than other teams that were trying to make the playoffs. So they, by definition, earned it.
Yeah, second half of the statement, if you don't think they're going to win in the first round in Cleveland, I understand that. But to say they don't deserve to be here?
Yeah.
We deserve. It's not college football playoff committee time. You don't go based on how you feel about a team at the end of the year. We keep score. We take standings over 162.
Mm-hmm. And
they had the head-to-head with Houston.
Yeah, okay. They didn't technically win more games than Houston, but against Houston, they won those games.
Yeah, they get in with the tiebreaker. Every single one of those games mattered. Now, in terms of forecasting them, look, today is a Victory Monday. The NFL's king. The Lions won. The Lions are going to get a lot of airtime today. The Tigers don't play today.
No.
We'll make some time for them and certainly talk about them on Tuesday and Wednesday, and if necessary, Thursday. To the point about how they finished the season, John, they went 7-17 in the month of September.
Mm-hmm.
This is from Bob Nightingale. It's the worst record in the final month of a season by a playoff team since the World Series began in 1903. Not how you want to be playing at the end of the season.
Nope. But what's their record now?
As AJ would tell us,
0-0.
And try to get him on this week ahead of their playoffs. Ticket text. Good morning. I want to apologize to Hank Fraley and the offensive line. I was out on the interior after game 1. Happy to be wrong.
Well, you weren't wrong after game 1. After game 1, they were bad. They were a bottom 5 versus a top 5. And I'm not going to sit here and say they're a top 5 offensive line right now, but they're trending in that direction versus the other.
John, I'm curious if you would agree with this text. Detroit hasn't given up a sack the last 3 games because Jared Goff is incredibly smart at dumping the ball off to the ground whenever there's trouble. It looks terrible, but it's effective.
Yes, that's part of the equation. It's his pocket presence where it may seem like a small deal, but when you know Taylor Decker is going up against Myles Garrett and your 7-step drop, you may have to shorten your steps up a little bit. And Jared Goff does that. If you have to step up in the pocket just a little bit. Now, I know he got hit. There was a long pass to J-Mo where he gets hit and the ball pulls way left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, it's not a clean pocket. And are the results different if Taylor Decker is able to give him just that little bit extra? Yes, but Jared Goff is a very high-level quarterback when it comes to the mental side of things, and he doesn't care if he throws it into the ground to Sam Laporta just because he's trying to ground the ball. I'm not going to put the ball at risk and try and force something. I'm going to go ahead and ground this ball because we'll live to fight another down.
I'll give you another example of a guy, and it plays the position very differently than Jared Goff, but the same principle applies. You're on a loaded roster. Don't lose the game. Jalen Hurts didn't complete a pass in the second half yesterday. I think it was 0 of 8. But he hasn't thrown a pick in like 200-plus passes. Now, he has a lot more elusiveness in the pocket, but the principle remains. Don't F it up. You got a really good offense. You got playmakers everywhere. Live to fight another down. Jared Goff embodied that yesterday with a tough matchup with Cleveland, and Hurts has done that a lot, and the Eagles are the only undefeated team left in the NFC. So don't beat yourself. You got a good team. Text says, y'all beat 3 dumpster fires and you think you're better than last year? Talk about an overreaction.
Okay, whatever.
Let's freaking go. Solid team. My only concern, or my main concern, is J-Mo. Pair of drops yesterday. Another one says, I hate to be the cold water. Why did we overpay J-Mo?
The one that was down the left sideline where he's looking over his right shoulder and then he switches over to his left shoulder, that would have been a tough catch. Should have caught it, especially when I thought the same thing. You're paid to make that catch, and he didn't.
Is this a real text? Maybe Goff should spend more time practicing throwing the long ball with J-Mo instead of doing auto commercials.
Oh, come on.
They'll never go away.
They win by 24 points. I get another text. All they did is beat a bad team. By 24 points! That's not enough for people? Should have won by 50. Bunch of frauds.
They showed John Morton in the booth at least 3 times yesterday. I thought that was a problem after the Packer game.
And this text wants to know if I cashed in my division lock for the Tigers. Thank you.
Yeah, what are we going to do about this?
This is a Victory Monday. I don't want to sour the day. We'll address that maybe tomorrow before they take the field.
Does he get an out because they still got in the playoffs?
Sure.
You think this audience is going to give me an out?
Yeah. Okay, so that would make Jim Costa equal to Scott Harris. You just get it out after making grand proclamations.
I don't think Harris should get a pass, and I don't think I should get a pass. I was wrong. Look, you say stuff for a living. You're going to be wrong. I saw what Old Takes Exposed was putting out the video from our show in June. I saw it. I'm aware. People tagged me in it. I was wrong. I was wrong, John. Does it make you happy to hear me say it? I was wrong.
It does. And it's not even. I'm not going to hide it.
All right. It's 97.1.
Hey, after a steamy summer, after a steamy weekend, boy, it was warm. Be ready for the first blast of winter cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical will do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and, more importantly, safely. Right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. So give them a call today because all of these spots are going to fill up. They've got limited time before that first blast of winter cold. So don't forget, Mastercraft also does plumbing, electrical, and generators as well, all at discounted prices. So give them a call now, or you can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Scott Harris in the postgame celebration Saturday night.
Yeah, I'm really proud of them. I don't have to answer all the hard questions. Thank you, team. You had my back.
They did blow a huge division lead, but they will be in the postseason anyway. They clinched with a win on Saturday night in Boston. And back-to-back playoff appearances, to his point, like it is a different era of Tiger baseball. They haven't done this very often. Back-to-back postseason appearances. They won their way in 4 straight years from 2011 to 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, the last time the Tigers made the playoffs in consecutive years?
No.
1935.
Oh. So it's been a while.
It's been a minute, John. Scott Harris, the other quote he had, why can the Tigers win in the postseason, right? Because he said, hey, we want to make a run. History. There are countless examples of teams that didn't play their best baseball ending the regular season, got a fresh start, lined up their pitching, and got hot. We're going to do everything we can to be one of those groups.
He's not wrong. And, there's a lot of hope in there. And whether it's the bats, whether it's the pitching, hopefully it's everything all of a sudden clicks and hits. There are plenty of examples of it happening.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you they can't, but I don't expect it.
Well, I don't think anybody really expects it, but that's what makes it so much fun in the postseason.
They had the worst month of September of any playoff team ever. And they're the worst team to make the playoffs in the American League by record, judging over 162. So
all they have to do is have the best October.
Thank you, John.
Glass is half full.
So you do buy what he's selling. Hey, just reset, refresh. Here
I'm
we go.
not buying what he's selling, but that's part of it. They're 0-0. And I know that there's a lot of people trying to rationalize wins and say, well, they can't continue to lose to Cleveland, right? Well, if Cleveland is a better team or playing better baseball, yes, they can. But you start fresh, and we'll see what happens. You're going to start with the Skubal start. They did what they had to do in the final 3 games to get to a point where they didn't have to use Skubal on Sunday.
Yep.
And now they get to use him on Tuesday.
Tex says at least the Tigers made the playoffs. Everyone's 0-0. The New York Mets collapse was much worse. Yeah, they are not in the playoffs.
Yes, and that's a lot of money to spend not to be in the playoffs.
At least it's in like a small market where they won't face like any backlash or
right, yes.
any kind of negativity.
Yes, or look across town and see that there is a team playing in the postseason.
Tigers will play at 1 o'clock on Tuesday and Wednesday. You can listen to both those games on 97.1 The
Tom,
Ticket.
you going down?
Yeah, Tom.
No,
not this year.
That was a one-time thing.
Well, okay. All right.
Do you have any issues with AJ? Because this text says he didn't coach to win yesterday, and it was a joke. Put out the B lineup. He didn't pitch hit Dingler late. Just kind of resigned that they were losing.
Well, if they had won, would there be any difference?
No, because Cleveland also won.
Right. So, I don't have an issue.
I wonder if they had any desire to play the games there. Do they feel like they swept them down there earlier in the year? They won one other game in the other series. It was at home where they didn't play them well.
Look, I don't
know. It seems weird.
If you were given the choice, I think you'd rather have the games at home.
Yes.
But you're not going to pitch Skubal, so immediately you're starting off on the wrong foot.
Yeah.
And even if they did win, it wouldn't have mattered. So, look, again, I would have liked to see them try to win because at the time it wasn't locked up yet.
You know why?
In terms of when I say would I have liked them to win, I don't mean I wish they would have pitched Skubal. I mean, like, hey, as the game's getting tight, 1 run, try to win it.
They're the only road favorite tomorrow in the 4 playoff games.
Yeah, because Skubal's on the mound.
Right.
And the only goal right now, they are 0-0. All you got to do right now is get to 1-0. That's it. Get to 1-0.
And they're favored, so then you have to just split one of the next 2. I mean, they did it last year.
They did. They got out of the first round last year, led by Tarek Skubal in Game 1. And if they get out of the first round, they'd play this weekend in the ALDS.
Cleveland still doesn't, at least on ESPN, have a pitcher named yet for tomorrow.
Okay. I don't...
Chaos, John.
Yeah.
Chaos. I assume it's Gavin Williams, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, we'll spotlight the game a little more tomorrow. Today is a Victory Monday. 248-539-9797. Lions beat the Cleveland Browns. Beat Cleveland week continues. But Detroit was 9.5-point favorites. and only won the game by 24. John, it was a complete win, even when their offense had a tough matchup and didn't put up, 500 yards of total offense. They were held to like 270, and they won the game going away. They won the game because defense forced turnovers. They won the game because they got a special teams touchdown. They won the game even with drops, with a pick from Goff, with procedural penalties, and it wasn't close. It wasn't in doubt. It wasn't like, the Lions are really letting Cleveland. It was 10 points the whole way until Khalif broke it open even more.
And you're going to look at a lot of losses for Cleveland, where the other offenses get, 56 to 60 yards rushing, and the Lions got over 100. Jahmyr Gibbs, 91 himself. And you're also going to look at other offenses where, your completions versus attempts are going to be very similar. It'll be right around 60% completion percentage. It's not going to look great. You're only going to have, like Goff did yesterday, 160 yards, but the stat line is going to include 3 sacks, 5 sacks.
Right.
Like, that's a formidable front. They are very good against the run and the pass. To be able to come away with, and let's just say 27 points because of the 7 that was on special teams, you still win 27-10.
Yeah, and again, I think a normal team, a mortal team, would have overlooked Cleveland. Would have been coming off a big road win in Baltimore and would have let Cleveland play the game tight in the fourth quarter. So it's not some ordinary football team. 248-539-9797. We will play Dan Campbell's locker room audio in the 7 o'clock hour. We got Overreact gyms after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Following yesterday's loss in the regular season finale against the Red Sox, the Tigers do not win the AL Central. Despite trailing Detroit at 1 point by 15.5 games, the Guardians win the division and as a result will now host the Tigers in the wild card round. That series a best of 3 with all games being played at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Tomorrow's game 1 is a 1:08 start time with Tarek Skubal getting the bump. Sticking with that Detroit-Cleveland rivalry, yesterday it was all Lions in their 34-10 win over the Browns. Not much to be disappointed in as Detroit wins in convincing fashion, but the injury bug biting Detroit a bit. DJ Reed being carted off in the second half due to an apparent hamstring injury. Reed with an interception in the first half. Also scares to Kirby Joseph and Aiden Hutchinson, both players returning back to the field. Hutch reassuring he's fine, he just had the wind knocked out of him. Following Green Bay's tie with Dallas last night, Detroit now leads the North. They take on the Bengals next week. And finally, the Red Wings have preseason play tonight as they take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. I'll have your pregame at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The Red Wings currently 2-2 in preseason play this year. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
Overreact gyms from the weekend, college and pro. Let's get this going. Dante Moore will win the Heisman Trophy. That was the best game I watched this weekend. That game delivered. You get an OT thriller, and Dante Moore, 3 touchdowns, no picks, on the road, whiteout winner, 14 touchdowns, 1 pick on the year. With the Mateer injury, John, it's his Heisman.
It's September. It's September Heisman talk, and I think there are 3 guys most likely in the mix. Dante Moore, certainly one of them. Fernando Mendoza for Indiana.
They'll go toe-to-toe this week.
Yeah, and that might
the following
be
week.
The differentiator, like head-to-head. It'll be televised, too, so we know it'll matter.
That'll be good stuff.
But I think that it may just maybe the thing to say is the Heisman Trophy will be in the Big Ten this year because you got Fernando Mendoza, Dante Moore, Jeremiah Smith hasn't had a a breakout start to the season, but as the season goes on and Julian Sayin gets a little bit more comfortable, you'll see bigger numbers by him as well. So I'm not ready to say it's going to go to Dante Moore yet.
This is not an overreaction. In fact, I said going into the Penn State game that he would officially become the Heisman favorite. He is now. I think he wins it, and I think Oregon probably is going undefeated.
Thanks, Ken Maeda. It's time to move on from James Franklin. He's never going to win the big game. Any questions or doubt what's going to happen when they play Ohio State later this year, or the first time they're an underdog in the college football playoff? I mean, cool. If this is all you want to be, keep James Franklin. I have a feeling that Penn State fans want a little more than this. That's a great crowd that left sad and let down again.
This is not an overreaction because he can't win the big game. He just simply can't. And we had the, I don't know, maybe it's the fortune of being in Penn State. It was a week or two after he signed his last deal. It was like a 10-year deal. It was unbelievable. And talking to some of the fans walking to the game, talking to the bus drivers as we were getting off the bus, they could not believe it. They were disappointed at that time. I know they're even more disappointed now.
I want to say it's not an overreaction, but I think it is an overreaction because I don't think it's going to happen. You know, it probably should, but I don't think they're going to buy him out. I was looking at something that says $56 million to buy him out. I don't think they'll do it yet. I think they'll give him one more chance.
That game was so Franklin. They come back to tease their fan base, and then they've got Oregon on the ropes. They're gassed. Their defense is huffing and puffing. And what do in overtime? Throw the ball. And Drew Aller, by the way, is the perfect James Franklin quarterback. The guy's 6'5", big arm, looks the part, and is awful in every big game they play. He is the perfect James Franklin quarterback.
So, it's time to move on. Yes, not an overreaction. Will they move on? That's a different question. I don't think they will either. And the question that follows that is, if they move on from James Franklin, who's next?
I got to say this. I think you just officially made somebody's last name an adjective. Right?
To Franklin?
To describe how they played.
Yeah.
Lincoln Riley has peaked at USC. 5-5 since joining the Big Ten in conference play. Once again, a soft USC defense, stop me if you've heard this before, gave up 500 yards. This is life in the Big Ten. They'll be average.
No, I don't think he's peaked in the Big Ten. I think that he will find ways to transfer, recruit, get quarterbacks. The question is, are they ever going to be physical enough to be in the Big Ten? I don't know, because they weren't physical at Oklahoma. Defense was awful when James Franklin was there. They just could simply outscore teams. But I don't think I don't think he's peaked.
I think it's an overreaction because, number one, USC's brand is one of the strongest in the game. And if they can rally around that and commit more money and get more players. And I also think, too, there's an element with Riley for now that it's a little bit like Harbaugh was at Michigan. I need to give it at least one more chance here to kind of achieve what they brought him in for.
So there's a lot of money around USC that they could attract and spend on transfers and recruits. One of the problems is, though, this is one of the athletic departments that is in the absolute worst position because they're about $250 million in debt.
Wow.
Yikes. My focus is on the D.
Oh.
Well, I want to focus on the O because Xavier Worthy fixed the Chiefs' offense. Leading receiver, leading rusher, the Chiefs' offense more dynamic. They finished in the red zone. Mahomes with 4 touchdowns. All is right in Kansas City, thanks to Xavier Worthy.
Well, this is a bit of overreaction. It's one guy for their rushing attack, one guy for their passing attack. Defenses will adjust, and but Xavier Worthy, can he play offensive line?
No.
Can he play tackle? No, that goes along with the first question.
Yeah.
So that's where they are struggling the most.
This is an overreaction because Baltimore's D is awful.
Doomy. Jackson Dart will save Brian Dable's job. Dable will be back in 2026 off the promise of Dart. Look, he wasn't great statistically, but he gave him a little juice, and there will be enough there where they don't want to start over.
No, they'll want to start over. I think there'd be some juice, but I think Brian Dable is using Jackson Dart as a shield. He will make it to the end of the season, so that they don't have to try and confuse a rookie quarterback in the middle of the year. But when the season's over, they'll move on.
Yeah, this is an overreaction. And the thing is that Brian Daboll next year will be entering his last year of his contract. You're going to have him stay in limbo. You're going to give him an extension. No, I mean, he better hope he can save him. He's going to have to be rookie of the year, I think, to save him.
Says Mew. Brian Callahan will be the first coach fired. They've already changed play callers and then got shut out. The quarterback's coming out to the podium saying, "We ass." Well, someone's ass is going to be on the unemployment line, and it's going to be Brian Callahan.
I don't think he's long for the NFL as a head coach, at least now. But I don't think he's the first coach fired. I still think it's Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, I agree with John. I think McDaniel's the first one. I think Callahan gets the season. Seriously, it's second year. He's 3-14. But I mean, I think who was it? Was it maybe Ken Wisenhunt with the Cardinals that got whacked in Tennessee in less than 2 years?
It's a rookie quarter. He's starting a rookie quarterback, and this was probably it. We're going to draft him where we do, and you're going to start him. This is a mandate coming from above.
I'm Batman. The Carolina Panthers will be drafting a new quarterback in April. Bryce Young benched again.
It all depends on where they're drafting. I mean, if they're in the top 3, then yes, they will be drafting a new quarterback. If they're not, I don't necessarily. I think they'll have a new quarterback, whether it's bringing in a Carson Wentz, somebody that's got some experience, that's a backup now, or somebody that's a free agent. I mean, this could be the next landing spot for Russell Wilson.
He got me on that one. This is an overreaction. He gets one more year, I think. And I don't think they'll draft a quarterback. I think they'll bring in a free agent to challenge him potentially. But they're going to have to decide on the fifth-year option. And I don't think that's going to get picked up right now.
Mo money, mo problems. The Green Bay Packers lack a killer instinct. Defense gave up 3 straight touchdowns to close out regulation. The Packers settled for a field goal at the end of the fourth and in overtime. LaFleur, 3-5 in playoff games. Love's last 2 playoff games, 2 touchdowns, 5 picks. They can't finish.
I mean, yes. I don't think this is an overreaction. And it's when you watch what they've done on the road, you need a killer instinct to be able to put games away on the road. They don't have that. They can do it at home when everything is nice and comfortable and they've got leads and but they can't find a way to do it on the road. I do think that they lack that killer instinct, whether it's being able to put games away defensively, making the big play at the big moment, or it's Jordan Love. How many times do we have to say this? Jordan Love, he's just not an elite quarterback. He's very good and can make a lot of great throws, but not when it matters most.
Yeah, this is not an overreaction. I was stunned when I woke up this morning and saw that Dallas put 40 on him.
And that it was a tie?
On that defense, you know, the best defense in the league. How do you give up 436 yards in that situation? I just don't get it.
Yeah.
And those are your overreact gyms. It's 97.1.
Hey, a couple of years ago, my wife and I knew that we needed a new roof, so we gave Rapid Roofing a call. They showed up. They did exactly what they told us they would on the phone. Analyzed what was wrong. They gave us a report, and there was a no-pressure sales event, and then in one day they showed up, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put a new roof on, and cleaned everything up, and we're gone. You want to make sure that you contact them now because winter and fall weather right around the corner, there's only so much that they can do and so many roofs that they can get to, so give them a call at 888-360-ROOF, or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com. I mentioned it again, not a high-pressure sales approach. Give them a call, 888-360-ROOF, or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. Not with Brightside Dental. The Brightside experience, you're not going to get lectured about what you're doing wrong, if you're flossing 3 times a day, none of that stuff. And if you do need work done, they numb you up. They'll communicate every step of the way. It doesn't have to be scary going to the dentist. 9 Metro Detroit locations, 1 right around the corner from you. $35 new patient special. That's going to cover your exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment, get back in that routine, 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Before we get back to the Lions and that Dan Campbell locker room speech, It's Heather with the news.
Well, tragedy struck in Grand Blanc this weekend when at least 4 people were killed and 8 others were wounded when a gunman rammed his truck into the Mormon church, opened fire, then set the building on fire Sunday morning. The suspect, who was killed by police, was identified as 40-year-old Thomas Sanford, an ex-U.S. Marine from Burton. So now the FBI is investigating the incident as an act of targeted violence. Investigators are conducting a search of the suspect's home. They're looking through his cell phone records to obviously try to determine a motive. That is still unknown.
Yeah, I mean, these people just going to worship on a Sunday. It's clearly targeted. It's an act of terrorism, and he's a sick individual.
You know, I read articles about the police chief, the Grand Blanc police chief, talking about what it was like in that church and how members were, their first reaction was to guard the children. Because there was like hundreds of people in this church at the time. And that was their first response was, let's protect the children, get them out of there as fast as possible. And that's exactly what they did. They also credited several officers who arrived at the scene. That gunman was shot 8 minutes after he rammed his truck into that building.
Yeah.
So they acted as quick as possible to prevent further tragedy. The Detroit Police Department is investigating after a woman claimed that she and her children were almost trafficked at a Troy Target store. So this woman actually made claims on a video she posted to social media. She said she was there shopping with her kids and she was followed by 2 men throughout the store. Basically, every aisle I went down, they were there, and they weren't shopping. They didn't have a shopping cart.
Yeah.
Didn't appear to be actually looking for items. She did eventually go to the customer service desk for help and was escorted out of the store by security or an employee. And she said that when she got outside, one of the men was there, like she felt watching the door, waiting for her, and she thought, "Oh my gosh." They were there waiting for me to go to my car, waiting when I got out of the store. So after the video was posted, Troy police did say a report has been filed and their detectives have begun an investigation. They want to make sure everyone feels safe. And they say, hey, if you feel unsafe or something happens, come to us right away, right? Don't hesitate to come talk with us.
Be aware of your surroundings.
Yes. Police in Bloomfield Township believe a man has been living with the body of his dead wife for quite some time.
What's quite some time mean?
Well, the body was badly decomposed, so you can only imagine how long. They did not give a time frame, but they did say on Saturday officers performed a welfare check that this Oakland Township home discovered a highly decomposed body, and they also found a 57-year-old man, the husband, at home who was described as distressed. He was placed under protective custody. The cause of the woman's death is still being investigated. In some better news, Zach Bryan just put himself in the record books. We said that this was possible, and it was. On Saturday night, he headlined the first ever concert at Michigan Stadium, and there were 112,408 fans in attendance, which set the record for the largest ticketed concert in U.S. history.
That's cool, yeah.
That's pretty cool. So the previous biggest crowd was for a George Strait concert in 2024 in Texas, where he played in front of 110,905 people. So
got him.
And I
just got
imagine
him. Pretty cool.
Now that they pulled it off, it won't be the last time that the Big House is hosting events like this.
No, every athletic department is looking for ways to generate more income, and having the 2 bye weeks this year allowed them to take a shot on the first one to see what they could do. And my daughter was there.
It
Ruby,
sounds like it was quite the show.
She said it was awesome.
Yeah.
She said it was awesome. He puts on a great show. I've not seen him. This is what I heard from people that were there.
Did you consider going, or you're like, hey, it's a bye week, I don't need to be at the big house?
No, I was, there was just so much going on, and it got even more complicated on Saturday, so no, I was not going.
Other big news in the music industry, Bad Bunny has been named as the headliner of the 2026 Super Bowl halftime show. The news has sparked a wave of reaction among people worldwide. There's some people who are very excited. They say Bad Bunny is the Latino Taylor Swift. So they're excited to see him perform, while others are saying, really? Are we running out of superstars? Bad Bunny? Taylor Swift was right there. And apparently she was right there. It sounds like she was the first choice and she was in negotiations, but she ended up turning down the role because
the Chiefs are bad?
Well, because she wouldn't be
not
paid.
after last week. 2-2.
It's a free, and that's how it has always been. You perform, you do a free performance, but your stock increases. Your people are tuning into you. They're going to your other.
She doesn't need her stock to go up.
No, she doesn't. So
most of the response I've seen is, really?
You know what?
This was the second best choice?
I've told you guys what I think about the halftime. I could care less. It's a chance to refill and
I like the halftime show.
Get a fresh plate of food.
So how do you feel about it then? Like, I've heard of him, but I'm not familiar with really any of the music.
I'd have to look because I did quickly do a little Google search. Like, okay, I know Bad Bunny. Like I hear his name.
Yeah.
And
He's
I
like
saw that he does a lot
right?
of collabs, which
Yeah.
so I'm like, okay, I probably heard his music with like Dua Lipa or some other
Well, then
artist.
have Dua Lipa do the show then. You
Well,
know what I mean?
I would prefer that, but maybe I don't know.
Yeah.
It might be just fine.
Yeah.
I don't. Well, obviously, it's gonna be great. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it'll be the worst ever. I don't know.
Heather, we can let it play out.
Yeah, let's let it
There you go. Yeah. Just don't put a jockstrap on your head.
Oh,
Like the
yeah, that was
weekend.
bad. The weekend. Yeah, I didn't like that.
All right, that's Heather with the news. All right, John, we have the audio from inside the Lions locker room. We're going to shift back into Lions talk. We'll open up those phone lines. We want to know what stood out to you guys from their win against the Cleveland Browns. And it's certainly starting to feel like last year all over again, where this team feels invincible. So, in the spirit of what we did last year and what we've done this year after every Lions win, let's go to Dan Campbell in that locker room.
Oh, no victory Monday. We'll see you all tomorrow. Ouch!
Oh, you said it wasn't good enough, John.
No, I know.
What'd you make of the message from Coach?
You got it. I mean, he's a straight shooter. I think we all agree. And yeah, there's plenty of things to be happy about. The defense played great. Offense did what they needed to do against a very good defense. Special teams, obviously, you get 7 points on special teams. That's a positive. But there were way too many penalties. The one that they called on Mahogany,
it's kind of a weird one, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like he's pointing out
Yeah.
a defensive
He didn't
player.
come out of his stance.
No.
He just pointed at him, and I know it was an aggressive point, but, I mean, you could tell the difference.
Think about what you just said. An aggressive point.
I know. But I'm trying to think of how did they see it from a referee perspective, and I don't know how you could get that one wrong, but they did.
Aggressive pointing.
Yeah, aggressive pointing on
the
Mahogany.
offense. From 73.
But there were too many pre-snap penalties. There were just too many penalties. And so that's something that needs to get fixed because that's something that has been underlying through 4 games. It's not like this is the first time.
Look, I'm not going to tell Dan Campbell it was good enough. He doesn't think it's good enough. That's fine. He's got a high standard for this team. It's the only way they're going to win the Super Bowl. Plenty good enough to me, though. They won by 24 points on a day where their offense didn't break 300 yards. They won because they're a complete football team, because they can win in different ways. They didn't have a letdown after a big win against Baltimore. They went out there and led for the majority of that football game. They gave up the opening drive touchdown and then put the lid on Cleveland the rest of the way. The defense forced 3 turnovers, which he highlighted, leading to 17 points. That's how you help your offense when they got a tough matchup. That's picking up one another. That's the DNA of this football team. It's what helped them win 15 games a year ago and back-to-back division titles. And, John, we're seeing it again this year. I mean, look, there's stuff to clean up, but how many weeks in the NFL are you going to beat people by 24 points playing the way they did offensively? Like, this is a complete football team.
It is. And, you know, I've had coaches before where, you have a couple of Victory Mondays, then you play a game like that where you do come away decisively and win, but there are still some of that underlying, but there's also some injuries. So you want to force guys to be in the building to get treatment. And so even if you got a sore body part, if you're in the building, you're going to get treatment. If you're not forced to come in and watch film, or you're watching film at home, you're not going to get that treatment. So I think that's part of why he said, "Hey, we'll see you all tomorrow," because he wants to check up on everyone. Everyone needs to get a little bit more, whether it's a workout and get the bumps and bruises all worked through. It's a little extra time in the training room. All of those things are different reasons why, and it is. Hey, you can't have penalties. They will beat you against good teams.
No, look, I get it. If you think it's 6 for the game, and the type of penalties, John, you're talking like
back-to-back offsides,
procedural stuff, pushing you back, making it harder on your offense. They didn't run the ball particularly well. 3.8 yards a carry. It's okay. And Jared Goff threw for 168 yards and had a bad interception.
Yeah, that interception was bad.
And he put it on himself. He goes, I just made the wrong read. I cut it loose, and that's on me. Yeah. So if you want to point out stuff offensively that needs to get cleaned up, like that's the job of a coach. But I just thought it was noteworthy that even in the midst of that game, I never felt like, oh no, they're going to blow it. They're screwing up. They're going to let Cleveland what? Cleveland what? Well, they made sure to stay in control of the game even without playing their best. And, John, that's the reality when you play 17 games. They are not going to play their best every single week. They're not going to play penalty-free and turnover-free every single week. They're also not going to face Myles Garrett every week. So I thought they uniquely handled that matchup well. They ran away from him. They did it when they needed to. They were great in the red zone, and they capitalized off turnovers. Like, that's the recipe to win in the NFL.
Yeah, and it's you go out there, and your opening drive is less than desirable. And then all of a sudden, Cleveland goes down. They put 7 on the board. And there's this, I think for the fans, this feeling of, Green Bay last week. You know, is this team taking this game for granted? And then they come back, and they march right down the field. 5 plays, 65 yards, just over 2 minutes, boom, touchdown. Very decisive. And then they get the pick. And then the field goal. So they're up 10-7. And then from there, it was... You just felt like this team was always in control of the game at that point.
Yeah, and again, people are winning ugly in the NFL. Detroit won by 24 points.
Yeah.
The Eagles certainly played a tougher game. Got away with it, right? They also had a defensive touchdown, or a special teams touchdown and quality play from their defense. You got to be a complete football team, and I thought the Lions looked like a complete football team. All right, we got open lines. We want to know what stood out from that game, what stood out to you, and do you feel like you're in kind of last year mode again? It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing you, our listeners, this month. Looking for a stylish SUV? You can lease a new Buick Encore GX or a stunning Buick Envista for just $199 a month. Both are exceptional by design. Find your perfect Buick. These deals are happening right now at your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. Tax, title, license, dealer fees, and optional equipment not included. Dealer sets final price. Must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
Put them up 17. Dan Miller on the call, Raymond on the return. It's a victory Monday for the first place Detroit Lions. Shout out Green Bay with their tie.
Couldn't happen to two better franchises.
It's great. Neither one.
I know.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. That might be a perfect Sunday. You get the Lions win, and then all of a sudden you're waiting for the return of Micah Parsons to Dallas, even though he's only been gone a month. And it's a tie for Green Bay in division and Dallas that everyone loves to just watch wallow in misery.
Yeah. I still think I'd rather Green Bay lose, but tie is comically funny.
It is.
So anyway, it's a victory Monday with a little extra. Now you're in sole possession of first place. Our football team is back atop this division, and it feels like last year, where they're winning games, they feel invincible, and it's not will they win, but by how many? 248-539-9797. We ask you what stood out, and do you feel a little bit of what you felt last year? Manny, you feel even better. You're in Macomb. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. I am feeling like the confidence that I had last year, but what stood out to me watching them yesterday in this season, these aren't the same young group of rookies. I'm seeing a mature, talented NFL team, and their unselfishness of like key superstars making blocks for their teammates to make the key plays happen and win the games. And that's what I'm really excited about, how far they can take that this season.
Yeah, I mean, there's not as many young guys that we're focusing on because like for Tyleek Williams, right? Okay, he's playing well, but it's really hard to see right as the game is going on how impactful he is. It's obviously more impactful when you're watching a corner like Terrion Arnold last year and this year not play to what you think his draft level should be.
I did lose my appetite when I saw Hutch go down and he was laying there, so that kind of had a flashback to last season, but I was jumping up and down when I saw him get back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a crisis averted, wind knocked out of him. He got chipped by the running back.
Yeah, and maybe there is, I don't want to say more maturity offensively. I don't know that we can really say that this team is more mature. Maybe it's, Goff has had, no one played a good week one. And since then, he has been very disciplined other than the one interception yesterday, but he didn't let that interception lead to a second or a third. And the whole Houston game last year where he threw 5 picks and they still won, that didn't happen until week 10 last year. And we know what happened in the postseason, but we can't control anything, any growth this year that we'll see in the postseason. We won't know that until they get to the postseason.
I feel like they're a more mature team on defense specifically, right? Like Goff's the steady vet on offense. Sewell is in his 5th season now, and Decker's been here a minute, and Graham's a vet, and St. Brett. The defense feels more mature though because it's
healthier.
But year number 3 for Branch, year number 3 for Campbell, year number 4 for Hutch. Even though he missed most of last year, so this is kind of his third, hopefully his third full season. It does feel like there's more of a maturity and a polish on defense.
Yeah, but Brian Branch has still had a couple of penalties this year. I mean, had one yesterday, and 2 games ago there was the unnecessary roughness or whatever they called that play. But I don't want to take away his aggressive nature. So I don't necessarily know that this is a more mature team is really the right adjective for it.
So yeah, more experienced, more seasoned defense, maybe the better way of putting it.
Well, I think the prospects are and we have no idea what injuries are still to come because there will be more. How are they going to handle a couple injuries in the secondary? Who's going to have to step up? How are they going to cover those roles? But the prospects of getting Aleem McNeil back earlier rather than later, like reinforcements are on the way.
What is it? Technically could come off the pup
this week.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard any updates. The only update we heard was from Aleem McNeil himself that said, hey, if he was available to play, he would have been at 93 or 94% 2 weeks ago.
But the idea is should be back shortly.
Yes.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. says, at no point did I feel like the Browns had a shot after we went up. Really nice, business-like win, took care of business, and went home. Perfect. So the Lions beat up 3 bad teams and got blown out by a dumpster fire. So how are we able to judge this team? They've yet to play a quality opponent.
Well, Baltimore is defensively not a good team. Offensively, you look at the numbers that Lamar Jackson is putting up. I know he had a couple turnovers yesterday, but he is still a dynamic quarterback.
Yeah,
and they contained him along with Derrick Henry.
I don't
and so, okay, you can only play the teams that are on your schedule. And we talked about going into the season that this was a very tough start to the schedule. They're 3-1, and they've responded to the one that they went out there and played horribly. I think if you told anybody that coming out of week 4 that this team is going to be 3-1, after that game against the Packers, everybody would have said, no way in hell.
Are the Bills good?
Yes.
Ravens, Jets, Dolphins, Saints.
Who have they beaten?
4-0.
Exactly. DJ Reed has quickly made an impact on this defense. If he's out for some time, we may be in some trouble. That's what stood out to me.
Yes.
Well, because especially it means you're going to have to play Terrion Arnold more.
But you're also going to get more of Meek Robertson.
Yes, who I like.
And the pass rush has been there. Hopefully you get the Aquaman back. And he's a part of that defensive front. You get Aleem McNeil back. He's a part of that defensive front. And hopefully, maybe, the pass rush is a little bit more than it has been, and it's been good.
And you got a good safety duo. And the Reed injury is a hammy. It's not season-ending. They may have to go a few weeks without him, at least one as we understand it.
Well, and this is the beauty of having the utility knife that Brian Branch is.
John Fairfowl, this ticket text says, Terrion Okuda.
It's a bit foul. He wasn't the number 3 overall pick. It's a first-round pick. But, no, he has not been as bad as one Jeffrey Okuda.
For what we're paying JMO, these drops are inexcusable. Tim and Adrian, he had 2 yesterday.
I had that same thought when he dropped the one on the sideline. That's the one where if you're going to be making $30 million a year or 28, whatever he's making, expect that catch to be made, even though it's a tough catch.
And I think this text is on point. Are we really complaining about, quote, ugly blowout wins now?
Right.
We better not be.
Yeah, you want to talk about a spoiled fan base.
And I don't think Lions fans are spoiled.
No, but that is a reaction of, I'll go back to, you started the season 1-0, and the house was on fire. It was burning down. If you had told fans that Monday morning that you were going to be 3-1 after the next 3 games, everyone would have said, I don't care who it's against.
3-1 with 2 blowouts and a game where you were up double digits in the fourth quarter in Baltimore. Yeah, I think I'd take it. What I'm not going to do today is make up stuff to complain about so people will call in. Guys, this is a good football team. I love the ticket text who said business-like approach.
Yeah, they took care of business.
There's plenty of things that stood out for this team. We've got calls to get to. We'll do it coming up next. It's 97.1. Replacing a roof isn't something anybody looks forward to. Because it's going to be a big investment, and you got to choose the right company, and it can be a cluttered landscape. So let's cut out on the clutter. Let's get you to the right place. For over 30 years, Michigan homeowners have trusted Shaner Roofing. Here's why. Not only are they local experts with a proven track record, but every roof they install comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means your investment's protected for as long as you own the home, and even if you sell it. Plus, Shaner Roofing has earned a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of happy customers. And that doesn't happen overnight. It's built on decades of quality work and customer care. So, if your roof is aging and you need to replace it, if it's leaking, you definitely know you have to do something. You don't have to dread it. If you're ready for that peace of mind, go to mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com, powered by Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts. Dan Miller on the call. Victory Monday. Good morning. 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Dustin Fiocco on the updates. And we are celebrating a first place Victory Monday. What stood out to you? And are you getting a feeling like you had last year? That feeling where they are invincible. That they'll win, but by how many is really the only question. Because, John, there was no letdown against Cleveland. They won by 24 points. They didn't even play great offensively and won by 24 points. Held under 300 yards, but finished in the red zone, forced 3 turnovers, scored 17 points off those turnovers, and held Cleveland to 10. And I think from what stood out, offensive line, 3rd straight game without allowing a sack. Facing Myles Garrett in that front, that's a headline. 248-539-9797.
It was a quality win. And not a quality opponent as a whole, but in terms of their defense, we know their limitations offensively with Joe Flacco at quarterback. And, some of the throws that he is making yesterday, Jerry Jeudy has to be unbelievably frustrated because even on some of them, I know there was some drops that he had, but the ball is getting there so late. And there's a misread, and all of a sudden, we've got an interception where you're looking at it going, they could fair catch that interception and step out of bounds. And
the Kirby Joseph one?
Yeah. So they're not operating at a high level offensively, but defensively, that's a high level defense with a high level defensive coordinator.
248-539-9797. Joe in Monroe, you're on 97.1.
How you doing?
What's up?
So I think offensively, we're great. We're growing. Defensively, I think we really got to touch base on the corners. Let's be honest, Terrion Arnold has not performed the way any of us have thought he was going to. I think we're gonna have to sit him, and they're gonna play Robertson a lot more, and you might even see Maddox go to slot. But we got to fix the corners, and I think we see a Super Bowl Lions.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because with DJ Reed out for at least a week, and it's a hammy, so those things can linger for a couple weeks, you can't put Terrion on the bench. He's going to still play, and teams are still going to pick on him.
And they're
We also take in consideration his shoulder.
You're correct. He did get injured in that game. Campbell's quote afterwards was, Reed is the more severe injury of the two. But yes, it's possible Terrion has to miss some time as well.
Yeah. So other guys are going to have to step up.
Yeah.
And it's tell me if you've heard this before, next man up philosophy. That is what they are expecting on any side of the ball, but we've seen it defensively last year.
I was just going to say, I did invoke last year. Yeah. We've had to play that card a few times. Sure. Look, there's no drama after that game. I don't expect a rash of angry calls and people nitpicking stuff. It's a feel-good Monday. And look, this team is back on that track they were a year ago, where they expect to beat everybody and expect to not only beat them, but beat them handily. Doesn't mean they're going to go undefeated the rest of the way, John, but that feeling is back.
Yes. The feeling is back, and it's week to week. And the one thing that we know really from the last 2 years is that when a bad team comes to town, or when you go to a bad team, this Lions team, coached by Dan Campbell, takes care of business. Jacksonville last year, Tennessee last year,
Indy.
They take care of business. They don't have those slip-ups. And then when you play high-level teams in high-leverage situations, we've seen they went to Kansas City to open up the season 2 years ago, came away with a win. We've seen a number last year against Minnesota, and we were ranking the great wins last week after the Baltimore win. Now, that one is not aging quite as well, but Baltimore, I do believe, is still going to win their division.
Yeah, I want to be very careful because we're getting some of those texts today, and Baltimore's beat up on defense. Lamar left the game with an injury. Some of that might be the Honolulu flu. Baltimore's only losses are Detroit, Kansas City, and Buffalo.
Yeah.
If they're still winning their division, what I don't want to do is start taking down the significance of that win. It was on the road. It was in Baltimore. They got up for a big game. They matched the intensity and were the better team. And then all that energy, they were able to get right back on the horse and win another game by 24 points.
And how about, the the fact that the Lions responded from a horrific week 1. They made some corrections, and it's not just the players. The coaches did as well. And Dan mentioned it last week. I've been mentioning it at the lead up to the season. When you have 2 young guards, what do? Well, there are ways that you can call plays to help protect them while they continue to improve. They are clearly improving. There's still things that they need to do better and will throughout the course of this year, certainly in the years to come. We don't care about that. What we care about is the here and now. And are they going to be a top 10, top 5 offensive line? They're not in that top 5 yet, but I would argue that they're in that 8 to 10 range at this point.
Again, 3 straight weeks without allowing a sack. And what they did running for 224 yards in Baltimore.
And
man ball pushing people around.
Let's go back some of the conversations that you and I had, some semantical conversations where you said, oh, they're not a top 10 offensive line going into the season. And I said, no, you're right, but they could be.
Yep. Classic play out syndrome.
Yes.
They look like it right now. Tex says they have a tough stretch coming up. Kansas City, Tampa, Minnesota, Washington, Philly. Those will be the actual tests, their first since week 1. I'll wait until then to judge what kind of team we have. I can't make a judgment after beating bad teams. I think you can judge how you handle bad teams. If you eke out 3-point wins because you're playing garbage and playing down to your opponent, that's one thing. When you handle your business the way they did, I do think you can take something from it. Mm-hmm. And again, like Baltimore, we're just not allowed to count that win anymore. That's how this goes. So if Detroit beats Kansas City, and Kansas City's like a 4-loss team, we can't count that win then either.
Right. Well, I mean, you go to Cincinnati, and it's not Joe Burrow.
We already can't count that win.
Right. You go to Kansas City, they're not a good team. Tampa comes here, and Mike Evans isn't back, and they've still got some injuries, and you win. You go into the bye week.
Big deal. We beat Tampa. We've done it before. It doesn't mean they're going to win anything. We're going to spend the whole year discrediting everything they do.
Right. Yeah. You got to wait until they make the trip to Washington and Philly before you determine whether this is a good team or not.
Washington's a sophomore slump team. They're not nearly as good, John, so that one doesn't count.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what's going to happen here. And then the Lions beat them, and they go, well, they're not very good because the Lions beat them. Well, maybe the Lions are very good. Ticket text 248-539-9797. My takeaway from yesterday, Amon-Ra is undoubtedly the best receiver in the game. 27 catches, 300 yards, 6 touchdowns through 4 games is bananas.
I mean, what they're doing right now offensively by being able to spread the ball around, and all right, we're trying to figure out what are they going to do with down a couple of defensive backs.
Yep.
And having to play Terrion or more. Offensively, we haven't even seen Isaac Tesla be a part of this offense. He's had 2 amazing catches. But what if, God forbid, J-Mo, Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown have to miss a game?
Right.
Do you think they go the entire season without a bump and a bruise?
No.
And then all of a sudden, you insert Isaac Tesla and expect more of him. Like, they have some built-in solutions. We just need to figure out what their built-in solution is going to be this week against a very formidable wide receiving core, but
no Joe Burrow.
No Joe Burrow.
Yes. Open lines to talk about the Lions. They helped kick off Beat Cleveland week. The Tigers are going to play the Guardians again. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday if necessary. We're going to work some Tiger talk in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. It was all smiles at Ford Field yesterday as the Lions improved to 3-1, topping the Browns 34-10. Detroit's offense looking sharper than ever. St. Brown scoring 2 touchdowns on the day. Yesterday also marking the 3rd straight game Detroit has scored 30 or more points. If you have any questions about this Lions offense, Jared Goff just doesn't care. The Lions, they'll be playing the Bengals this weekend. Detroit entering that game, leading the NFC North. Meanwhile, the Tigers have an off day today before their postseason begins tomorrow. It'll be Tigers and Guardians in the best of 3 after Detroit dropped the division to them yesterday in the final game of the season. Detroit squandering a 15.5-game lead over Cleveland to lose the division. Tigers hoping for some playoff redemption. Tarek Skubal getting tomorrow's Game 1 start at 1:08. The Red Wings have preseason play tonight. They'll be taking on the Penguins. I'll have your pregame starting at 6:45 right here on 97.1 The Tickets. And finally, in the WNBA playoffs, Phoenix has punched their ticket to the finals. They'll play the winner of Vegas and Indiana. That series all knotted up at 2-2. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
Good morning. It's Beat Cleveland week. Lions did the job yesterday. Tigers have that task on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday if necessary. All will be day games. You can listen to every single one of them right here on The Ticket. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Gregg behind the glass, Dustin Fiocco on the updates. Of course, it's a Victory Monday, so we'll take Lions phone calls. What stood out? Are you feeling that feeling you felt last year, that invincibility? There will be no letdowns. There will be more beatdowns. 248-539-9797. Not feeling the same way about the Tigers that I felt last year. Mm-hmm. We can mix them in the mix as well here, John.
Well, yeah, I mean, going into the playoffs last year, they were on an unbelievable high and a great run. Momentum was clearly different. This year, there is no momentum. But they're in the postseason. They're 0-0, and Skubal's on the mound.
We know Skubal for Tuesday.
Yep.
They have not announced their number 2 starter for Wednesday.
Who do you want Wednesday?
Mize. He's been steadier than Flaherty. He's pitched better against Cleveland. I'm certainly not banking on 6 innings from either of these guys, but I will go with Mize. Less swing and miss, but less volatility. And just hang in the fight.
A better odds of getting to the 5th inning, and then you empty the bullpen.
Casey Mize against Cleveland this year, a 2.08 ERA in 3 starts, 17 innings. Jack Flaherty comparison in 3 starts against Cleveland, a 3.94 ERA, nearly twice as high, and 0-3 in those 3 starts. I'd go Casey Mize.
Yeah, I probably would as well. I probably would have said that even last week when we were, discussing are they going to get to the postseason? If they do, who's number 2? It's probably and I mean, tell me if you like this scenario. It depends after 4 innings, 5 innings when they pull Casey Mize, what the score of the game is.
Right.
If they are up by a run or if it's even, do you go Mize Melton? To give you 2, maybe 3 good innings?
Yeah, and again, some of this is are we up 1-0 in the series?
Right, yeah. But I mean, I'm going with the assumption.
Yeah, with Skubal on the mound, you better win, although it hasn't gone that well
it hasn't
against
been
Cleveland
that way,
lately.
no.
How about Mize in the month of September? Here are his earned runs allowed per start. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2. No big blowups. Again, he's not pitching into the 7th very often. He did against Boston, but he's going to give you a chance. So I would go Mize. I know Flaherty, I suppose, is the higher ceiling, but what I don't want to do is look up and a 4 spots on the board before I caught my breath. So that's the decision AJ is going to have to make.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of what this postseason looks like, John, I don't think anybody's inspired. It's a really poor finish. Scott Harris had a quote about why this team can go on a run and why the Tigers can win in the playoffs. His quote was, history. There are countless examples of teams that didn't play their best baseball ending the regular season, got a fresh start, lined up their pitching, and got hot. We're going to do everything we can to be one of those groups. Our question to Tiger fans, are you back on board? Are you buying that philosophy?
Well, now that, there's a lot of hope in there because of the way that they finished. Now they are 0-0. They got Mize, they got Skubal on the mound. So you're feeling good about game 1. But what have we learned about this team? Even if Skubal puts together 100 good pitches and has you in a great spot, he could come out at 0-0.
Yeah.
And so then are you looking at it going, well, we're gonna need one more inning out of you. Well, maybe we need 115 pitches today.
It's the playoffs. Don't hold anything back.
Yeah. But it's a matter, can the bats get going early and give you a little bit of a lead? Can they be aggressive without going outside the strike zone?
Because that's the issue. Some of these ugly strikeout totals the last couple weeks. Look, Scott Harris can make the point, and I hope he's right, that teams get hot and weird stuff happens in the playoffs. But when he says, I'm going to cite history, I would also like to cite history. Nobody has ever been this cold going into the playoffs in Major League Baseball history.
Mm-hmm.
And Bob Nightingale had the stats. 7-17 in the month of September. It's the worst record of any team in the final month of the season since the World Series started in 1903. So no one is coming from a colder position in the history of baseball than the Detroit Tigers. I'm not buying what he's selling. I'll root like hell for him on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday if necessary, and I hope that they do find some sort of magic again, but I hope's not a strategy, and I'm certainly not hopeful.
Well, no, hope is never going to be a strategy, but we got to sit there and these are the cards that Scott Harris has put in our hand.
That he dealt, yes.
Yeah. And so, like I said, you've got to have – there was a point in this season where we looked and said they can manufacture wins. Postseason's a completely different animal, but they also have the benefit of the experience of last year, going to Houston, playing against Cleveland. Now, that Cleveland, they didn't win a 5-game series, but they know what it feels like to play postseason games in Cleveland. Now, that experience is somewhat negated because who else knows what postseason baseball is like?
Cleveland, who beat Detroit in a series a year ago and has beaten Detroit
repeatedly
like a drum in the month of September. And you're right, really beyond that. Like, it's been a few years they've had Detroit's number. So, John, you've heard the saying in football and sports in general, you are what your record says you are, right?
They're a playoff team.
They're the worst playoff team.
Okay, but they're a playoff team.
Right, so the worst playoff team is also a true statement, and I don't think the worst playoff team is going to go on a run.
It doesn't feel that way.
Right.
But they can.
They did last year.
They're playing a lot better.
Were they the worst playoff team last year?
They were record-wise in AL. It's the same thing all over again. They're the 6 seed playing the 3 seed. Is this a good team or is it a mediocre team?
Somewhere in the middle.
Oh, okay, Stoney. Jeez.
Well, if you say they're somewhere in the middle, then they're a mediocre team.
I mean, record-wise, what's the equivalent in the NFL? 9-8 or 10-7?
Yeah. So I guess it'd be mediocre.
They were better against Houston when it mattered.
That's
and
why
that was head-to-head.
Yeah,
that's why they're in.
But they were not better than Cleveland when it mattered, and that's why they're on the road on Tuesday.
Right. That's why they didn't win the division.
And for people who don't know...
that's part of why they didn't win the division. There's more to it than that.
They will not get a home game in the first round. For people who... Look, I know the formats changed. Last year was maybe a refresher for people. The first round is all on the site of the division winners.
Tiger fans are a very perceptive, smart fan base. I don't know that there is anyone... there are a lot of people that are going to say the same thing. Hey, when you get into the postseason, let's see what happens. I don't know that there's a whole lot of Tiger fans, if any, that are going into it going, yeah, we've got a run in us.
Right.
It's all with a measure of, we know what happened over the last, really 2 months, but highlighted by the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. Tuesday, 1 o'clock. Tarek Skubal on the mound. Cleveland, part 3.
Showdown.
Third time in September.
Third time in September, but second time back-to-back seasons in the postseason.
I know.
So what do you guys think about the start time? 1:08 first pitch, all 3 games. Last year, they were like 2:40-ish. I think 2:37 is what they were. Now they're in Houston, and that's a central time zone. But you could have started at noon, 12:08 in Houston. So they've spread this out a little bit more. But, we got to complain on text that why are they putting them in the afternoon, and I can't watch them. Kids are at school. Versus last year's start time, a little bit later, you could check out of work maybe early. Kids were home by the 3rd inning.
Well, okay, your phone, your screen, your earbuds can all be tuned into the Tigers.
Yes, but it's not the same as sitting on your couch and watching the game and getting into it. Or we have a nice week of weather. You got the TV garage, in the garage or on your deck.
You're asking the wrong people, though. It's not going to impact us. We'll be off the air and can watch the game during the afternoon.
It's not about you guys.
I know. Well, you asked us. but if we're going to talk to our listeners, I want them to understand the decision isn't about our favorite team being the Detroit Tigers. The other matchups are more appealing from a network standpoint. Yankees, Red Sox are going to be at 6 o'clock. We're just not winning that debate over what to air in primetime.
Right.
And do the Tigers really generate a lot of buzz right now outside of the city of Detroit? Hell, even in the city of Detroit. So of course, nationally, they're going to go, yeah, dude, stick them in the worst time slot.
Well,
they're going to play a 2-1 ball game. Neither of these teams can hit. Throw them at 1 o'clock.
It is Scooble. People like to watch him. The ratings were up on ESPN when
Sunday night
these
baseball
games
games.
all are on ESPN, by the way. But I said to Greg this morning, I said the biggest given coming out is that if the Tigers were playing the Guardians, that it was going to be the first game of the day.
Oh, no doubt.
It's like the Houston Texans are always the first wild card game.
Get it out of the way.
Yeah, but I mean, Jim makes the point. If you're looking at the other matchup,
I'm not
Boston, New
debating
York.
that.
I mean, yeah, I don't.
Well, and even
so, are you saying why are they playing at 1 versus 2?
Well, it's an hour and a half of time, so the kids, especially coming home from school, they're only missing maybe only 2 innings. It's a lot easier to cut out of work, 2:30 than it is maybe noon.
So if you don't want to miss anything, you're taking a half day anyway.
Yeah, look, Padres, Cubs at 3 o'clock. Red Sox, Yankees at 6 o'clock. The Dodgers at 9 o'clock. They're going to get the late game.
Yeah.
This was the spot for Detroit. And you're going to have to stream the game on your phone or whatever you got to do. Use the Odyssey app.
Imagine if the Reds could pull off that upset against the Dodgers. That'd be crazy.
Did I see Kershaw's not on their playoff roster?
Yes, he's not.
That's too bad. I understand it.
Yeah,
but it's too
Hope
bad.
Stafford's okay.
We'll talk Tigers with you guys. Lions lines are open as well. You want to talk about what stood out from their win against the Cleveland Browns. It's 97-1.
Hey, you hear the ads all the time. Law firms bragging about how they got some giant verdict, and to them, it's a trophy, it's a number, and that's good for them. But if you've just been in a car accident, what does it do for you? Nothing. Here's the truth about David Femininio. He wins big, sure. But he knows it's not about the headlines. It's about you. That money pays your medical bills. It keeps your family steady, and it matters only because you need it. That's the difference. With David, it's never about showing off. It's about fighting for you and what you need. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH, or you can visit him on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Lions defense was the story. Forcing 3 turnovers, 17 points off the turnovers on a day where the offense had a tough matchup. Detroit didn't let them hang in.
Yep. Let's give you the ball back as many times as possible and with momentum and field position.
Yep. Perfect in the red zone. Lions roll. Think about that. On a day where they didn't have 300 yards of offense, they win by 24 points. And you could say that says a lot about Cleveland. I think it says Detroit wasn't going to let a bad team hang around.
Nope.
And off of a big win against Baltimore, that's a mature professional approach. That's not always the case in the NFL.
And we've seen a number of times where Khalif Raymond this year has been really close. He's been tripped up. One man to beat, and he doesn't beat him. This time, it was a no-doubter.
TJ Lang at 9:02 in studio for the last hour of the show. Get some of his thoughts. We got Overreact Gyms later in the hour. We got playoff baseball this week. Tuesday, Scooble on the mound against Cleveland in Cleveland. Text says, the only thing the Tigers accomplished is making the playoffs and wasting everyone's time. They're going to get killed this week, and it will all be meaningless. The Tigers were just rolled into the playoffs in a full body cast with every arm broken from a car crash. That's graphic. I wish they would have missed the playoffs. What a monumental waste of time this is going to be. I don't understand that sentiment, guys. I'm not optimistic, but I'd rather them be in and see.
Yeah, I'd rather be doing, Tuesday, we've got Scooble on the mound and asking the question, who's going to start game 2 versus, well, what's the offseason look like? We can save those conversations may come on Thursday.
Right, as quickly as Thursday they could be here. But we did this last week. Do you want them to make the playoffs? And 40% of people said no, which is wild. I get being angry and frustrated and looking at Scott Harris going, you should have done more, and looking at the bats going cold and underachieving and being mad. At the same time, I'm a fan of this team, and they don't make the playoffs all that often. You got a shot.
At least you have a chance. And whether you believe what Scott Harris said or not, the facts are what they are. This is not a team going in with a lot of momentum, but we have seen teams before get in and do some damage.
I think some of it might be that people don't think that they can get to the World Series. And I think there were a lot of fans out there earlier in the year that thought that they could win the American League before they had the pitching injuries.
No, but you got to understand. So as a fan, you cancel the season if you can't win the championship?
I think there's people out there that are like that. I think it's a letdown because people thought they would reach the World Series.
Trust me, I get that. Where we were at in the middle of the season, feeling the way we were feeling.
I think there was never a moment where we said they should win the World Series. There were some moments where we thought, yeah, they could get to the World Series.
Best team in the American League, those conversations.
In terms of the division and not playing for it yesterday, and there was no way they were playing Scooble, but they still could have played for the division more with their lineup, right? Mm-hmm. They could have put better pitchers out there potentially. They were 4-2 in Cleveland and 1-6 at Comerica Park against the Guardians. Are they playing that for that reason?
I don't know. First of all, I think a lot of that has to do with when they played those games. The Tigers were playing much better baseball early in the year. Those games happened to be in Cleveland. I don't think the Tigers would have suddenly won games in Cleveland.
Well, when they swept them in Cleveland in early July, the Tigers' offense was not good. And they scored 4 runs in the first 27 innings of that series and they were tied in the last game. And then they had that crazy 10th inning where Sweeney hit the opposite field home run. Yeah. So it was a little fool's gold to that stat.
So a couple things. We played audio of Scott Harris earlier. He talked about making the playoffs in consecutive seasons and this being kind of the new expectations and era of Tiger baseball. The Tigers made the playoffs 4 consecutive years from 2011 to 2014. Prior to that, the last time the Tigers made the playoffs in back-to-back seasons was 1935.
They won the World Series in 35.
They did win the World Series in 35, Tom. Texter says, I wonder if radio stations across other MLB cities are dogging their team for making the playoffs today. I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Let's get to the phones. Let's get to Ken and Howell. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, Go Blue, gentlemen, and Heather. I just, a quick comment is, I heard the comment that we're the quote worst playoff team in the league right now, and I just kind of want to put things in perspective. And when a person goes to medical school and they graduate top in their class, they're called a doctor. And when a person goes to medical school and graduates last in their class, they're still called a doctor. And so we are a playoff team. And the one thing that we have over everybody is I think we have the best manager in baseball. I think that, with A.J. Hinch, we have just as good of a chance, to get things done as anybody.
But he's not a miracle worker. I know last year felt miraculous, but it does dry up in the playoffs, and it happened last year against Cleveland. If you can't get timely hitting, then Cleveland has very good pitching. If nothing else, they pitch extremely well. A.J. can't go out there and swing for the guys.
No, he can't. And he can't pitch for them. He can't come in relief for them. I
have no doubt he'll put the best matchup out there, and from there he's left with what he has.
Yeah. I mean, it's ultimately the players. How many times have we said this over the last couple of weeks? It is the players that are going to go out there and play.
And the players that were required to be here and play.
Yeah.
You liked his doctor analogy?
Yeah, I thought that was funny. Yes. Yeah. You graduate, just graduate, doctor.
At the same time, if someone's doing open heart surgery on you or brain surgery on
you
do you
would
want the guy who just barely got in?
Yeah,
or do you want the best, the top of his class?
I mean, do you ask for the transcript?
Resume? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Hey, can I get your medical school transcript?
What's your grade in bio?
Yeah.
Let's get to Matt in Westland. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. To kind of piggyback here a little bit before this, of course they shouldn't have pitched Scooble yesterday, but man, that lineup he threw out there and the decisions he made during the game, McKinstry staying in there, Rogers staying in there, they're pretty damn lucky, or AJ's kind of lucky that Cleveland lost. I mean, won. If they would have lost, that would have been pretty poor, man. They didn't even try for the division.
Right.
That surprised me.
Yeah, I agree that they shouldn't have pitched Scooble. I also agree that they should have tried to win the game when it was available.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was Rogers was batting, and McKinstry was batting, and all kinds of situations where normally you would make a switch there, but he did not.
Correct. They conceded the division.
Yeah, and Torque and Green had the day off.
Yeah, Torque, Green, and Torres also Torres had the day off too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I mean, the lineup they put out there is one thing. The game was winnable. I don't know if they would have won, but it was winnable late, and they didn't use those guys off the bench. Cleveland ended up winning in extras. It would not have mattered. But I would rather win the division than not, and rather have the home games than not. And I don't want to burn any of the arms because you want to lay them out for the postseason, and they did. But that wouldn't have mattered. They could have pinch it like Dingler, or Torque or something. Yeah. 248-539-9797.
I know we were talking about Mize being the pitcher in Game 2, and we have no idea. I don't know when they're going to actually post it that says who's going to be Game 2 starter.
Probably Wednesday morning.
Could be. I think it's more important. Obviously, Game 1 is more important. What does Scooble do? How deep does he go? And then how many arms do they have to use in their bullpen to get through Game 1 to get a win? Because that will affect them in Games 2 and 3.
We'll have to dig up the stat again. We're very Lions focused today. But the winner of Game 1 in these 3-game series,
the likelihood goes way up.
And I think the numbers back it up, with few exceptions.
Which is why you don't pitch him yesterday.
Right.
And so they locked up the playoffs, but they did what they had to do to lock up a playoff spot and not have to pitch Scooble yesterday just to get into the playoffs.
So Scott Harris cited history. There's plenty of history of teams playing poorly in September and then getting hot and then going on kind of a magic run in the postseason. There is one extreme case that someone on the Ticket Text cited, and I saw this going around. The Tigers finished 3-13 their last 16 games. The second team in baseball history to finish 3-13 and still make the playoffs. The other team that did it was the 2000 New York Yankees, who would go on to win the World Series.
Okay. Who was on the roster?
The 2000 Yankees that was like a dynasty Yankee team. It's a little different.
That was the fourth championship in 5 years.
Yeah.
That was like the obviously Jeter was on it.
Yeah, they must have been bored at that point.
So do you want to know who was on that team? They had Posada, Bernie Williams, Jeter, Roger Clemens, Andy Pettit, Mariano Rivera. Yeah, I mean, these were kind of heyday Yankee teams.
Yeah, so
But we're not the heyday Yankees.
Really comparable.
No. But you're saying history suggests.
They had guys that could flip the switch, and I think that's what everybody is looking at right now is this. There's no one on here on this team other than Skubal where you think they can flip the postseason switch.
And I just think it's impossible to see this team. If, let's say they win this series and they won the ALDS. Where's the pitching coming from in a 7-game series?
Right.
We'll worry about that when we get there.
One step at a time, Tom. We got Overreact Gyms. We got Heather's News. TJ Lang at 9:02. It's 97.1.
It was a great play.
It was. Early in the game, too. Greg Gainey on the call. That was Saturday. Tigers win and clinched a playoff spot. That was Saturday, right, Greg? You're looking at me like I'm wrong. Okay.
No, it was Saturday.
All right. Maybe it's just the squinting from the sunlight coming in the studio right now. But anyway, we are talking Tigers and we're talking Lions. TJ Lang at 9:02. Some ticket text and phone call 248-539-9797. Kelly, Mackinac City, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I just wanted, thanks for taking my call. Of
course.
And I just wanted to chime in and say, last year, Terry Arnold, as a rookie, I told my son, he's 24, and we watch the games every Sunday. And I told him last year, I said, I'm not really a fan of his. And my son kept reassuring me, Mom, he's going to be good. He's going to be good. Just got to give him time. And I don't know how much time we give him. I'm so frustrated with him. And I just think he should be better by now. Or, I don't know, learning from his mistakes. And also, J-Mo, what is going on with J-Mo? Like, he should have, those catches weren't that hard for as much money as we pay him. So, yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Those were the 2 things that stood out to me yesterday. I love the Lions win. I'm not trying to take anything away from that because it was great, but just kind of like, criticizing them a little, I guess. But
no, Kelly, I agree, and I kind of said the same thing. I wonder if the feeling would have been different if he hadn't signed the extension. If he was still on his rookie contract and he missed a couple of those balls, you'd be like, okay. But now he's making, elite receiver money, and elite receivers make those catches.
Exactly. That's exactly what my point was to that too yesterday. But happy Victory Monday, and thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling, Kelly.
Appreciate you calling in. And again, if they had lost the game, it'd be on another level. When you win by 24, it's a little easier to okay, you dropped a couple passes. Don't do that again.
Right.
And the Terry Arnold stuff's not going to go away.
No, it's not. And that's why I asked Dan last week. And it's, when you play, I don't know how many snaps he got yesterday. I didn't look at the snap total, but let's just say he had, 35 snaps. Not every single one is going to be perfect. But when other receivers, other quarterbacks are looking at it going, where's the best matchup? And that's the one you're going to all the time?
Where's TA? Where's number 6?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to pick on.
And whether they're going at it because he's going to be over aggressive and you're going to get a free first down because of PI or holding. Now the holding that they called on him yesterday
in the red zone,
it
was kind of ticky.
It was ticky tack. Yeah, it was. I thought it was a BS call, but
it ultimately didn't matter. They declined the penalty, didn't they? Because they picked up the first down. I thought.
Yeah, I think maybe they did. Yeah. But anyway. But in terms of balls caught against him, there needs to be some work done and quickly.
And with DJ Reed, Hammy not expected to play at least this week against Cincy. Hammies can be weird. If Terrion's got the green light and he's playing, he's going to have a role. It's like they're not going to be able to hide him. He's going to have to play better. On the Tigers front of things, Tex says, when I go to the doctor, I'm hoping for the guy who guessed C for half his questions.
If you don't know, just answer C.
Tex says, Jim and John, Harris rightfully gets a lot of flack for the deadline moves he didn't make, but he should get even more flack for the moves he did make. Paddock and Morton, yuck. Kevin in Novi. And if you want something more upbeat, this ticket texter says the Tigers are favored in game 1 at -160. Take game 1. Odds are in your favor to win that opening series, and then you see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, crews are continuing to sift through the rubble of what's left of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Grand Blanc after it was just burned to the ground. It was attacked by a gunman on Sunday morning. Hundreds of people were inside the church when a man rammed his truck into the building, opened fire, and then allegedly lit the building on fire intentionally.
Horrific.
Yes.
If you've seen any of the video and photo.
It's completely destroyed. The suspect was killed by police. As far as the victims go, 2 were fatally shot. 2 others were discovered trapped inside the building. And unfortunately, it's believed that more victims could and will be discovered, as several people do remain unaccounted for. So it sounds like not everyone may have been able to get out of the building. The Detroit Zoo, the water tower is going dark. If you notice that the lights are off, it's for a reason. So the zoo will be turning off the lights on their iconic water tower to help protect migrating birds as they fly south for the winter. So the zoo says that from now through October 31st, they're going to turn off the tower's lights at 11 p.m. every night. And they're also asking you to take part in the initiative as well. So it's part of the National Lights Out program. It says that by reducing non-essential lighting, it helps birds stay on course and avoid confusing them, which could lead to collisions and such. So basically, just turn off any, non-essential outdoor lighting at 11 p.m. through 6 a.m. and keep those birds on course.
They're setting the example.
Yes, they are. Lane Kiffin threw some shade at his daughter's boyfriend after the rivalry matchup between Ole Miss and LSU. So just days before the big game, his daughter, Landry, kind of confirmed that she was in a relationship with LSU's linebacker, Whit Weeks, right? And after that news kind of broke, Lane Kiffin jokingly said, "Take the over." He was just kind of
run the score.
Yeah. And then after the game, he did take a little bit of time to troll Weeks. Having a little fun there for sure.
You see, I think Whit was puking early in the game, vomiting.
Really?
Yeah, not a good day for him.
He was ill, or he was just nervous, or he was just too ramped
this is
up, or
between plays, just a hurl
all over himself.
I think he tried to catch some of it. It was a very weird scene.
Just go for the ground. Don't try to save it.
Catch it.
Yeah. A master of ceremonies stepped down from her role at the Ryder Cup after leading the crowd in this really, inappropriate chant towards Rory McIlroy. So on Sunday, the PGA released a statement saying that comedian and actress Heather McMahon would not be returning to MC on the final day. And it was also noted that she had extended an apology to McIlroy and the Ryder Cup Europe. So that atmosphere at the event was quite rowdy, right? Very, very rowdy. The crowd was heckling the golfers. And on Saturday, McIlroy actually had to curse out the crowd while he was trying to line up a shot. And his wife was also hit with a drink. That kind of went viral. Did you see any
I didn't
pictures
see
of
that, no.
Somebody in the crowd threw a drink. It wasn't a can, but it looked like a cup of beer. I don't know what was in it. Directly at the couple, and kind of it graced her hat. It wasn't directly at her, but he got upset and had to be kind of held back by security.
I would imagine,
and he later said, she handled it much better than I did, or would have, right? This is quite interesting. International games, right, might be good for the NFL, but they weren't very good for Pittsburgh Steelers backup quarterback Skylar Thompson this weekend. So the Steelers played the Vikings in Ireland on Sunday, and early, I guess it was before the game, 3 a.m. I don't know why this guy was out walking on his own at 3 a.m., but he was jumped and robbed by several men. Thankfully, he suffered hardly any minor injuries, and he was already on the injured reserve anyway, so it wasn't going to impact the game. But still a scary moment for him. Like I said, no word on why he was out walking in Dublin at 3 a.m. by himself.
Yeah.
But he was out there.
That's not good.
No. One more. What do I got here? Oh, that's his wife. Let's see. Hold on. I got all these stories sitting in front of me.
You're good. Pick the best one.
Well, I'm trying to, but give me a minute here. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Could raise a question for you. Matt Damon and his brother, they recently made his dad's their dad's dying wish come true, and they spread his ashes at Fenway Park.
All right.
Said it's probably, not legal, but whatever. They got swept away with the peanuts. We did it anyway. If you were going to have your ashes scattered somewhere, where would you choose?
That's a great question.
Or you put it in the cookie jar.
There you go. Put them in a cookie jar. Do you have an answer?
I could come up with one. I don't on the spot.
Yeah, it's on the spot. I'm thinking I loved my honeymoon in Hawaii, but I've been one time. It'd be kind of weird.
Somewhere out in nature.
Yeah.
I don't know yet.
Not at
I don't plan on being cremated
Park
though, either.
or Ford Field, or you don't plan on being cremated?
No, you know my plan.
What's your? Oh, you love cemeteries.
I do.
You're gonna have a mausoleum and like a button where you can press it.
Yes.
And here lies Heather Park. And
how about at Bronner's for Jimmy?
Oh yeah.
All right, it's Heather with the news. Overreact Jim's next. TJ Lang. We get back into the Lions at 9:02. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, that's exactly what they've done for me over the years and for my family, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Good morning on a victory Monday for the first place Detroit Lions. Shout out Green Bay and their tie on Sunday Night Football. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Dustin Fiocco on the updates, and for the 9 o'clock hour, TJ Lang in studio. TJ, good morning.
Good morning.
I love the notepad
weekend?
he's got. Yeah, good weekend.
Yeah, I just got to kind of remind myself some of the notes from yesterday. It was kind of a weird game, like dominant, but if you look at the score sheet or just look at the scoreboard, you're like, man, they beat their, you
beat their tails.
Yeah.
Defensively, you did. Offensively, it was just kind of a weird game because it's like I got the feel after that there weren't a lot of guys happy on offense. Like,
so
you knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I think it's so encouraging when like you probably played a B- level game and still won by 24 points.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because you and I have both played against really good defenses before, and that's a good defense. You say whatever you want about the team, but especially the front seven, that's a good defense. How much of that frustration is you win some, you lose some against a good defensive front, and it does frustrate you, but you also look at it and go, it's a good defensive front.
Yeah, but did you ever feel like that? I mean,
No. As a
take
player,
pride in going out there and being the team that's going to figure them out, right? And look, I mean, they were averaging, I think, 55 yards allowed on the ground, and you doubled them up on that. I mean, you're right around 109.
That's my point. It doesn't feel good as a player.
Yeah, it doesn't. It still doesn't feel good because it was some chunk plays in there, but most of that, especially coming out of halftime, you could tell the message was like, we are going to run the ball until you guys figure it out.
Yeah.
And they still couldn't just get that rhythm going. But it was that type of game where your defense and special teams took over. And that's what good teams do. So, no, I don't think the players, we can say that. We can look at it and say, hey, that's a tough draw, man. Like, that's a very tough defense. You know, like, you got to go out there. You're going to win some, lose some. But players, you don't feel that. Players, you expect to go out there and win every rep. So that's why I think that.
But we have that measure of experience of going against defenses like that. So it's a different perspective. While you're in it, it feels like it sucks.
Right, yeah. And it feels like it's disappointing because, you know, you want to be the guy to go out there and have a great game against Myles Garrett and, you know, show everybody else like this guy's human. And although I didn't feel like anybody on that Cleveland team really, you know, wrecked the game by any means. No. It's tough sledding, man. And they ultimately, when you look at the team game, they played the way they needed to play. Their defense got takeaways. Their special teams flipped the field and got a huge score there when it was still a 10-point game and Cleveland was lingering. And you're like, man, like, come on, you got to put them away.
Yeah.
That's exactly the type of game that you needed to play against that team. But I think it is encouraging because I guarantee you, I mean, that offense is going to be in there today with a lot of bad taste in their mouth. Just like, man, like, if I could have done that on this play, like it just would have been so much cleaner. Or if we would have, you know, protected and not let up a pressure there in the first half where Jared had to throw the ball earlier. I mean, J-Mo's got a 60-yard touchdown on a post route that they blew coverage. So you look at plays like that where you're like, man, okay, like we did what we had to do, but still felt like there was a lot of missed opportunities. And I think that's why this team is so damn good because they don't sit there and say like, yeah, we won the game, we're good, like everything's good, let's just keep moving on. And like they want to be perfect, and they expect to be perfect with the level of guys they have. So, you know, going to have a lot of work offensively this week, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing when you still win by 24 points and feel like, you know, you weren't even close to playing up to your level of expectations.
Yeah.
Well, think about it, right? So they don't have 300 yards of offense. There's some procedural penalties, a couple drops from J-Mo. Goff throws a bad interception by his own admission, and they win by 24 points. To your point about not being satisfied or not resting on a performance like this, we'll play Dan Campbell locker room audio this hour. He said, quote, it wasn't good enough. On a day where they won by 24 points and the other team really never had a chance in the second half.
Yeah. And I like that message, to be honest with you. I think there are some coaches that would pat you on the back and say, like, hey, I know you know, we didn't play great, but, you know, ultimately, yes, the goal is to win. But the goal is also to improve week in, week out. And that's something that I think we've all known from Dan Campbell is like, and I get to talk to him after every game for the last 5 seasons now, and it's like, you guys had to win this game. And he's like, I didn't really tell the guys we had to win the game. I told the guys we had to find a way to improve. And if we do improve, if we get better, then we will get the win. So I like that mindset because it does not let the players get comfortable, you know. And I had a coach like that too. Mike McCarthy was the same way. I mean, I can't remember how many times we'd be up, 4 scores, and then we'd end up winning by 10 points, and he'd come in the locker room pissed off. And we're like, man, what do we had to do? And it's like, that's not good enough, man. Like, when you get your throat, foot on somebody's throats, like, you got to know what it's like to
squeeze,
to punish somebody. And so Dan Campbell has that same mindset, and it's no coincidence why the players carry that same mindset as well. So, but overall, I mean, it just kind of felt like a ho-hum, let's go to work, punch the clock, and get done with the day, get home happy, have some happy beers, and got the job done against an unfamiliar team, right? In the Cleveland Browns, a team that you play only once every 3 years now. So got another AFC game coming up here this weekend, and as long as you can just get these wins against uncommon opponents, you're going to put yourself in a good spot.
When you have to win, and Campbell says this all the time, you have to win different ways. So this week it was, hey, our offense, tough sledding. We're not going to play perfect. We're not going to have a ton of explosives. We're going to have to win a different way. Well, you get 3 turnovers that lead to 17 points. The other team doesn't even get to 17. Ball game right there, right? I mean, Joe Flacco's going to put the ball up, catch the ball. You get good field position, finish in the red zone, 3 for 3. Like, winning different ways, winning when your offense isn't great one week and your defense picks you up, that's complete football. That's a complete football team.
Yeah. And yesterday I thought probably the first time all season that the special teams looked really good. And Jake Bates hitting the 58-yarder obviously hit the other field goal. Jack Fox was booming the punts all day, flipping field position. I mean, it seemed like Cleveland was starting inside their 20 every drive.
Yeah.
And you're looking at that offense, and you're like, okay, the only way that they can get back in it is we have a mistake. And even when you do make the mistake and throw the interception for Goff and they get the ball down on your side of the field, you hold them to a field goal. So, Coach, that's important, man, playing complementary football. And then Khalif, obviously you talk about 17 points off turnovers, 7 more points on special teams, 24 points in a 24-point game. Right? That's the difference.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
Yeah. Can you explain why they were running Joe Flacco QB sneak multiple times? It's the only touchdown they scored was that drive.
I know.
Me and Lomas looked at each other at some point during that game. We're like, why is Joe Flacco still doing this? like he's made so much money and
I know.
Super Bowl champ.
Well, not only that,
if
but
you're like on a good team, and you got a chance to go out and finish your career up, with a chance to do something. But we're watching
for
him
the
yesterday,
Browns,
just like, man, what is he doing?
Well, not only that, but they did a little highlight on during the game about how long he is playing, and Jahmyr Gibbs was 5 years old when he took his first NFL snap, but his kids. They asked his kids, who are your favorite players? And then they showed him at home. And one of them is wearing a Gibbs jersey. The other one's wearing a Monroe St. Brown jersey.
Oh, that's funny. That's wild, too.
And they're playing against him this week.
Oh, that's funny. No, I didn't see that. But, yeah, Joe, I mean, I don't know. That's a rough offense. That's a rough offense. But quarterback sneaks. Well, they tried it twice down on
back to back on the goal line, yeah.
Yeah, that was the first drive, too.
Yeah,
right?
The only touchdown drive. They got it on the 4th down when they handed the ball off.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Flacco makes Jared Goff look like Michael Vick. Just his athleticism. So, yeah, that's just – I get he's tall, you're 6'5", just reach out and get it. But, man, you don't have much athleticism left in those legs.
No, there wasn't a lot to start with. That's probably what you're looking at Jared Goff in another 10 years. That's the quarterback maybe he's making better throws, but mobility-wise, that's the direction he's probably going.
Yeah. The defense was, man, I thought there were – obviously, I think Hutch is getting
more comfortable. And I didn't mean to, say it in a way yesterday with Coach. He's always like, well, Hutch is always Hutch, and it's like, yeah, but you could tell that Green Bay game, certainly it wasn't the type of game you needed to go and just relentless pass rush. They barely threw the ball, but you could tell, you're coming off a big-time – injury, it's just going to take you a little bit of time to get going, mentally, right? Physically, just the confidence that you need to instill. And I don't think Hutch played bad to start the season, but you could tell he's starting to get more comfortable, right? And I think just more relentless, and you're starting to see, he's got that bend. He's really starting to hit that stride and pick up where he left off when he got that injury last year. And interior guys, man, Tyreek Williams, I know he doesn't show up on the stat sheet a bunch, but
watching him take on some double teams and just hold the point of attack, and him and DJ Reader, I mean, it's encouraging, especially knowing that, you got some help coming back here, hopefully in a couple weeks with Aleem. Might wait till after the bye week, give him a little bit extra time, but that interior, man, they're going to have a chance to continue to, I think, dominate and start to maybe establish themselves as maybe a top 5 defensive line in this league.
Something I can't believe.
They are good.
Wow, yeah. Emphasis on right now, they certainly are. I can't believe it didn't come up with you guys both being offensive linemen, but the Lions didn't allow a sack for the 3rd straight game. It's the first time in franchise history they've gone 3 straight games without allowing a sack. For an offensive line that didn't look good in week 1,
they sure have flipped the script.
Oh, they absolutely have. So why don't we spend a little time on that coming up next? We asked people what stood out, right? So we'll throw out the number. You guys are welcome to jump in the conversation. What stood out? I know this wasn't like a dramatic game. It doesn't have the cachet of beating Baltimore or beating Ben Johnson, but this was, I think, TJ, you put it well, kind of a business trip. This was business as usual. You go out, you play what you need to play, the way you need to play, and they won by 24 points. What stood out? And then I think the other thing we should get into, guys, it's starting to feel like last year, where it doesn't matter who you play.
There's a lot of obstacles. You're going to change week to week, but they find a way to win.
They find a way to win, and they don't just win. They put a thump on people, right? Are you feeling a little bit the way you felt last year? Maybe even better. We can do a little check-in coming up next. And I told you we'd play Dan Campbell audio from the locker room. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch football, since it's in football season. Baseball, because we're finally into the postseason, is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You could chill on one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
We're hanging out with TJ Lang on a Victory Monday. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Feels like we're in last year mode, where they're invincible. Even if they don't play their best, they still win, and they win by a lot. Like, not really a question of if you win, but by how many. They didn't play a great game against Cleveland, at least not offensively. And they won anyway.
No, and you got to find ways to win games, even against not complete teams. Because I don't want to say they're a bad team. They are a bad offense. Special teams, whatever. Defensively, they're a very good defense.
Special teams, whatever.
Well, I mean, okay, so we can look at it and say our special teams made them look bad. Yeah. I just don't know much about their special teams, so I'm not going to lie to you and sit there and say, "Oh, they're a great special teams team."
What about their kick coverage unit, John?
Yeah, I don't know. Nor do I care about the Cleveland Browns special teams, other than the fact that they allowed a return for a touchdown.
Right, that feels like last year though, where they're a complete team and they pick each other up. So the offense doesn't have 300 yards, and Goff throws a pick, and they have procedural penalties. And the defense forces 3 turnovers, 17 points off the turnovers, throwing a special teams ace touchdown. Like, that's a last year game. That's a we're going to beat anybody, anytime, anywhere kind of game, right?
Yeah.
And I know Cleveland is not a good team. It's a good defense. They were challenged, and they still won the game convincingly.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, it's a confidence boost as much as frustrating as it could feel maybe for the offense, coming out of that game and feeling like, man, we knew it was going to be tough, but we still could have played better. Like, we missed a lot of opportunities. It still gives you confidence knowing that, okay, if we do have games like that where it takes us a while to get going or, man, like we're in a dogfight, at least our defense has shown that they can keep us in the game until we get right? And, John, you probably played on teams too where, offensively, I've been on teams where it's like, okay, I guess we're going to have to score 50 points today, guys. Like, defense ain't getting any stops, But when you are having those games where, you get into a dogfight like yesterday, it is a big mental confidence boost for you as a team saying, like, man, we got the horses on special teams, we got the horses on defense to always give us a chance to be in this game, right?
Can I tell you one of the weirdest dynamics we've had kind of in the background of today's show with the Lions? Like, we're talking, hey, Victory Monday, first place team now. Shout out Green Bay in the tie. Win by 24 points. Yeah, but they haven't played anybody. We've gotten some of that today.
Yeah, there's been a lot of that.
And it's so weird to me. Like, if you don't think the Bears are somebody, all right, fine. I still like throwing up 50. If you don't think Cleveland is a very good team, all right, I agree with you. They're going to pick near the top of the first round. We don't count Baltimore anymore, apparently. Like, I know Baltimore's 1-3. They lost to Kansas City. Their losses are to Kansas City, Detroit, and Buffalo. And 1 week ago, we had packed phone lines, celebration, what a win. And then 1 week later, that win doesn't count. It's weird.
Well, and even going into that game, the Baltimore game, there was no one that picked Detroit to win that game. In Baltimore, with Lamar and with Derrick Henry, it seemed like it was an impossibility. Yeah. Now, all of a sudden,
they're no good.
It's a bad team.
They're no good. And look, they're banged up. They're beat up. Some of that may have been some Honolulu flu, having to play short week after playing the Lions, who came in and whooped ass. But I'm not looking at Baltimore suddenly discrediting that win and saying Detroit has to beat somebody first, because what's going to happen here is Cincy doesn't count because Burrow's hurt. And then this isn't peak Kansas City, so that doesn't count. And then Tampa, been there, done that. And then, the Commanders are in there somewhere, but that's a
Vikings, then Commanders, then Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles aren't running the ball like they used to. Like, none of these are beat somebody first.
Well, I mean,
you don't go in the NFL and blow people out the way the Lions are doing, or certainly do what they did in Baltimore and scoff at it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a damn about credit. I'm sure they don't. Yeah. Like, as long as they just keep taking care of their business,
right?
And certainly they're going to get that stretch you just mentioned with KC, Tampa, Minnesota, Washington, and then Philadelphia. That's going to be a tough 5-game stretch.
But this was supposed to be the tough stretch, and they're 3-1. Like, I just think people need to recognize, if they aren't already, like, what's taking place.
Yeah. And I think people do. I just don't think, like you mentioned, like, the win, would it be proper to be like, man, like, I'm so pumped about this team? Like, I don't think a lot of people are feeling that, because the Lions just did what we expected them to do yesterday, right? And
that feels like last year.
That is a great feeling, and maybe, I don't know, are there people that wanted them to put up another 52 points to feel good about beating Cleveland? Like, you won by 24 points. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think that maybe you're not getting the excitement right now because they just, like yesterday, like we said, was kind of a ho-hum, go to work, punch the,
punch the clock,
and let's
punch
get out
in,
of
punch
here.
out.
But that's why I say it feels like last year, where winning by 24 is expected. Like, that's a rarefied air in the NFL when, like, you're expected, whether you play your best or not, to throttle people on a weekly basis. Like, they're 9.5-point favorites against Cincy this week on the road. The expectation is you're going to drop another 20-point victory on these guys, right?
On the bad teams, or on the teams that, aren't at your level.
But you guys
Certainly
played in the
that's
league. Like, that's
expectation.
not the standard across the league. Like, even bad teams.
No, it is for the top, whatever, 5 teams, like the teams that everybody feels like are legit, contenders. Then, you're expected to not go out there and have a dud. Now, does it happen? Like, it happens.
Philly plays a lot of close games. Kansas City plays a lot of close games.
It just hasn't happened here in so long.
I know.
Where you're saying it just kind of has become the norm. Like, every time, Jim, we talked yesterday, every time you face, like, a kind of trap game feel, like whether it's Jacksonville last year or Tennessee or a Chicago team that you're like, man, like, I know we're better than them, but every time you play those type of teams, they don't take the bait. Like, they don't. They just show up and they beat the hell out of teams. And you're right. I think it's kind of become the norm.
And you see the mentality. We'll play Dan Campbell in the locker room. When he says, it stood out, it wasn't good enough. So let's play that for people, then we'll get the phone calls in. Play it every week for you, every time they win. Let's get to Steve in Northville. Steve, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. You guys touched on it, and I think it bears repeating. The Lions, and Coach Campbell talks about it last week after the Baltimore game, finding another way to win a football game. And what the Lions do is they win in two of the 3 facets of the game every week. And his ability to identify where they need to win, this week, he said it in the locker room, we need to win on special teams. We need to win with defense, knowing where those buttons are, where they need to win. I just think it's a master class in what they're doing right now. And I know it's early in the season, but it's pretty exciting, their ability to do all of that.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's a coach that knows his team. We hear these post-game speeches to the guys, and he knows his team. He knows, I think, throughout the week I talked to him, after games, and it's like, did you have a feel during the week like it was going to be this type of game? And he's like, yeah, we know what type of game we were going to have to play, and very rarely does he get shocked. That's like, man, like that's uncharacteristic of us, wasn't expecting that. He knows, he said it yesterday, we're going to have to win with defense, we're going to have to win with special teams. And when the players, when you are locked in and everybody's, like I keep going back to the word mentality, when everybody's on the same page and you go out there and keep playing those type of games that you're going to have to play, the games that you're prepared to play, that's just a coach that is so dialed in with his guys and his roster and his coaching staff to know exactly what it's going to take to win. And I think his message pretty damn consistently to the guys, and the way that he prepares them is pretty on point every single week, right?
Yep.
So that's impressive for me, just a coach that knows his team so well, that knows exactly before the ball's even kicked off, already knows what type of game it's about to be.
Got Lions fans on hold that want to talk. What stood out from that game? Are we into last year mode where it's just one of these elite teams that finds creative ways to win even when they're not playing their best and doing it decisively? You let us know how you're feeling about the Lions. We should talk a little bit about some of the injuries in the secondary with TJ. We got Heather's news, and I see here we're going to ask TJ about the Tigers at the end of the hour. Playoff baseball. It's 97.1.
Hey, Lions fans. Heather here to tell you Verizon is helping you get your gear game ready. Now through September 30th, visit a participating Detroit Verizon store and you can score big. Choose an accessory for your phone, tablet, or gaming device worth up to $70 on us with a new phone purchase on select My Plan activations. Think of it, a new phone case, an extra long charging cable, or a portable battery pack to keep you powered up all game day long. Make your move now and switch to the #1 network in Detroit. Visit your local Verizon store today, only on Verizon, the official 5G network of the Detroit Lions. Accessory offer while supplies last to first customers during promo period. One gift per purchase per account. Apple accessories ineligible. See store for additional terms and details. Based on Root Metrics Detroit Root Score Report 1H 2025, tested with best commercially available smartphones on 3 national mobile networks across all available network types. Your experiences may vary. Root Metrics rankings are not an endorsement of Verizon.
Beat Cleveland week is here. Lions kicking it off, taking care of the Browns yesterday. Dan Miller on the call, TJ Lang in studio, 9 o'clock hour. We will get some of TJ's thoughts on the Tigers. Playoffs start Tuesday, 1 o'clock. Skubal on the mound against who else? The Cleveland Guardians. We'll get into the team celebrating on Saturday. Scott Harris thoughts on this team's ability to go on a run in the playoffs and what lies ahead. Wrapping up our thoughts on the Lions, let's get to the phones. Tim in Sterling Heights. Tim, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You know, I'm watching the game, right? I felt like we had it in hand. Best defense. We win by 24 points. And now you guys got guys complaining about it. And I was telling the caller, I said, it reminds me, I always joke with my wife. I like to say joke. I say, I always know what women want. It's one word, what women want. They want more. No matter what they got, they want more. Dudes, we won by 24 points in the NFL, and you're just complaining you want more. Be happy with what you got. This is a fun team to watch. Enjoy it. Don't worry about all that other stuff. Enjoy what you got when you got it. You know?
Yeah, makes sense. I didn't listen before I got in. Did you have people, texting in or complaining about anything?
I mean, there's always some nitpickers.
Yeah. I mean, everybody would like to score 50 points a game.
Some of the criticism of, I'm concerned about the secondary. Arnold's still getting picked on, and now Reed's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to try to think about something that's concerning, is obviously DJ Reed and Arnold, and even Kirby did get banged up, missed some time, ended up finishing the game, which is always a good sign. But both your starting corners, and Amik was playing more yesterday, so, one of those spots will be fine. But, yeah, we'll have to wait, obviously, today, tomorrow, Wednesday to see what DJ Reed's status is going to be. Because he's kind of been sneaky. That interception he had yesterday was incredible. I couldn't tell if there was contact or if Jerry Jeudy fell down, but when he dove over the top of him and was able to keep his hands underneath that ball, that was incredible. If he's going to miss an extended period of time, and even, look, Jonas Cincy this week, I mean, I know that they have a backup quarterback and their offensive line is not good, but you still look at the receivers that they have. It's like, they still got some guys that can hurt you. So hopefully they get some good news, at least with one of those guys throughout the week. I don't know about DJ Reed. That didn't look good.
I was going to say, what for you were there? I mean.
Yeah, and you could see right away when he went down grabbing the hamstring, got carted off, which is what gives me a not very good feel about it. For a hamstring that they were calling it. Maybe, they take scans and it's something else. I don't know. But my gut feel on it is probably not going to be very good for a little while.
Kind of a nasty hammy injury.
Yeah. And even coach yesterday, I asked him about both those guys, and he seemed a little bit more optimistic about Terrion. Certainly Monday's a big day where, you got to go in and get your scans and, see the doctors and find out, exactly where you're at. But he did seem more optimistic about Terrion Arnold, maybe, being okay. DJ Reed, we'll have to see. But my gut is
not this week.
Not going to be good. No.
I think he already ruled him out this week.
Yeah, he said, I think even yesterday, I don't see him playing this week. We're, maybe a Marcus Davenport thing where it takes a week just to figure out the severity of it. They ended up putting Marcus on IR, but maybe it takes a week to see how you see. I don't know. Injuries are tricky, and John, hamstrings are tricky. Muscle injuries are tricky. Some can be worse. Some are different grades. We'll have to see with DJ Reed though, because I think everybody had a rough game week 1, but I think he's been a sneaky.
Oh, he's been
really
a great
good
addition
the past couple weeks.
He has, and I mean, everybody's going to heal at a different rate. Grades are different. It's one of those where he plays a position where if you or I tweak our hamstring and we're playing, we're like, okay.
Yeah, linemen usually don't run enough to get the hammies.
But even if we had a tight hamstring or a slightly tweaked hamstring, it's not going to be that impactful. Obviously, his position, he's a high twitch guy, going to need it.
A lot of cardio out there, a lot of running.
Well, there is, but it's also that explosive movement. So he's just playing a position where he's not going to be able to fight through discomfort for a hamstring injury. So it may take a little bit longer than anybody really wants. Certainly him.
All right, let's get to Heather's news and figure out how many Bad Bunny songs TJ knows.
Yeah, I want to start there. We now know who's going to be performing the halftime show of the next Super Bowl 60. Bad Bunny was announced as the headliner. This apparently comes after Taylor Swift allegedly turned down the opportunity because she didn't want to do it for free.
They never pay.
They never do, but
No.
You don't get paid to do. Well,
No.
I guess
You
it's
get
kind of like
exposure.
you get a ton of exposure.
And then
but-
people are going to be buying your
Yeah,
brand,
but
right?
Normally, the people that do halftime shows, like, do you need that much exposure? Normally you're massive
Right.
superstars already.
You are, but
I mean,
they
obviously
get
with
more.
Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny, we were talking in the break. I don't know. I mean,
Well, you played
a couple
one
of
song.
collaborations that he's been on with other bigger artists, but
Yeah,
You
but if
played a
that's
Car-
your
a
that's
Cardi
not my
B
type of
song
show.
yeah,
that
then
I
have-
knew.
Then have Cardi B do the show. Like if you're just going to be on collabs, like get,
right, yeah.
But I don't think he is. I think we're just not. We don't follow his music because it sounds like he has a huge following. It's just not music we listen to.
Well, it's all in Spanish too. I was
Well,
listening
yeah.
to a couple of them, and it's. Sorry, man. Not for me.
No hablo?
Not for me. No hablo español. Not even close.
See?
Except other than that. Well, I do know a couple, but I can't say it.
All the important ones, yes.
Switching gears here, guys. Survivors of the attack on the Mormon church in Grand Blanc are now sharing their stories. One man says that while he was trying to drive away and get others to safety, right, because they all fled and ran to the parking lot, he saw the shooter come out of the church and he suffered a hand injury that he believes was when the gunman opened fire on his vehicle and the glass shattered. Another woman kind of described just the scary scene that a lot of people didn't really know what was going on because we learned that he crashed into the building in his truck, right? That kind of got people like, okay, what was that?
Yeah.
That got people running. So they didn't know, like, do we need to get down? They didn't know what was going to happen until obviously he started opening fire as well and then set the whole building on fire. When it comes to finding more survivors, there's no update on that. At least 4 people were killed. That's what I've been saying all day. 5, if you include the gunman in that. 8 were wounded. Officials are still attempting to clear the church, comb through the debris and find more evidence and perhaps more survivors or unfortunately, maybe not survivors. So that's an update there. There's a Michigan woman who is suing Target after being secretly recorded while undressing in a fitting room. So this actually happened years ago, back in 2022. This was at a Target in Portage. The man has since been arrested. He was convicted, and now she is suing. She blames Target for giving another customer the opportunity to watch her. Basically says the fitting rooms are poorly designed. There's the gaps that are left between the doors or under the door. And she says she is now left with basically a permanent fear, wondering if images of her are going to be circulated on the internet. So she is seeking damages over $25,000. So 5 suspects have been arrested and charged in this elaborate conspiracy to kill and rob that Detroit man who was gifted $100,000 after that chance encounter with this media influencer. Did you hear about that? Yeah, I mean, it was a uplifting story. This man gave away some money that he didn't have much money, but somebody went up to him and was like, "Hey, can you spare a buck or two?" And it was all part of a social media. He was an influencer. Yes.
So then it put a target on his back.
But yes. So basically, this man, Curtis Dixon, who was kidnapped, driven to ATMs to withdraw money, he was beaten, he was tied up, and he was left in his car, which was set on fire. And it turns out it was all part of a plan to rob and kill him, orchestrated by members within his own family.
Oh, really?
Not all of them were his family members, but had relations to him.
It's going to make an awkward Thanksgiving.
Yeah, well, they're not going to be there. They're going to be behind bars. So investigators say that this plan was all hatched by one of the suspects' calls. He made a phone call to his brother, who's serving time behind bars, and they came up with this plan.
Jeez.
And obviously, thankfully, the man was not killed. He was rescued by witnesses that were able to get him out of the car that went up in flames. But, oh, man, at least they caught the people responsible.
Uplifting news this morning.
Well, here's an interesting story. So there's a new wave of slang terms being used by Gen Alpha. And this might be, you guys can take part in this, John and TJ, because you've got kids in this age group. Obviously, it's leaving parents and basically anybody over the age of 15 confused. So here are some terms that are being used. So Gen Alpha is basically anyone who's 0 to 14 years old.
Okay. First time I've ever heard of that.
So that's that's their generational group. Clanker. Have you heard of that term?
Oh, yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
Clanker?
Yeah.
It's like a made-up slur for AI.
Yes, it's a slur. It's like a derogatory term for AI or robots or...
Oh, I thought that was just a a bad performance on the field. That was a real clanker.
No. How about crash
Or
out?
the way TJ shoots free throws.
My 92 Crown Vic that I drove a couple years.
Have you heard of crash out?
Crash out. I'm guessing that's some type of like, okay, you overload on something like maybe social media,
freak
and
out or
you just
something?
crash
Yes,
out.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
like throw a fit, lash
Oh,
out, have a
okay.
meltdown. Okay, this one I bet you've heard because I've been hearing more about this. 6'7".
I hear kids say it all the time. I have
Yeah.
no idea what it means.
I know. Yeah, they've gotten
I don't know
Teddy
why I
to say,
did
yeah,
that.
they're doing this. They're doing this hand motion
Does
up and
that go
down.
with it?
Yeah,
'Cause I
it's
just
like
did it and I don't know.
6'7", 6'7". Yeah,
Isn't that a
I don't know
song?
why.
That came from a song.
So it did come from a song,
okay.
yes.
I don't know
But
what it
it's
means,
also linked to LaMelo Ball, who is 6'7". It sounds like there is no set meaning to it. So it could be like a reference to somebody who's very tall or like just like a comedic so-so.
Okay,
But it
yeah.
also sounds like it could just, it's just nothing. Like you can just use it anywhere.
I know.
Like
And
no
every
meaning.
time the kids see somebody, numbered 6'7" or 6'7" comes up, they go bonkers. They're like 6'7", 6'7". I'm like,
What?
I don't care. There's only one term in there that I really knew what it was about.
Chopped, melt maxing,
No,
SDIYBT.
no.
Oh, I know that one.
DIY.
Yeah, I know. They use these abbreviations.
Riz,
Ohio.
Ohio. There's
Yeah.
all these
Skibbity.
different terms.
Yeah,
Those
no,
skibbity.
yeah, Ohio. It's actually a term that kids are using, and I'd
Yes.
like to think that I've promoted the use of this term, but it means which is often used in a meme to describe something strange, out of place, or chaotic.
Yeah, accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
spot on.
Ohio,
Yeah. We've been
yeah.
using that one for a while. Yeah.
All right, Heather with the news.
6'7".
Yeah, but you got to do this.
6'7".
Do it a little lower.
Oh, no.
That Dan Campbell meme.
Coming up next, we'll get TJ's thoughts on the Tigers celebrating making the playoffs after the collapse and their chances to do something now that they're in. It's 97.1.
Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. And when the Jets and the Dolphins and the Bengals and the Broncos play tonight, it's a doubleheader on Monday Night Football. FanDuel is giving all customers a 50% PBT or 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get in the action right now with a 50% PBT or 30% PBT this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to bet the Jets versus the Dolphins and the Bengals versus the Broncos with a 50% PBT or 30% PBTs. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's Scott Harris Saturday night, celebrating the Tigers making the playoffs. TJ, celebration sit okay with you even though they collapsed down the stretch?
Yeah, ultimately I was fine with it because at least it was coming off after a win. If they would have lost and Houston lost, then it's like, would it have been that animated? Probably not. And also I think I'm okay with it and look, we all know how the collapse has been going the last month. Certainly disappointing that you didn't lock the division up or even one of the top two seeds. But a young team that they have, I think that it's important to still celebrate some success, even though you might still have a bad taste in your mouth. Now, I don't feel very confident going into this week, obviously because Cleveland's had their number and they just haven't been playing great for, 20 games now. And for me, in Cookies, I was telling you, a couple segments ago, like I don't think that Cleveland fears Scooble. They've gotten to him the last couple starts. They probably, of course you still know he's a hell of a player, but does that change your mindset when you're going against a guy that might seem, immortal, but you're like, hey, we've battled this guy, we've gotten to him, we've seen his best stuff.
The mystique's gone.
We've seen some of the meltdown that he had in that sixth inning, his last time in Cleveland, with some of the errors that he had there. So that's why I don't feel as confident, at least tomorrow. And I just don't think is baseball a sport? Maybe it is that you can kind of just flip the switch and turn it around because it's such a fickle game, and one guy can get hot and carry you to, winning two out of 3 games in a series, and then maybe you get some confidence as a young team again, and you get back. But last year was just so different for me because it was the gritty Tigers, right? It was, man, Tigers are getting hot. Let's have fun. There's no expectations. Let's just go out there and play and see what happens. And see how far we can go. This year feels like you're just holding on for dear life, So I didn't mind the celebration. I mean, young guys making the postseason, it is hard to do in any sport.
Well, and I didn't mind it too because it was a celebration of the season, not just the way it ended. Now, it may not come across great because of the way that it ended, but you played 162. You did enough to get into the postseason. You should have won the division. All of those things are part of the conversation, but you are playing when half the league is in starting their off-season prep.
Yeah. I'm not mad that they celebrated. The order you win the games doesn't matter. You got to win enough to get in the postseason. They did, albeit by 1 game with the head-to-head at Houston. They're in. What are they going to do? TJ, you talk about, can a team get hot? Scott Harris asked about why the Tigers can win in the playoffs. Quote, history. There are countless examples of teams that didn't play their best baseball ending the regular season, got a fresh start, lined up their pitching, and got hot. We're going to do everything we can to be one of those groups.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's not like they were just not playing their best baseball. They had a historic meltdown.
TJ,
one year after having a 0.1% chance to make the playoffs, you had a 0.1% chance to miss, and you almost did it. That's a historic meltdown. That's not just we had some bad luck here at the end and won a bunch of or lost a bunch of tight games, but man, we still like the way we're playing. This is that's why there's a difference in levels, I think, of hey, we're not playing our best, as opposed to we are holding on for dear life, which seems like that's where they've been living.
I'll give you the stat on it. The Tigers went 7-17 in September. It's the worst record in the final month of a season by a playoff team since the World Series began in 1903. They weren't scuffling. They had the worst finish to a season of any playoff team in the World Series era. So I get it. Hey, hope springs.
It's not
eternal.
just we're not playing our best. That's
0-0, fingers crossed, go Tigers, eat them up, all that stuff. But it's you're just on hope, and I'm not hopeful.
Yeah. Well, and maybe they can kind of get back to that belief of nobody's believing in us, and
sure,
we're the underdogs. Nobody's giving us a shot. Let's just go out there, have fun, and see what happens. But it's hard to do after how tough and difficult probably these last 3 weeks have been on those guys mentally.
Yeah.
But we'll see. You never, obviously it's weird things happen in sports. Right, Gator?
Yeah, I mean, they should probably just not even play. Why bother? I mean, it's the postseason. They don't have a chance. Hey,
you're in the game.
Hey, they had a nice year. Might as well just start playing golf. We got great weather this week. Might as well just hit the links.
See what happens.
Wait a minute. Yeah. Or has every game against Cleveland been really, really, really freaking close? I don't care how they played in the second half of the season. What I care about is the next season, which is the postseason. That's all that matters.
And how do
These
you
guys can flush it, forget about what happened, because why dwell on what happened in the past? It's all about what you can do next. And what they've done is set up the pitching with Tarek Skubal, who's given up 2 earned runs in 28 innings against Cleveland. Yes, the Tigers are 2-2 in those games, but you know what? They have beaten Cleveland, and they beat Cleveland recently. So why would we think anything other than let's just go out there and win? Play the game. It's going to be fun to watch. Couple day games, beautiful weather against a team that we desperately want to beat. This couldn't be set up any better. I love it. Go win at Cleveland, shove it down their freaking throat, and let's move on to the next round.
The confidence in this guy. This is something.
I don't know if it's confidence. Just it's a great pep talk.
I'm feeling some confidence from
Yeah.
him.
Let's go.
Get that locker room tomorrow.
John's the one usually with the pep talk. Did I miss it earlier today?
Oh, no. I did not have I mean, they don't play until tomorrow, so I don't want to get too high too soon.
I got you.
I'll come with the heat tomorrow.
Don't let the Tigers get hot.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully
they're
it's
not
at
hot right now, but
it's a
they
1
can
o'clock start, so that hey, we can get up
Oh,
and
yeah.
go.
You can get after it.
Yeah. I don't want to wait till 8 o'clock at night.
No.
All right, Gator, give us a reason why they will turn it around. I mean, now you say like they can turn it around.
Yeah. Because how about this? They're just due to play good
Kinda
baseball
feels like
again.
that, yeah.
It wasn't
Can't lose that
long
many
ago.
to the
It really wasn't
Guardians.
that long ago that they scored 12-10 against the Yankees in a weekend series. It's not that long ago. They've gone through some bad stretches in the second half without question, and it's really disconcerting. But I think there's a big sense of relief, and you could see that when they clinched a playoff berth on Saturday. There's a big sense of relief that comes that now that's behind you. Let's just go ahead. Forget about the fact that we didn't win the division. We didn't finish a number 1 or 2 seed, whatever. We're in the playoffs, same spot we were last year. Nobody thought they were going to be in the playoffs last year. They got in the playoffs last year, and they did some damage. Well, everybody thought they were going to be in the playoffs this year, and they are. So go do some damage. Go get it done. The starting pitching from Tarek Skubal has been outstanding. That's game 1. When you look at what Jack Flaherty has done against good teams this year, he's been very good against good teams.
Yeah.
Casey Mize has been very good lately. You've got an extra arm in Melton that can get the job done too. The pitching has been pretty good. I'm nervous about the bullpen, as everybody should be, because we really haven't seen a ton of guys step up.
And they got to give those guys run support too.
Right. And without a question, the thing that has to happen is they've got to start hitting the baseball. That would be nice. They had some bad luck that we saw over the last week with some really hard hit balls hitting in some bad spots, but they can get it done. It's not. Is Cleveland's lineup, is that like superhuman, or did I miss the memo?
Well, Stephen Kwan's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
Jose Ramirez is pretty good too.
He's really good at the little
guy.
things, right? But if you look at him statistically on the season, it's not special. I love him. I'd love to have the guy, right? But he's not that special player. Ramirez is. But then what do you got? Okay, you got 2 guys I got to really worry about. The rest of the team, just get it done.
Yeah, I think the problem is that the Tigers aren't doing the little things like playoff baseball.
No, but they had done the little things for like over 100 games. So get back to that.
You want to step in here, Doug?
Let's say Carson Anderson coming up next.
Update, yeah.
Wait, you guys got a loaded show. I know Champ and Chump, probably a healthy mix of both Tigers and Lions, Victory Monday, all that good stuff. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson radio program here on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Doug Carson. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott Anderson, how are you today?
I'm just fine, Doug. How are you?
I'm okay. A little refreshed after. Actually, it was a busy weekend. Went and visited a kid in one of my kids away at school. Spent the weekend in Connecticut. And
How was that?
it was cool. It was really fun. Yeah, it was. He's doing well and enjoyed it. So all is good on that front.
Did he ask about me?
Sure.
Don't placate me, Doug. It was a question. Just answer it.
He did not. Sorry.
That's too bad.
That's all right. You good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'm very good.
Anything exciting this weekend?
Well, our team made the playoffs. Our other team won a football game. Now they're 3-1 after 4. Not sure how many people had them 3-1 after 4, but that's exactly where they're at.
So it's interesting. Our football team, the expectation is so high that we can nitpick a 24-point win.
Mm-hmm.
And the baseball team, the expectation is so low that it's created very little buzz them making the postseason. As if they've been to the postseason like 10 years in a row and they typically compete for World Series. They don't. This is year 2. It's pretty amazing. But yes, it's a weird feeling going into the postseason, and really the argument that can be made for them making noise is they're due. I mean, we know that they are capable of better, and they're on a heater. What did they win? 2 of their last 5 going into the postseason, something like that. 2 and 3 going in. Is that what it is? I don't know, man. Get hot, short series, scuba do scuba things. Somebody else step up. Next thing you know, you advance. It would be pretty, given how frustrating the end of season series against Cleveland went. It'd be great to beat them. It'd be great to end their season.
Yes.
I don't know how many people in Detroit expect it, but it'd be great.
Well, right. But I'll look forward to this series very much. I think
Why not?
they've got a great chance of winning these games. Why? Because these games have all been tight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have been awfully close. A couple of bad pitches end up with really bad results, and some balls that were put into play hit like rockets right at guys at end innings. They're like inches away from really turning things around with that. So law averages, man. That's the way I'm looking at this. Again, very close games against Cleveland this season. So let's get back at it.
Yeah, well, they still have Quan. I feel like Quan single-handedly can beat him.
He's done his best.
Blanking Quan.
Yeah, he's done his best, but they could control him last time. But
yep. So, look,
that's
Lions.
one game.
Yeah, right. Lions. I mean, it wasn't like a work of art, but coming off the Baltimore game, short week, lots of hype. It's not a huge surprise that they weren't clicking on all cylinders, found a way to win and win comfortably. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They won comfortably against a really good defense. Special teams and the Lions defense helped an offense out that wasn't purring right along. I'm not mad at all. There are going to be ups and downs, right? There are going to be ups and downs in every season, even for the best of teams. And it wasn't even that much of a down. They won 34-10, but just didn't feel like they were clicking on all cylinders, which is fine. I mean, just win the damn games, right?
100% just win the damn games. They give up 88 yards on the first drive of the game.
Because it's 4 games, 4 first drive touchdowns allowed. It's just crazy.
Yeah. 249 yards total in the game. So after the first drive, they really, really shut things down. I mean, Cleveland had no chance. They just didn't.
No, they're not. Their offense in particular. The defense obviously is
their
really
defense is very good.
Goes without saying.
Yeah, I mean they were very good. Lions should they have scored more points? Of course they should have. They were put in really good field position with some turnovers and ended up with field goals instead of touchdowns. But you give credit. There's 2 things that happened. Offense wasn't clicking, and the reason they weren't clicking was the second part was because Cleveland's defense is damn good. But despite that damn good defense, the Lions ran for over 100 yards in the game. They were able to put the ball across the end zone. They were able to make the conversions. Defensively, I think Cleveland was 3 of 13 on third down, My God, that is give the Lions defense credit, who, by the way, were playing without Terry and Arnold for a good portion of the game, and obviously losing DJ Reed, which does not look good for a portion of the game. They lost Kirby Joseph for a portion of the game. It's three really impactful players on defense that they had to do without for a period of time. Fortunately, Kirby Joseph came back. Hopefully it's nothing to worry about. Afterwards, Dan Campbell said that Terry Arnold's injury doesn't seem like it's going to be that bad, but nothing to say about it just yet. We need to see what happens with him this week when he meets with doctors. But they did think that the DJ Reed thing could be out for a little bit. So that's unfortunate, which means that Brad Holmes going to have to cook, do some more cooking, bring some players in, work some guys out. Does he swing a trade this early in the season? I know everybody's been excited about the trade deadline coming up in November because you're thinking about adding that big piece, but the big piece may come at a position you weren't expecting.
Well, and Brad Holmes talked about roster flexibility. The Detroit Lions currently lead the NFL in sacks. So that roster flexibility, it feels like it's far more pressing to add a cornerback at this time than it is to add an edge rusher. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. We get to your Champ and Chump votes and your phone calls next. Our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35. If you're new to the show and you're not familiar with Champ and Chump, who had the best weekend and who should be called out for having a brutal weekend, or you'd like to say, hey, you could be better. You need to be better.
Nice.
That's your chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. We tally up the votes and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. It's what we do on Mondays on Carson Anderson. Tigers, Lions, college football weekend, Champ and Chump, Ryder Cup, whatever's on your mind. Let's go. We'll get to your phone calls next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, sports fans, I'd like to talk to you for a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game. It's Twin Peaks, with restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark. Twin Peaks is up their game. Starts with their culture. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes you crave. Then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, the food, the beverage recommendations. If you just need to be cheered up when you've had a bad day, no one does it better. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that bring you in on all the action that you crave. Tigers are playing the best baseball in years as they head to the postseason. Hopefully they'll play better. College football's in full swing. Plus, we got a double dose of pro football tonight with two great matchups starting at 7 p.m. Don't be afraid to stop in if you're not all about sports, too, because the Scratch Kitchen boasts awesome items like house-smoked chicken wings and thighs, ribs, and even hand-cut New York strip steaks. And don't get me started on the bar. Outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had, poured at an ice-cold 29 degrees, they boast exquisite craft cocktails featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. Stop in to your nearest lodge and see the difference today. It's Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Okay. AJ Hinch after the Tigers clinched playoffs. Look, I know some people were uncomfortable with them like celebrating and all that. They're trying to get the best. They're trying to feel good going into the postseason. They should try and win in the postseason. Nobody cares that you stumbled down the stretch. The 2006 Tigers went to the World Series after stumbling down the stretch, blowing the division and going in as a wild card. Now, can I see this team doing it? I don't have a lot of confidence, but I also know that the sport is wild and teams get awfully streaky, and this is the worst September in the history of baseball for a playoff team. But stranger things have happened. So, it's short series. Scuba does scuba-like things. Bats explode out of nowhere. You just never know. You never know.
Yeah, the celebration thing, we touched a little bit on it on Friday. I don't really care. I think it's an accomplishment to make the postseason, even if you did it while having an epic collapse. I don't care. You made the postseason. But what I would concede that, okay, champagne feels like that's an over-the-top celebration. I would have been fine if they just sprayed a bunch of beer cans at each other, beer bottles, and there was a combination of that, make it more blue-collar or whatever. But in the end, I don't care. Like, if that's going to chap the backside of Tiger fans because they dared to celebrate making the playoffs.
How much worse would it be if they were like, ho-hum?
Right.
We suck down the stretch.
Let them enjoy something. You know what? It might just spark them.
Yeah, well, that's what you're looking for is recreate a feeling they had last year. Let them do their thing. And if you didn't like seeing it, I always say, then you can also choose not to watch it. But I don't have an issue with them celebrating. In fact, I think they should. I think they should do everything within their power to try and recapture some sort of magic that they seem to have for the better part of a year of baseball, a better part of a calendar year. They were the best team in the game. Now, what makes them unique is they have now been the worst team in the game for a good period of time. But let's get to your phone calls. Brian's on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Brian.
Hey, good morning. So, champ and chump, my champ's going to be Lions for an outstanding victory. Good job for them.
Mm-hmm.
My chump and, Gator, and you guys said you don't care, but a lot of fans do. My chump is Scott Harris and the Tigers. Celebrate. And Scott Harris saying, oh, he's proud of his team. What are you proud of? You blew a 15.5 point game winning streak in the division. You barely got in the playoffs. What the hell are you celebrating?
Because they got in the playoffs. That's why.
How would you? What do you think is an appropriate? Let me ask Brian. Are they still trying to win in the postseason?
Of course, they're trying to win, but
how would you prefer they act then?
What?
How would you prefer they act when they won?
Walk off the field and prepare for the next series.
Okay, are they doing everything they can to recapture the magic? Do you think do you think it would be appropriate to mope and talk about what they blew? Would that is that most likely to bring out their best?
No, they shouldn't mope, but the over-the-top celebration is ridiculous.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree more. Brian, I could not disagree more. I think they need to try and recapture and get into a better frame of mind going into the postseason. Dwelling on what they blew sounds to me like a terrible thing to be mulling on before they go into the postseason.
If they dwell on it, they can address the mistakes they made to blow that lead and better prepare to win the series.
So you think because they celebrated, they won't try and address what's gone wrong?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, Brian, we are a fundamentally different place. I mean, look, I know sports talk radio turns into this battle of who has higher standards, and Brian probably, wants to, is frustrated, and everybody's frustrated. But they're trying to keep winning. Whether they've blown a lead or not, they've got a shot here. You know what this is? I don't buy lottery tickets. But if somebody handed me a wheelbarrow of Powerball tickets, I would take them and I would hope that I won. I wouldn't go, no, I don't buy these things. I'll burn them.
Do you think the players were feeling pressure going to the weekend series?
Yes.
Okay. We talked a lot about how do you release that pressure. Let's go into a room, break a bunch of glass things, just break a bunch of crap up, right? Mm-hmm. And you mentioned your Little League trick of pitching apples to the Little Leaguers so that they can just swing at the apples and watch them explode and feel good about themselves, right?
That was our trick for kids.
I love it. And it's a release. This team was feeling the pressure because they were playing epically bad. They, despite playing epically bad, were able to cobble together a couple wins down the stretch that were vitally important, including Saturday. Once they clinched the playoff spot on Saturday, you could see that release coming. They needed to have a release. They deserve to have a celebration for having an accomplishment. Did it go over the top? Really?
Well, I mean, everybody's got their own opinion of what is appropriate. This is why gives me, I have no concern about them celebrating.
Yeah, and I certainly don't think it's going to stop them from preparing to try to beat Cleveland to get to round 2 of the playoffs.
They started preparing for it actually before Sunday's game by resting people because they thought they needed the day off.
100%.
Which is I don't know if I agree with the decision because they had
a chance to win the division.
They had a chance to win the division. They had a chance to host.
Yeah. When all was said and done.
They cared more about being well rested going in, putting their best lineup on the field on Sunday.
Cleveland wanted to win the division too, and they were able to get it done in extra innings, crazily enough. I don't really care. It would have been awesome to have those games here, and I prefer that those games were here, but they're not. They're in the postseason. Last year they started the postseason at Houston, won the games, and stole the series. And that can still happen. They've got that sense memory. That's why, and that memory of celebrating getting to the playoffs last year, bring that back. That's what they were doing on Saturday after the game. They were enjoying a celebration of getting back to the postseason, period. If you really think that that's going to, that celebration is somehow going to spoil this team and they feel like they've arrived, I don't know what to tell you. Because as much as you live through, you the fans and we the fans, live through the awful September that we saw, those players played through it. They know.
I think if they walked off the field and didn't celebrate it, they'd look like they're done already.
I think that's a pretty astute comment.
Bill and Troy, you're next. Hi, Bill.
Hey guys.
What's up?
So my champ of the week is the Lions. I think they've, in my opinion, ascended to probably the second best team in the league this year so far. And then my chumps are all the pseudo fans of the Detroit Tigers. I don't understand the mentality that's coming out. I get it. They blew their lead in the division. It is what it is. But they've made the playoffs, and it's a brand new season. Everybody's record is 0-0. Anything can happen. You can't win it all if you don't get to the playoffs. Now, I don't think this team is a World Series contender. I never have. But if they had won the division, let's say they won the division by 5 or 6 games, and the difference would be that they would have some home games now, but it's still the exact same team that's going out onto the field tomorrow.
Well,
so
the only thing I would say, like the one tangible damage they did is they cost themselves a first round bye. If they were 5 or 6 games ahead of Cleveland right now, they'd have a first round bye as well. And that hurts. Okay. And I'm not, let me be clear on something. That is the most costly thing that happened in this collapse is they lost the first round bye. But now that they are where they are, I don't have an issue with them celebrating because they're trying to recapture something. So.
Yeah, I agree. I don't get it. They're in the playoffs. Let's everybody take a breath. Everybody's got a clean record. Anything can happen. They're in a better position than the team that I actually followed, who had an epic collapse too, and did not make the playoffs this year. And that's the Mets.
Yeah, they did. It did at least make the playoffs and do enough when it was all said and done. As disappointing it is, and I think we all kind of agree that was a pretty epic and historic collapse. I don't know if all's good if they take care of. I think the only way all is good is if they win 2 rounds and make it to the ALCS. Because it feels like they should be sitting back and waiting for their opponent. But, hey, look, I don't think you give up. I don't think they should give up, and I don't think they should. I'm happy that they don't look like a team
they better not
that has given up. We'll get to our champ and chump today at 10:35, plus your phone calls and feedback. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, so that was what Brian was referring to. He's not happy with Scott Harris and them celebrating and sounding the way they do. And I'm like, look, man, whatever they can do to try and get back on track. I don't think moping would do it, so I have no problem with them celebrating. And they can address it's. I think fans get worried that coaches and players don't see the warts and don't see that stuff did go wrong that needs to get addressed. But, you know, I can understand if that's your takeaway, but I've never been around. I haven't been around very many. I shouldn't say never. Most good organizations are fully aware of what went wrong and what can go wrong and what has gone wrong in the past. With that said, we are taking your champ and chump votes. Here's a bunch of them via ticket text. My champ is the Detroit Lions. My chump is the Detroit Tigers. That's from Adam in Roseville. It's a weird place. My champ is the Lions, I guess. My chump is Matt LaFleur. Back-to-back weeks with the worst coach game I've ever seen. His game management is a fireable offense. All right. Yeah. They almost blew that game at the end. And they didn't, but they came within 1 second of blowing that game. Champ, the Lions. Special teams, chump, the Tigers for blowing the largest diving lead in MLB history. The largest diving lead. Okay. The largest lead in MLB history, then celebrating with champagne after clinching a wild card.
Division lead, maybe?
Maybe what it is, yeah. I don't know if it was a diving lead, but another vote for the Tigers. My champ is the Lions. My chump is the Tigers. God, that's a lot of that. My champ is Bryson for continuously trying to push U.S. momentum. Chump, embarrassing fans and the crowds at Bethpage, crossing the line way too many times. Champs the Lions. Chump the Tigers for wasting everybody's time by making the playoffs just to get blown out by Cleveland. So already calling for a blowout. My champ of the week is the Ryder Cup. It's still one of the greatest events in my mind. The Americans showed that it's never over till it's over. Hats off to the European. My chump is the New York fans. I understand giving the other team a hard time, but this is totally unacceptable. They cross the line over and over again. I would hope that in the future the captains of both teams do a better job of telling the fans how to act, and the golfers themselves do a better job of calming them down. That's from JG and Grand Blanc. So normally I would carve out time for the Ryder Cup. I lost enthusiasm for the event because our fans were so ugly. I really did. And I'm kind of embarrassed, honestly. And look, to each their own, but it sucked the fun out of it for me. The idea that it was hard to get in a USA place when our fans are being so ugly. And to me, just for me, I lost enthusiasm for the event because of the fans.
I get it. And it was ugly at times over the weekend. It was uglier on Saturday than it was yesterday, but ugly nonetheless. And look, this is where we're at. It's like fans don't know how to behave. They want the players to be vocal, demonstrative. They want that. They love that, right? When on home turf, more importantly, Americans pumping their fist, they love that. I think fans secretly love it when the other team does it too, because it adds some spice. But some fans don't know how to handle that. Some fans then feel it's up to them to go ahead and raise it up another level. And instead of cheering on your own guys, you decide that you're going to try to humiliate the other players on the other team. And it's not just
comfortable for their families.
Yeah, it's not just Ryder Cup. It's everything. It's in any sporting event you go to. There are a minority of numbskulls out there. They kind of ruin it for everybody else. And this is on a national stage. And when you have to add
international stage.
Well, yeah, that too. Right. Good call. And when you have to add extra security involved, it becomes embarrassing. And then it becomes an international story. And it's not the story that you want to tell. Now, it's not like, European fans are innocent either. The same thing happens over there. Fans in general at any sporting event have got to be better. There's lines that are crossed. Don't cross the line. There's nothing wrong with good-natured ribbing or, more importantly, cheering for your own guys to be better. And I think Rory said afterwards, or maybe it wasn't Rory, maybe Justin Thomas, that he said part of the problem is that we have to give our fans something to cheer for. And frankly, we didn't do that over the first 2 days. And they didn't. They lost damn near every match in the first 2 days. And that does not give them something to cheer for. So if they're not cheering for you, what's the next alternative? is cheering against the opposition, and some fans did it very poorly, and it ruins it for the rest of us.
Yeah, look, I mean, bottom line is, I'm just telling you how I felt and what it did for me, and everybody has their own experience, their own takeaway. I hated what happened at the Ryder Cup. 248-539-9797. Bob's in Troy, and he's next. Hi, Bob.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
My champ is obviously the Tigers. I don't understand the thought process of people that have been whining and crying about not having playoff anything for years and years. We get it back-to-back with two teams, and you got guys like Brian and texting in. I just don't get it. You can hang from chandeliers and drink champagne upside down. I don't care. You made the playoffs. It blows my mind, the fan base. But you're allowed your opinion.
Well, it's not. Let's say this, Bob. Just like those fans that ruined it at Bethpage and the Black Course over the weekend at the Ryder Cup.
Right.
That's not representative of every fan, and I don't think that that people that call into this show or others and text in and have those feelings. I don't know if that necessarily represents all Tiger fans.
No, but they're the fans that were 2 years ago saying, fire this guy, fire that guy. We haven't made the playoffs.
Well,
now
and
we're
they're
making
probably
the
still
playoffs.
doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, but with the chump that is the NFL for having ties. I stayed up and watched that silly game last night, and LaFleur at the end with 1 second, I said, did you really give this guy a second because you're showing Jerry Jones every fight? I'd rather see Taylor Swift as much as you see Jerry Jones. I couldn't believe that it was the Jerry Jones show.
I got to tell you, Bob, when Lions aren't involved, I actually secretly root for ties.
Well, come on now.
I do. I find them to be hysterical. It's a hysterical NFL tie.
You know what, Doug? You're right. It was a great tie. I take it back. Tie.
I mean, it pushed the Lions into first place by themselves.
That's right.
Am I weird that I root for I find the NFL tie to be hysterical?
No, I'm with you. I always find them hysterical. I've got a friend who makes a prediction every year and gives the Lions 2 ties.
Yeah.
Just out of tradition.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Josh and Warren is next. Hi, Josh. Josh, are you there? Josh? No good. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, boys. So I just want to implore all these fans of the Tigers that act like they're fans and saying that, it's such a waste of time. Just don't watch. Put your money where your mouth is. Don't watch any of the playoffs. Just check out. That's fine. We don't need you, But I was calling him champ and chump, and I'm going to switch my champ. I was going to go with James Franklin because I like when people stay in their lanes. We know who you are, and he just sticks with it. And he had that old guy face where he obviously had like the Brady Hoke headset on, not calling any plays or anything. But I'm going to champ Tommy Fleetwood for all of his his meltdowns that he's had in the past. He was just shooting darts on Saturday. It was amazing. It was crazy what he was able to do. I know he didn't really show up on Sunday when Americans tried to make their valiant comeback, but too little, too late. And then Chump, the American flat sticks. I mean, they couldn't putt. There's so many makeable putts they should have made throughout the weekend, Friday and Saturday, to at least have some of them or win some of the rounds. And it was just really frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I think you're right about Friday. They couldn't putt. Saturday came around. The morning wasn't very good. The afternoon, I thought they played outstanding golf, and the Europeans just played one better. If you look at the winning scores, there were like 11 under, 10 under, like 8 under, and I think there was another one that I think it was 8, 9, 10, and 11, or 8, 9, 10, or 8, 10, and 10 and 11. It was crazy how good the scores were, and it was just one better from the European. The United States would drain this 25-foot putt or a 30-foot putt, get all pumped up, but the Europeans had like an 8-foot putt, and they drained that. Or the Europeans would chip in because it's what they do in the Ryder Cup. There are certain guys you watch play, you watch this thing enough, you just expect it. I expect Justin Rose to make every chip shot or every putt, and now they've got other guys that are doing the same thing, and Fleetwood is the latest. He was fantastic.
Feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. It doesn't matter that the Tigers celebrated. Their season was extended 2 games. They'll be golfing Thursday. That's from an unnamed texter who doesn't think anything mattered. Like anything they could have done will do anything other than there'll be 1-2 barbecue.
Well, they have the day off on Thursday preparing for the next opponent.
Let the games begin. Go Tigers. Sick of these ass clowns and their negativity like Brian. Dude is half empty. That's from Dave in Plymouth. Jody and Taylor says, baseball's ebbs and flows game. You have to be in a good state of mind and have to have a good team bond. I'm convinced people who are mad about them celebrating have never actually played a team sport. Unnamed texter, the celebration looked like they had accomplished their goals for the year. Mission complete. That's from an unnamed texter. Champ Khalif Raymond for always being consistent quality backup in Detroit. Chump, the Detroit Tigers for celebrating. Doug, you've got to be kidding me, not understanding why the Detroit Tigers should not have been celebrating. I gave you the reason why I have no issue with them celebrating. I think they're trying to bring out their best, trying to recapture that feeling they had last year when they went into the postseason. They were hot. They won. They went to Houston and won 2 games. Damn near went to the LCS. And I think moping and walking off the field, I don't know. It wouldn't bring the best out of me personally, but I mean, maybe you're wired differently. I think they're trying to get themselves into a frame of mind that they can have the most success possible.
I think if you
I don't blame them.
I think if you put yourselves in the shoes of a Tiger and you've gone through all the losing that you've done in September, and then you finally get the win that puts you in the playoffs, I think there is a tremendous sense of relief. And one of those things that you would say, I think I need a beer, something like that. And then you're able to get with all the guys that are feeling the exact same way as you are, and you're allowed to celebrate. That's it. Let them celebrate. Let them have it. They did. They go out yesterday, play another game, and now they've got the playoffs of the next 2 days.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, is it time for a new garage door? Well, if it is, there's only one place to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. You can schedule that appointment at a time that makes sense for you, at a time window that makes sense for you. You're not just beholden on what they can do. They're going to work with your schedule, which is great. Plus, they're available weekends at no extra charge, which is pretty awesome. All calls are actually answered 24/7. And if you need a new garage door, you can have one installed in perhaps as little as 24 hours. It's possible because they've got a whole storage area that is just chock full of brand new garage doors waiting to be installed, and they can do it for you. I know this firsthand. I used Precision a few years ago, new garage doors. The guys came out to my house, John and Jeff. They were awesome, walked me through the entire process, gave me all the options, and I picked out the perfect doors for my house. I'm confident they'll do the same thing for you. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, so look, some people don't like it. They're getting chump votes. The Tigers for celebrating. I mean, I guess this is, it's kind of a catch-22. Yes, disappointed. I'm very disappointed that they don't get this first-round bye. Even if they won the division and were playing at home, it's minor to me compared to blowing the first-round bye is what really is the most tangible thing that they lost here. Seeding that is bad. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Now, as far as them celebrating, whatever they can do to get their mojo back, I don't care how they act. Try and get their mojo back. I don't think this means they're going to be smoking cigars in the dugout tomorrow at Cleveland. Like they've got work to do, and there's no way they're not aware of it. But didn't sit right with some fans, as we're seeing today. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Josh and Warren. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. Hey, Doug. I just kind of disagree with two things you said, where they want to win, they want to win every game, and they don't really listen or, care about the outside noise and stuff. And to me, I completely disagree with that, because I'm not upset they celebrated. They made the playoffs, but I feel like that's all they cared about, because yesterday they had a chance to win the division. You still had a chance, and AJ punted. That lineup was disgusting.
Did you hear what he said?
Didn't punt.
Did you hear his reasoning?
Cleveland didn't. I don't care about his reasoning.
Okay.
They didn't win anything.
He values.
Sam didn't sit.
Josh
John didn't sit.
He values the rest for his players more than he valued winning the division.
What's more rest for guys struggling?
He valued it.
Winning the division and feeling good about yourself that you didn't blow the division. That doesn't overweigh just chugging.
So wait, so Josh, did you want to see Scooble?
No, I understood.
So it's okay with
because
Scooble, but it's not okay for the other players.
Scooble is your ace. These players that you're sitting down, like Green, Torque, and Dingler.
Well, hold on, Josh.
Jake Rogers.
I got to tell you, I would have preferred that, but I also think he knows his team better than me, and that's his reasoning.
So why didn't Cleveland sit their players?
Because they aren't worried about it as much
Cleveland
as Detroit.
Thought it was more important for them to win the division than
or
AJ.
They're not worried. They don't think their players, or they don't think their players need the rest.
The deadline and yesterday showed me winning doesn't matter to this organization. Just making it does.
Okay. Well, I guess AJ values the rest more than you do. I mean, and more than I do. Okay. Because I would have played him. His reasoning is I'm not hostile as Cowboy
I'm
there,
not
but
hostile about it, but
I'm definitely, I'm going to give AJ the benefit of the doubt of knowing his team better than Brian or I do.
Well, without a question, that is true. I will admit this. As a fan, I was not thrilled with the lineup that they put out there yesterday, but I understood it. Now, when it got towards the end of the game and you had a chance to pinch hit somebody if you wanted to and chose not to, okay, all that means is it just reaffirms that his stance, AJ Hinch's stance is, I want these guys to have the day off, and my plan is not going to waver no matter what the circumstances were. And there were circumstances. You had runners on base and Jake Rogers at the plate. Sure, you could have pinch hit with Dylan Dingler. You had, the game in a balance in the ninth inning. You could have done something and pinch hit any one of the left-handers and chose not to. So
248-539-9797. Bill is next. Hi, Bill.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Well, just real quick, since the last caller was touching on it, I didn't really understand that lineup yesterday either. I'm not going to kill him on it, but I just think that they've got a day off. They've got a day off today. I don't know if that was just more mentally, it might have been more in AJ's mind, more of a mental break, more of an extended mental break.
Well, I think he actually mentioned that. If I can find the quote here, give me a second.
Well, it would make sense. And every manager has done things differently, but we've seen managers in the past here with this team that they give the guys the day off before the day off, right? We've seen that a million times. Yep. We got the day off on Monday. I'm giving them Sunday off, so they get 2 days off. So if that's what and look, these guys are struggling too, right? It's not like Riley Green was red hot.
Here's AJ's quote, and we'll give you your time, Bill, but he said, we have to take care of them and get into Tuesday fresh, regardless of where that is, meaning where the venue is, home or road. Part of it is out of our control because of what's going on in Cleveland. Part of it is just taking care of our own. Mentally and physically, these guys need a break to be at their best on Tuesday, and we will let the chips fall where they may. So he wanted to give them a break.
Well, I think it's more mental than anything. I still wasn't crazy about it, but I think this series is a toss-up anyway. It doesn't matter where it's going to be played. I think it's a toss-up series. And then just real quick, Champ and Chump. Champ was the Lions' offensive line in particular. Cleveland's got a hell of a defense. They got Mason Graham,
the best defensive player in football they have is Myles Garrett.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. I forgot the guy. I forgot the guy's name slipped my mind. Myles Garrett. And they got a heck of a defense. And I don't think Goff was sacked once, if I'm not mistaken.
He was not. It was a third straight game. He has been kept clean in the pocket. He was not sacked, and it's the first time in the Lions' history since 1982 when they've been keeping the quarterback sack statistic officially. It's the first time since 82 that the Lions have had a 3-game stretch where the quarterback has not been sacked.
Yeah, so I did credit to the offensive line, and then the chump is obviously the fans at the Ryder Cup. If this country's not enough of a pariah right now already, that definitely didn't help. Anyway,
thank you, Bill. Appreciate the phone call. 248-539-9797. Brian in Shelby Township, you're next. Hello, Brian.
I love it. Thanks, Bill. Thanks for the call. Hey, guys. Happy Monday. I was on the fence with the whole Scooble start yesterday as opposed to holding him out for the playoffs. And I was, with Hinch in line with you save him for the playoffs, obviously. But then it shifted, and I'm like, well, Cleveland is in Scooble's head. So he's not played well against them as of late.
What are you talking about? He's given up 2 earned runs in 28 innings against Cleveland this year.
It's weird. Well, they haven't won those games.
They're 2-2 in the 4 games that he started, but he's gone 28 innings against Cleveland this year and given up 2 earned runs. He had a complete game shutout of Cleveland earlier in the season.
Well,
sorry, I'm sorry, Brian. I'm not yelling. It's a collective yell at anybody that's.
Yeah, there was.
I'm sorry.
There was the long snap over Torque's head, which felt a little weird, but yeah, he's mostly been good. They haven't won games.
Well, he's mostly been great.
Well,
unhittable.
Yeah, he kind of had a meltdown in the last game, and they've lost the last 2 that he started. Now, it wasn't his fault 2 starts ago.
Well, then I thought about it because, yesterday the Tigers started first, and then the Indians played afterwards in Texas anyway, so it wouldn't have been a guarantee that, you get in the home field and wrapping up the division anyway. So there was that. I personally think, and please, God, don't call me a fan of this team or anything. I just feel in my heart Seattle is a magical team. And every time they show that team on Baseball Network, because they show them a lot and all the things they're doing and accomplishing, it's amazing. Just individually, and they seem to have it all top to bottom pitching. They acquired the right guy in Suarez. I mean, dude, we needed to do stuff like they were doing, and we needed to get the consistent production out of the pitching staff, which we haven't been, and that's why I don't really believe in my heart the Tigers are going to advance. But if they do, whoever, Cleveland or Detroit, Seattle's taking them out. And guys, last night, Gator, I'm in this fantasy league, and I'm watching this Dallas Green Bay game last night. I'm like Crocus, screaming in the night, Gator. Listen, guys, I felt that was the most exciting game of the NFL season up to this point. You agree?
The 40-40 tie. It might be. I haven't seen them all, but it was – I had a good laugh. I always chuckle at the NFL tie. I find it hysterical. Hey, we haven't done our champ of chump.
I do love Crocus.
My champ of the weekend is Kelvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator. I think he has done a great job. Cleveland didn't stand a chance yesterday. And I hate to say it, when guys are getting injured again, there was no drop-off. Kelvin Shepard, my champ of the weekend.
My champ of the weekend is going to be the Lions special teams. In particular, you look at what Khalif Raymond did with a 65-yard punt return. He had a 30-yard kick return. Jack Fox was just dropping punts inside the 20. In fact, all 5 of his punts were inside the 20. They did a great job. Jake Bates with a 58-yard field goal. Special teams, my champ.
My chump of the weekend is Adonai Mitchell. The celebration at the 5, fumbled the ball out of the back of the end zone, plus a holding call that eliminated another score. My chump of the weekend.
It's pretty good. I'm going to stick with the Ryder Cup fans at Bethpage over the weekend. They were horrendous towards the Europeans. Be better.
It's Carson Anderson. Get your champ and chump votes in. 97.1 The Ticket. occurred to me during the break, given some of the hostility, maybe the Tigers wanted to be on the road in the first round of the playoffs.
It's entirely possible.
I doubt it, but
I mean, they have fans everywhere. Like
We've
the
had
vast
yelling and
majority
screaming
of Tiger
today.
fans are happy that there's postseason baseball, and they're happy to cheer the team on. There is a minority percentage of Tiger fans that are expressing their disgust with the celebration of making the playoffs as if it's not an accomplishment because they backed into it in the end. They blew this 15.5 game lead. All this is true, and I'm not happy about blowing a 15.5 game lead, but I also recognize it ain't easy to win games, and they made it look so easy for the first 90 games of the season, whatever it was. They made it look so easy. And then right before the All-Star break, things started to take a turn, and All-Star players were not playing like All-Stars anymore. And it's like this glass house or a house of cards, whichever house you want to go at, that just didn't. It ends up not being what you thought it was. They're still the same team, the same players. They're capable, and now it's a whole different season. You wipe everything from the memory bank and just go at it.
It's really hard to imagine them recapturing what they were earlier in the year because it's been such a prolonged period of them struggling. And they've technically now put up, according to Bob Nightingale, the worst September in the history of baseball, the World Series era for a playoff team. And yet they're in. They've got a chance. I don't want them to give up. I don't want them to give up. But we'll, I would like to see them figure it out. I've planted the flag next to being a fan of A.J. Hinch. I think he's very smart, and I think he coaxed a lot out of a roster that didn't look like the best in baseball for a good period of time. And he hasn't had answers in recent weeks, if not a month here. And so, I'm going to wait till it's over before we sort of get into all right, here's my conclusion, because I also recognize that this is a streaky game and they could get hot. And if they did, we'd be like, oh God, that's the team we saw for 5 months. That's the team we saw at the end of last year.
Right.
That's a team that played good defense, actually pitched reasonably well, and took extra bases to create enough offense.
Right. And the problem with what we've seen lately, where they haven't gone first to third, is because they haven't had many guys have that opportunity to go first to third. If you had a guy in first, the next guy would strike out or pop up, not put the ball in play for a base hit where you have the opportunity to go to third base. Mm-hmm. Those opportunities just came every game before, and not so much lately. Well, new season starts tomorrow. Tarek Skubal on the hill. I like their chances. In game one.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Champ and Chump votes. Lions reaction. Tigers reaction. Chris is in Davison. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. I'm going to get my Champ and Chump, and then I got a quick question. Please don't jump down my throat when I ask it, okay, Gator?
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. So my Champ is definitely the one team from Detroit that can beat the team from Cleveland. That's the Lions.
Yep.
My Chump is definitely the Tigers celebrating, not because they celebrated, but because they weren't popping bottles of Pepto-Bismol instead, because that's what they needed. So my question, a guy brought it up, and you kind of jumped in him about Skubal. My thing about it is, last time he played Cleveland was that situation with David Fry.
Right.
He looked like he wanted to puke all over himself. He looked lost and kind of just out of it. Do you think that could play into it? That's why I was wondering why they didn't try to play for.
I'm not going to jump down your. I won't jump down your throat, Chris. I mean, it is something he has to overcome, and it seemed like by the time he got to speak to reporters after the game, that he had overcome it. He knew it was a terrible thing. He felt awful about it, and then he was defiant. Actually, when they asked him about it, did that have were you rattled by it? Then he's like, no. So if he's already got that mindset, great, good for him. As a person, I think it'd be awfully hard not to have that.
And I don't believe him. I think it took clear. I thought it rattled. The next pitch was a wild pitch. Chris, it's a valid concern. I hope that he's moved on from it. But I guess to get where you are, thank you for the phone call. To get where you are as a professional athlete, you have to be able to flush stuff. You have to be able to move on. And he seems like one of the more mentally tough guys they have. Now, hitting somebody in the face with a 99.6 mile an hour fastball, and his authentic reaction to it, dropping his glove, taking his hat off, and turning and looking the other direction. Every once in a while, in that moment of time, you see, he just reacted that way, right?
Yeah.
We were hiking out of Montana, and a snake came across a trail right in front of my foot. I jumped backward and yelled out something that just blurted out.
And it wasn't a snake?
No. And what I said, I can't say on the air.
Did you have a battle where you couldn't beat the snake?
Yeah. But what I yelled out out loud was my authentic, fearful moment reaction, right? And my wife and I laughed about it later because of what I said, which I cannot repeat on the air. And I'm like, where did that come from?
Was it one word?
No, it was 2 words.
Oh.
But anyway, and I did invoke the Lord.
Oh.
Long story short, I think that was his authentic reaction. I think it rattled him, and I don't know how it wouldn't. But you're a professional athlete. You don't get there without being mentally tough.
And he had to pitch to batters after that, and it was a little shaky, and then eventually he was able to finish up what he had to finish up. So do I think it's going to be on his mind? I think he's going to find a way to keep it out of his mind, because there's something different about Tarek Skubal and how he's focused, and I think he'll be able to do that. But sure, I think people are going to ask him about it. I think that there might be some signs in Cleveland from fans and may reference it. Heck, if I were at Cleveland, I might parade David Fry out there just to try to give the team a lift.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Al next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Al.
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
So I had the opportunity to head out to Bethpage this weekend. I was out there on Saturday, and my chump are the Bethpage organizers. That tournament was ran so poorly. There was one lane taking you in and out of the place. The food was terrible. The drinks were terrible. I think that they have a lot to be at blame for how the fans were reacting.
I heard that there was, I didn't see it. There was an MC leading chants. I saw the embarrassing attempt to get people going in the morning that backfired. But was the MC actually leading blank you Rory chants?
Yes, exactly. So the whole thing, it took people hours to get in. And then to leave the event, it took 3-4 hours to get out of the parking lot. It was a disaster.
Well, think about it logistically, how tough it's got to be anyway. You've got that many people that want to be there. You have to line up early, so they're going to get there at 5 o'clock in the morning for a 7 o'clock in the morning tee time. It can't be easy to work that. I'm not exonerating everything, because obviously mistakes are made and they got to be better. But an event like that is not easy to pull off. And when you watch it, and I think back to when the Ryder Cup was here at Oakland Hills, it feels like it's night and day difference now, because they're constructing stadiums for stands over behind greens to watch all this, and it just ends up being just kind of a real spectacle. But it's unfortunate all around. And what you expressed there, Al, it sounds like it was really disappointing.
Well, in this case too, you pay a lot of money for a ticket, and their whole thing was that you get food and beverage included. Well, nothing opened up until 9 o'clock. The food was terrible, overcooked burgers and hot dogs. And I'm not saying that's an excuse for people to get super rowdy, but just in general, people were kind of in a bad mood.
Since you were there, was it really, was it as bad as it's portrayed as far as the way the fans acted?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
We got there at 7:30. We left at 7:30. Yeah, you had a couple bozos out there, but you also had a couple bozo Europeans.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad. I hope that's true, because I didn't jump them because I didn't see it. I just read about it. But who's your champ, real quick, Al?
Lions.
Oh, well, there you go. Thank you. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, champ and chump votes, 248-539-9797. Some news from the NFL this morning, breaking, and all the reporters are saying Malik Neighbors of the Giants did indeed tear his ACL, which is a huge loss for the Giants. Lions, look, it doesn't sound as though the Terrion Arnold injury is particularly serious. But DJ Reed, that doesn't look like it is quite as quick a return. Ennis Rakestraw already done for the year. So that's 3 of their top 5 corners out. They played much of the second half with Amik Robertson, Rock Ya-Sin, Avonte Maddox, and Khalil Dorsey manning the corner spots. I would suspect that there will be a move made this week. A free agent signed, a player pulled off somebody else's practice squad, something. Maybe even a trade. But at this point, Scott, that is becoming a bit of a concern area, to say the least, for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, and the Lions in the offseason, they made some moves to add pieces that Rock Ya-Sin and Avonte Maddox and others.
Veterans.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to have to be scouring the waiver wire every week. They'll be promoting guys in a practice squad, and they have to look for potential trades. They have to find ways to always make the roster better, which is something that Brad Holmes has said that he always does. Every GM in town says the same thing. Mm-hmm. They're always looking to make the team better every single day. Well, now when you have some attrition to a position group that isn't unexpected, because it happens every year, with this position group, it's not just the Lions, it's every team in the league deals with injuries to the secondary. You've got to have guys on a short list, and I'm sure he does. There's rumors out there. Ian Rappaport was reporting that Seattle they're getting Witherspoon back, and the teams are inquiring about Tyreek Woolen.
Kind of interesting.
Yeah.
He's struggling, but...
Yeah, but he had a pretty good rookie season, and then now he's, I think, in his 3rd or 4th year, and he is struggling. But he's a healthy body. Mm-hmm. He's got a lot of good measurables out there, and... if he struggles in one place, does he just need a change of scenery, or is he just not a good player? That's for them to decide. But that's just it's just an example of a veteran player, who could be available in trade.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Ryan is next on 97.1. Hi, Ryan.
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
So I'm not sure if this was stated by somebody prior to me today, so I apologize if it's redundant, but there could be something to the fact that when the game started, a couple days of rest, a mental clarity break for the Tigers. But also, a previous caller mentioned that the Mariners do feel a bit like a team of destiny. We don't do great at all on long, West Coast road trips. So if you had to decide whether you wanted to play a Cleveland team with short travel that has still scored less runs this year than they've allowed, or go play in the Bang Box in New York, and if you win in the Bang Box in New York, then go out to Seattle, I think logically 90% of people would have rather played Cleveland and then gone to Toronto, where we had a winning record. Anything can happen in a short 3-game season or series where you've got Scooble, and I know we have a winning record against New York this year, but the 210 run differential is real, especially when your pitching staff is struggling. And I think that, given the fact that Cleveland was absolutely playing for the pennant against an inferior Texas team who had nothing to play for, you kind of had to assume Cleveland was going to win. Oh. If the Tigers and Cleveland win, then we go to New York, and then if we're lucky enough, then Seattle. I think that everything kind of lined up, that we just accepted this outcome, and it was probably our best outcome given all the options, unless we knew for sure that Cleveland was going to lose.
I think there's something intriguing about playing Cleveland. Because I tell you who's not right now, they're probably the most confident team and fan base in baseball. They can handle the Tigers because they have. The Tigers are going to get called, they're sort of right now have to face this demon, this team that caught them, this team that passed them, this team that kept beating them down the stretch. They're going to face that demon right now, and they'll probably feel like if they can beat Cleveland, they can do anything. But it's an interesting choice by AJ, which we only know if he is right or wrong is when this thing is over. Did he do the right thing? Right. And because I don't care how they get there, if they get, because right now, to me, the only thing that makes this whole thing feel successful is if they win 2 rounds in the playoffs and they're playing in the American League Championship Series. Then I'll feel like they got back. Because they'll have to play really good baseball to do it. And we'll have to say that team, I will give them a ton of credit for being able to pull that off and advance, when in reality, it right now feels like it was just such a disaster down the stretch. It's hard to build any excitement, or I guess not excitement, the word optimism.
Hey, Doug.
It's hard to be optimistic about the way this team's playing. Yes, Ryan.
Agree with everything you just said. I will say that there's a lot of emotion, right? And so if you win the game and then you play everybody, you have that 1 hour delay before you found out if Cleveland won the game too. So you go from waking up, playing all your guys, winning the game. Yeah, we won the game. Okay, well, Cleveland won the game. Now they have the tiebreaker. Now we're still going to Cleveland versus, okay, guys, we want Cleveland. We can beat Cleveland. They've allowed more runs. We were the better team all year. Let's forget the past 3 weeks and go kick their butt in their house. I think if you woke up that day with the team hearing that message across the board, you have a little bit more control over your own destiny and the message you share.
I don't know. I mean, you're sort of right about that last part. I don't know that I would agree with the premise that, hey, winning the game and then finding out Cleveland had home field anyway would be such a disappointment. But hey, look, AJ's played his card. We'll find out if it worked. His card was, my guys need rest more than we think we need home field or to win the division and win this game. Either way, they were playing in the first round. And that's where my anger or real disappointment, it's not anger, my real disappointment with the Tigers lies. And blowing that first round by is probably sinking any realistic chances they had to win this whole thing. They are and always were a flawed baseball team. They were able to mask their flaws or overcome their flaws. But we're holding up to the perfect standard. Nobody's perfect, but man, this team sure did play well and sure did feel like they blew that home field thing down the stretch.
They did. But nothing you can do about that now. Now what you can do is advance in the playoffs.
Yep.
So that's how they have to approach it. Forget whatever happened in the past is just that. It's in the past. Hey, you unsuccessful against Evan Williams when it comes to your at bats against this Cleveland pitcher. Okay, no big deal. That's in the past. Be better when this series starts tomorrow.
It's so weird to have what feels like really recent examples of the Tigers being so damn good. Like so good. And being able to kind of get something out of everybody on the roster.
Mm-hmm.
And it felt authentic because it happened so long. And now what we've seen the last few weeks also feels authentic because it's happened for a long time. And I think most teams, most towns are the same. I think this Tiger team has uniquely captured this long stretches of playing like the best team in baseball and long stretches of playing like the worst team in baseball. And I don't know how you do that all within one season.
Well, that's what happens. You get the pre-All-Star break Tigers versus the post-All-Star break Tigers. And, yeah, I could sit here and look at the numbers and be all flustered by it. And, hey, they finished 12 games above 500. Not bad. Yeah, well, they were 26 above 500 or whatever it was at one point. Yikes. Yeah, it went south. It did go south. But they did play better baseball over the last week. I think I could argue that they played better baseball over the last week. They need to get the timely hits. There's no question that has to happen, and it has to happen with some kind of regularity if you want to win series.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get into some Lions stuff. Don't forget your championship votes. Get them in. Some interesting trends with the Lions through 4 games that we will touch on today at 11:32 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, back to your phone calls in a moment. Through 4 weeks, Scott Anderson, the Detroit Lions lead the NFL in scoring. Most points per game. Now, what gives them the nod over Buffalo, I think they have 4 points more than Buffalo, is a special teams touchdown by Khalif Raymond, which isn't a reflection of your offensive success, but your overall ability to get the ball into the end zone. And Buffalo does not have a return for a touchdown. So even so, it appears through 4 weeks, which is not, the be-all, end-all, but a sample size enough to maybe start to concern ourselves less with the loss of Ben Johnson, or even more so Frank Ragnow, which I was concerned would be a bigger loss than Ben Johnson. Scott, through 4 weeks, I would say that our worst fears about what could happen to the offense are alleviated. Now, how good they can be over the long haul, it's not a time for victory lap that they haven't lost their fastball yet. In fact, yesterday probably wasn't their best offensive game they've ever had. It was fine. It was certainly enough. And against that defense, you got to respect the Browns defense. So it's not all like, oh, the Lions stink or anything like that. Scott, I think the Lions offense just might be okay.
I'm not worried about it. My fears have been pretty much alleviated. I don't know if it's 100%, but it's pretty damn close to 100%. I no longer am concerned about the Ben Johnson factor. I think this whole thing all along, what we're being shown is it's the Dan Campbell factor, and it's his offense. Ben Johnson helped add to it, and now you got Johnny Morton. He's helping to add to it, and he's been a part of it. And it's Jared Goff's offense. Jared Goff is he's been the quarterback this whole thing. And the second touchdown pass he threw to Amon-Ra St. Brown yesterday, Dan Campbell made a point to say afterwards. He goes, That was all Jared Goff.
Yep.
He got to the line of scrimmage. He changed the play. He changed the coverages. He knew exactly what was there and what was going to work. He found his guy, and we got it in the end zone.
So when he was at the line of scrimmage, you could see him barking some things out, looked like he was changing the play. And yes, Dan Campbell yesterday called it next level stuff. I can't wait to ask him about it tomorrow. Like, what did he see? What made him call that play? And take us through that play from beginning to end, because Goff is clearly as good pre-snap as any quarterback I can remember to wear the Honolulu blue and silver. But anyway, so the offense, okay, leads the NFL in scoring after 4 weeks. Defensively, the Detroit Lions, looky here, they lead the NFL in quarterback sacks after 4 weeks. So, again, there's a lot of season to be played, and yet the Dan Campbell line from back at the beginning of the season were good, that he said to our morning show when asked about why not add another player. Yep. Like, I think it was a specific Zadarius Smith question. Right now, they look pretty good. Again, not victory laps yet, but that doesn't appear to be a weakness.
No, it doesn't. And, some of the sacks that happened yesterday, I think a little bit of coverage.
I think a little bit of Browns, too.
Yeah, a little bit of Browns and
2 tackles
and
out.
Joe Flacco, yeah. But nonetheless, every game is going to present different challenges, some easier than others. Mm-hmm. Get after them, and they have. Hutchinson has 4 sacks on the season now. Al-Qadim Muhammad has 3.5. He's right behind him. And you want the bookends. Well, the bookends are playing well. What's really surprised me is now we're 4 games into the season. If I look at a position group, and if I were to label a position group that I think is either underrated, undervalued, or I just think is outstanding and we're not giving enough credit, it's the linebackers. What Jack Campbell, Alex Anzalone, Derek Barnes, and Trevor Nowatzki have done has been pretty impressive. Nowatzki and Jack Campbell are 2 guys that when they get their hands on you, you're going nowhere. You are not getting another yard. They are taking you down. Campbell was mauling guys in the game yesterday. It was really impressive to see, this guy's going to, if he gets through his tackle, he's not getting through that tackle. Who was that? Oh, that's Jack Campbell. Yeah, that's what I expect. And even when we talked about the 2 plays that Zach Cunningham played last week on Monday night that were impactful, at least one of them was very impactful. Unfortunately, he's out for a little bit. But that play was impactful, and it's another linebacker. They'll get Malcolm Rodriguez back hopefully at some point this year, and we'll see what kind of contribution he's going to make to this team. But the linebacking core is pretty solid. Alex Anzalone had to go into coverage on a play yesterday. The ball thrown downfield looked like it was going to be caught, and he closed the gap and made a defensive play on it, and the receiver was unable to hang on to the football.
So, and again, I said some of it's the Browns. The previous week, the Browns played the Green Bay Packers. The Packers sacked Joe Flacco twice. Micah Parsons had no sacks. This week, the Lions sacked Joe Flacco 3 times. Aiden Hutchinson had 2 sacks. Is it mean the Lions have the best pass rush in the NFL? Probably not. But what it does mean is this does not appear to be an immediate concern. It doesn't appear to be a fire that needs to be put out, right? It is something that is trending in a positive direction, so we shall see what happens next. Gator, after 3 or 4 weeks, the Lions' defense is 11th in total D and 15th in scoring D. How do you feel about the defense?
I think it's still a work in progress because of the secondary. I think that's the issue. Like I said, about the linebackers, I think they're outstanding. I like the pass rush has been disruptive so far, and we're seeing Tyleik Williams make some plays every week, which is great. DJ Reader's playing at a high level. The defensive line looks good. Brian Branch hits everything, and I love watching Brian Branch. Kirby Joseph is making plays like he did last year. He's not a fluke. The corners have been the problem. And just when you start to get behind DJ Reed, he goes down with a hamstring injury.
Right.
Let's hope it's just a hammy and it's nothing more than that. We'll find out later this week what that is. But it doesn't look good, particularly for a player who plays a position where you need to be fast. And hamstring injuries are those things that linger. They're really difficult and tricky to manage. And then you have Terrion Arnold, who has struggled all season long, and he left the game yesterday too with a shoulder injury. We'll see how serious that is. They don't think it's as serious, but nonetheless, it's a shaky secondary right now because the corners are out. The depth of the cornerback position is vitally important. They already have Rakestraw out, so now you're asking guys that used to be starters in this league to step in and do it again, and also to find other alternatives. They have to get better with that group in particular.
Let's go to Jim in Utica. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Yeah, hey, Doug, Gator.
What's up?
I'm going to play my card next to you with the champ, Detroit Lions, in particular, number 11, Khalif Raymond.
Yeah, awesome. Yep.
Not only for the return, he seemed to add some juice to the team, give him that little extra push. I heard you talking about the Goff changing the play at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Was that the touchdown pass for like 2 yards?
It was the second
3 yards.
No, it was the second touchdown pass to Amon-Ra. I think it was 8 yards.
It looked like a wide receiver screen, and he bounced outside and up the sideline into the end zone.
Okay, I was thinking about that shorter pass.
No, the one where he was wide open. No, it wasn't that play.
Good play call.
Because on that play, I believe Raymond was the guy that he. They call it a pick play, right? One guy goes this way, and it looked like on watching it on TV, like he acted like he stumbled, but he clearly got in the defender's way, and it was legal. And Amon-Ra was wide open, and the rest was history.
Yeah,
so not only the punt.
It was a well-executed play, yes, and within the rules, I always kind of struggle with those plays, what's in the rules and what isn't, but they apparently did it clean.
Yep, and every team does it, and I'm sure we defend against it.
Yeah. And your chump?
Our on that September free fall on Witherall Street, the Detroit Tigers. Just the fact that they had such a good chance of getting in with the best record and stuff, and they just, but at least, just a free fall.
It was. It was brutal to see them play the way they did down the stretch. It was obviously not ideal, but the fact that they made the playoffs, it's an accomplishment. And now they have to play in the first round. It's a 2-game, best of 3, I guess I should say, against Cleveland. I wouldn't want it any other way at this point.
playing Cleveland at Cleveland. I want to beat Cleveland so bad. It's a personal thing.
I want a first round bye and then beat.
Okay, great. But I just want to beat Cleveland. I don't like Cleveland.
No.
I've got a real healthy disdain for them right now. You talked last week about how you've now, as much as we like Stephen Kwan as a player, not anymore. It's going to become the most irritating player in baseball. Every year somebody new crops up, and this year it's going to be Stephen Kwan because of all the little things that he does. I want the Tigers to badly beat the Guardians.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback, your champ and chump votes, thoughts on the Lions and Tigers. Tigers expectations feel awfully low going into the postseason. Lions expectations are really high. Boy, it's amazing how far they've come since that loss to Green Bay. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises? Maybe it's not working as well? Well, call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service, and they'll come out to your house, diagnose the problem, and fix it right there in a spot. They've got expert technicians in the field that know what they're doing. I know this firsthand. Years ago, I called them when my garage doors weren't working so well, and they diagnosed the problem and fixed it on the spot, and I couldn't have been happier. They offer same-day service, emergency repairs are available, weekends are available at no extra charge, and they offer the industry's leading warranty. It's called the Precision Promise. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes, keep them rolling in. A whole bunch have come in here, and let's get to them. What do we got here? Unnamed texter, my champ is Zach Bryan. What a show, and everybody up there with him. My chump is the Big House. What an absolute disgrace of a venue. Terrible lines, ran out of everything. Disaster.
Oh.
I knew people there. I did not hear that, but that certainly would not mimic this person's experience. It's typically not the case for football. I wonder if somebody else was in charge of concessions or something. I don't know. Champ, the U.S. Ryder Cup team. Chump, obvious fans in New York. Champ, the Detroit Tigers, Houston, and the Mets would gladly change places with the Tigers. Chump, so-called Tiger fans who have no clue how hard the game of baseball really is. Well, I mean, I think they know it's hard. I think they're disappointed, and I understand to a degree the disappointment. I guess I don't understand the outward hostility. And, you know, I mean, you can always choose not to watch because I think some people have made it clear they aren't going to. Champ, Dan Campbell's locker room speech holding the team to a higher standard. Chump, the Tigers, not trying to win that game yesterday. Well, we told you. I mean, AJ might be wrong. AJ thought he had some key guys that he preferred to give them a day off going into the postseason than trying to win or host that game. And, you know, some people disagree with the approach. That's AJ's. If they win the series, is all forgiven or not? For sitting the guys out yesterday.
Well, that's the thing, right? Because I would agree that it wasn't a great look. You're not putting your best foot forward trying to win, but you're not doing it either with Skubal. The Skubal thing, I think we all understand. You don't start him because you want him to start the first game of the playoffs, which is what's going to happen. But the lineup with the day off today, you could have played some guys yesterday, and he clearly chose not to. Not only didn't he insert them in the lineup, the starting lineup, he didn't pitch hit for anybody either, if I'm not mistaken, in the game. So they were going with what they had yesterday, period. And I think they made their minds up on Saturday night, perhaps even earlier, but Saturday night was when they, I think, said, this is it. This is what we're going through, guys. We're going to get ready for a series on Tuesday. We'll see what happens.
Let's see. Champ, Amon-Ra may be the best wide receiver in the league. Chump U.S. Ryder Cup fans, either act like you've been there before or retreat to your shanties.
Amon-Ra is the best receiver in the league.
Yeah. And as far as the fans are concerned, look, whether it was overplayed or underreported or overreported, I don't know. Everything I read, and I wasn't there, and I didn't watch. I stopped kind of watching because I felt, I don't know, man. I just hated that they were ruining the fun. If it was that bad, it's no longer fun to me. I think the Ryder Cup is cool because there's a healthy, it's been a healthy, cheering and back and forth, but it sounds like it got out of hand this weekend. And look, I made my decision. Other people just, it started to suck the fun out of what makes the Ryder Cup special. As if they were truly swearing as much as that people said they were, F you, Rory chants, making things uncomfortable on the European players, their kids, their families. This isn't a Kelly Stafford situation. Somebody threw a beer? Somebody
apparently threw a beer at Rory while he was walking with his wife and kid, and the beer hit his wife, apparently.
I don't know.
Brutal.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls. Brad in Commerce. Hi, Brad.
Hey guys, end of the golf season's upon us, and I had a champ and chump for you, golf related. The champ, I think, is what they did to set up the course, Bethpage Black, for the Ryder Cup. Not much water out there, so they had to do what they could. And I tell you, when you see that view down number 18 from the tee box, pretty impressive stuff. I'm pretty sure I could clear those bunkers on my second shot, but a very, very, impressive, and to me, not ruined by the fans because they did a good job for the people who set it up who worked hard. And then my chump is the people golf related who use the term makeable putt. It'd be interesting to see the same person out on Bethpage this morning if they rolled the greens and got out the stemp meter, and they'd be 3-putting or 4-putting and hitting them right off of the green. And I didn't know what you guys, thought, because the fans being like that kind of made me think of, you got a bunch of people out there who don't understand how hard it is and how the course is set up.
I think when it comes down to, Brad, when you look at the Ryder Cup this past weekend, I think there's a pressure that is felt, and I think the Europeans handle it better than the Americans do typically. Because I agree with you on the greens. I mean, the greens they're going to be impossible everywhere that you play on tour. That's just how it is, and normal fans have no idea what that's like unless you're out there. But they did miss putts that Europeans made. I think it was a pressure thing.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've heard of golfers, professional golfers, getting ready for Augusta who would putt on cement floors in their basement and stuff. And that's just, like I said, every time I hear makeable putt, I'm like, oh yeah, you get out there and see what a makeable putt is.
Yeah, and some greens are more difficult than others for sure.
Jeff is in Detroit and next on 97.1. Hi, Jeff.
What's going on, guys?
Hey.
For the champ, how epic was that golf? I don't know if it was an audible call, but when he called out the sniper, you know, we never would have heard that play call if it was playing anywhere else. And then for my chump, I'm gonna have to give it to the Packers and the Cowboys. As much trash talking as both sides put up, and both of them just put up a tie. What a letdown! What a letdown!
I found it hysterical. I find the ties in the NFL to actually be funny, and if my team isn't playing, I'm rooting for the tie. Why? I don't know. It just makes me laugh. And Packers almost blew it in the end, which I guess would have been better for Detroit, but the tie doesn't hurt Detroit. So
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You know, so I appreciate it, fellas.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Matt is next on 97.1. Hi, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My chump is going to be those fair weather Tiger fans. You know, I don't see what the hostility's for. We made it to the playoffs, and so now we got a chance to go farther. My champ is going to be Rory, because if somebody would hit my wife with a beer, I would need bail money. All right, he had restraint. I would have went after whoever threw that beer at my wife.
Yeah, I guess at some point, I think it was on Saturday, Shane Lowry had to be restrained from going after a fan that had said something that was completely out of line.
Hey, look, some of these fans have it coming with what they do, and they need to be unloaded on. So I'm all for the athletes, because you can't just keep attacking athletes and think nothing's going to happen. Like, this is so in the past, the malice in the palace. You're not going to throw stuff at players and expect them not to come up there and kick the crap out of you.
Well, I mean, there's a way to handle it. There's a way not to handle it. I think ideally you like to let law enforcement see what happened, bust the guy on the spot, haul him away, and take him to jail, and let that happen. But I understand what you're saying. That's just there's the human element of it too.
Isn't it Tyson who said everyone has a plan so you get punched in the mouth or something like that?
Yes.
I don't know who said that, but yeah.
Well, I'd like to tone down violence right now, in this country. I think that maybe that's the best way to do it.
Well, especially this is a sporting event, man.
It's golf.
It's entertainment.
Golf used to be the sport where you weren't allowed to say a word, and now tournaments they encourage, because the Waste Management Open or whatever they do in Phoenix, and they have the stadium hole, and they allow get as loud as you want and crazy as you want. And it feels like since that started, every golf tournament out there wants to try to capture that same kind of atmosphere at other holes on their courses. We see it at the Rocket Mortgage Classic or the Rocket Classic. They have a hole like that where they kind of encourage it. But nobody's encouraging when people cross the line with what they have to say. I mean, the F you Rory chants that's ridiculous.
I'm a big fan of saying fans can do whatever they want, but within reason.
With good taste.
You don't, but there's a few things that happen too. It's very important, Gator. It's very important. I've discovered this in America in 2025. It's very important to go viral.
Right.
And if you can get a reaction, you have a chance of going viral. And who amongst us can pass up the opportunity to go viral? That's a problem.
I mean, there was an MC leading F.U. Rory chants?
Well, I didn't hear it. I read about it, and that's why I'm a little uncomfortable with all of this, because We weren't there, and I've read a lot about it. It was enough that it made people write about it and talk about it. And that it was enough that in the midst of it, it was kind of sucking the fun out of it for me, because I think the back and forth between the golfers and the fans when they're cheering for, like when you're cheering for your team, it's one thing. Was it simply a football crowd at a golf event? Is that what happened? Stuff that would be acceptable at a football game wasn't acceptable? No, it's never acceptable to throw stuff at somebody's family. But 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes, get them in, and we'll continue the conversation. Lots to talk about with the Tigers in the postseason. Lions with another win. 97-1, the ticket. Gator, I got a question for you. We had somebody champ Dan Campbell for his post-game locker room speech because he holds the Lions to a high standard, and then chump the Tigers for celebrating after blowing the lead because they aren't held to a high standard. Is there an equivalency to be drawn between Dan Campbell doing it after Game 4, where the Tigers, if the Lions were in the Tigers' position and had a great regular season but blew the division and went in as a wild card, but did what it took in the last weekend, do you think Dan Campbell's message would have been different than it is now?
I think that Dan Campbell was asked several times during the week and even after the game about making sure that this wasn't a letdown game or a trap game. In the post-game presser yesterday, he talked about, Bill Parcells used to, he said he would take mouse traps and put them all over the building. He'd take thousands of them, put them over the building to remind you don't fall for the trap, stay ready. And I think they take pride as a coaching staff and as a team that they don't fall for the trap game, that they are prepared. So when he said afterwards, this is, in the locker room, hey, it's a win. We're always happy with a win, but it wasn't the prettiest wins. I think it just further emphasized to the team, never rest on your laurels, never look past anybody, and we still have work to do. We got a lot to clean up, and everybody there would admit that they've got a lot to clean up, and now it's going to get even harder because of injuries. But I don't have any issue with what he said after the game, and players come out and they say the same thing.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think anybody has any issue with what he said. I'm asking, do you think drawing an equivalency saying, look at how Dan Campbell holds him to a high standard, and look at how the Tigers aren't held to a high standard after they actually did what they needed to do in the end to get in? Is that fair?
It's not fair.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's Game 4 of a regular season versus, just making it into the playoffs at this point. It's a season-ending thing.
Yeah,
it's not fair.
I mean, look, ideally, I think there's a massive amount of disappointment in the Detroit Tigers not winning the division, and to me, it's not even about the division. If you don't win the division, you don't get home field, which is too bad. It would have been cool for the fans here. It would have been cool for the city, and it would have been better chance to win. Although at this point, I wonder if they want to be road warriors. And given the lineup yesterday, AJ Hinch made it clear after the game that he valued the rest for his starters more so than winning the division. He said he was still trying to win the game, but he wanted to give some guys another day off physically and mentally going into this playoff game tomorrow. We'll find out if it was the right call, I guess, if it helps in any way, because they have a tough task ahead of them, beating a team that has really had their number down the stretch here in the Cleveland Guardians. I'm not to the point where I'm hostile towards AJ. There's some hostility out there towards AJ and towards the Tigers. And people are expressing that with their champ and chump votes. In the meantime, Lions do get a win. And while it wasn't a work of art, and I always say this, sometimes you play games that are work of art games, Scott, where you're better than the opponent. So you want to come out of that game where when you look back at it, it's just all it is something to behold, like a work of art. And it wasn't. Specifically offensively. Defensively and special teams, pretty damn good. But offensively, I mean, they put up 34 points, but they were given great field position. They didn't capitalize on some scoring opportunities. I mean, whatever. I do think it is a natural letdown game, and seasons are going to have ebbs and flows, and they still won by 24. So yeah. I'm not – Dan Campbell did say afterwards, you get to a scary place when you're judging wins and losses that way.
The game was never in the balance. They had it well in hand.
Never in doubt?
Yeah, never. But you do come away from that saying, offensively, you wanted to see more. I mean, Jamison Williams dropped a couple of passes. There was one on a deep pass that I don't know if J-Mo turned the wrong way or if Goff just inaccurately threw it. That's something we can ask him tomorrow, but I imagine he'll just take responsibility for it because he always does. There were a couple of he wasn't the only one to drop some passes. Khalif Raymond actually dropped a pass. It was to him. Defensively, they dropped Amik Robertson dropped an interception. So there are lots of things to work on. They ran for 109 yards, 3.8 average, but feels like they really got got away with having one big run, and otherwise there was nothing going against a really, really good defense. That defensive line is no joke. Myles Garrett is really good. They've got some good defensive tackles on that team. There's safeties, and they've Delpit and others back there that are just solid defensively as a team. And yeah, they scored 27 points offensively against them. They got the kick return. Never in doubt.
248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, and we get back to your phone calls. We go to Ron in Sterling Heights. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ron.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
I got a lot of things to say, but I'll just try to keep it really brief. And regarding the fan base and the way their actions are around the Ryder Cup, which I thought was a total disgrace, honestly. I've had some experiences of going to some out-of-town games. For instance, I went and saw the Red Wings play years ago out in Philadelphia. And there was multiple times where I was there where I thought I was going to get jumped. When the Red Wings would score, we'd stand up and cheer, and my brother and my father and I were getting full beers thrown at us. Now, if you put it in a context, I was also lucky enough, and I've only been to one playoff hockey game here in Detroit. It was years ago against Pittsburgh. And here's the difference, I think, between the fans in Detroit in general and the fans in Philadelphia in general. And I don't, point them out in particular. So I go to the playoff game. It was Pittsburgh versus the Red Wings, and people are gathering around outside. And there were people there from Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh uniforms, and we were just bowling around, getting ready to go into the Joe. And a couple approached someone who was walking next to me, and said, "Hey, would you take our picture? We're from Pittsburgh." And the guy said, "No, I can't do that. I'm a Detroit fan." And they looked at him and he goes, "I'm just kidding." And he went and he took a big picture for them and said, "Hey, good luck. To you guys, let's have some fun tonight." And you guys have seen it too. And when it comes down to groups and people going to sporting events, even right down to youth baseball, I've seen.
Yeah, by and large, fans are great, but you can every group has a couple of bad fans that ruin it. And really make things
There's
look
probably a little bit of percentage of bad fans that vary from town to town, but the bad fans can overrun some stuff. I saw an amazing stat that's tweeted out by Al Karsten, a football guy who's a writer for Pride of Detroit. Longest running back rushes allowed by the Browns defense this season. Number 1, Jahmyr Gibbs, 24 yards. Number 2, Jahmyr Gibbs, 22 yards. Number 3, Jahmyr Gibbs, 9 yards. Tied with Jacob Sailors, 9 yards. Number 3, Emmanuel Wilson, Green Bay, 9 yards. Number 6, Jahmyr Gibbs, 8 yards. Tied with Jahmyr Gibbs, 8 yards. Tied with Jahmyr Gibbs, 8 yards. And 3 others tied with 8 yards. The Lions really did have a good day against a good defense. We're sitting here like nitpicking it without reminding ourselves Cleveland's defense is really good. And what Cleveland did to the Green Bay Packers the week before is an example of how good they can be. It's amazing that the Lions are back in first. The Packers have lost to the Cleveland team Detroit just beat, and lost in only scoring 10 points and then gave up 40 to Dallas. Dallas has a good offense, but still.
Well, the Lions had 4 tackles for loss that included 3 quarterback sacks. The Cleveland Browns had 4 tackles for loss and no quarterback sacks.
Yep.
I mean, when they weren't giving up 8 yards to Jahmyr or 22 or 26, whatever the case was, they were stopping him for -2, -3, 1, 0. It's a really, really good defense. And yet the Lions have a really, really good offense that had some explosive plays.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Open lines. Get your calls in, your Champ and Chump votes in here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And when the Jets and Dolphins and Bengals and Broncos play tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers either a 50% profit boost token or 2 30% profit boost tokens. That's right. You can get on the action with a 50% profit boost token or 2 30s this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet the Jets and the Dolphins or the Bengals and the Broncos with a 50% profit boost token or 2 30% profit boost tokens. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get right back to your open line calls. We got Mike in Clinton Township. You are next. Hello, Mike.
Hello.
Hey.
I think some of this started for the Detroit fans back in the Red Wing days when they were really good. The Yzerman says, well, we're not celebrating because we haven't finished, and the different steps in the playoffs.
With it's like the Tigers celebrating, why people are upset by that because Yzerman and the group didn't celebrate until they won. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they didn't celebrate till they won the whole thing. He said there's nothing to celebrate yet. But they had, the best team in hockey, so maybe there's a difference. But can I name a champ and chump?
Sure, Mike.
My champ is Khalif Raymond and the special teams, And my chump is Roger Goodell in the ridiculous halftime show that they're proposing with the dress-wearing guy from Puerto Rico.
Thanks, Mike. Do people really care that much? I don't know. I'm always amazed how much people care about the halftime show. But Tony is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tony. Tony. No good.
Sorry, I left you hanging there. That's not like me.
Ned is in Oxford and next. Hello, Ned.
Ned.
There's a problem on our end. And apparently our phones are down now. All right, well, there you go. Hey, I want to, before I had a chance, I did want to ask you a question. College football this weekend. Penn State, Oregon on Saturday night. Everybody has talked at length about James Franklin's record against top 10 teams, and it goes in the books as another loss to a top 10 team. Any thoughts on that game?
Hysterical. He is 4-21. His teams are 4-21 against top 10 teams. So that's 16% winning percentage.
Mm-hmm.
See what they did there?
Mm-hmm.
Fast math. They were behind into the fourth quarter by a couple of touchdowns. They came storming back, force overtime, and looks like they got it. You know, they get a stop on they got a stop on a 2-point conversion, and then they get the ball and they try to come in and score, and it gets picked off. And it was, I don't know, it's kind of poetic. I enjoyed it very much. I don't like James Franklin. I like Oregon. I kind of like Dan Lanning. I think he's a really good coach. And then you've got the local connection with the quarterback and Dante Moore and wanting him to play well. So I was just smiling ear to ear watching that.
So Dan Lanning's post-game interview was one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
Very emotional.
Had a lot of people talking about what the hell was going on there because he was jittery. As far as James Franklin's concerned, the weird thing is, having been out there a lot, I like Penn State. I like the campus. Mostly I like the fans. I like the stadium, even though it's a weird place. But it's a fun road trip to make. There's a lot to like about Penn State. And I'm not the biggest James Franklin fan. I started to feel guilty about it because I'm like, why am I wishing this man ill will? There's something else that's starting to happen with Penn State that I'm growing accustomed to, and that is Penn State's next great quarterback doesn't seem to turn out to be that great. Whether it was Christian Hackenberg or Trace McSorley and now Drew Aller, who I don't know what to make of him. Everybody tells me he's really good. And you last week, we started talking about him. You cited his stats and said there's something to be desired here about what he's done against some of these bad teams he's played. And he threw over 137 yards in that game against Oregon and threw that pick, which, was a play that looked like it was going nowhere. Probably should have been a throwaway in the first place. But, is that becoming a bit of a pattern? Penn State's next great quarterback isn't panning out?
I don't know. I mean, you could say that about a lot of universities where the quarterback gets hyped up. So, but with Penn State, they haven't had a decent quarterback in the NFL since Kerry Collins?
Yeah, maybe.
But they're not known as quarterback U. They're known as linebacker U. And they've always produced some pretty good players. But yeah, this quarterback comes in. He's a seasoned veteran. He's got his running back tandem with him. They went out and they got some transfer portal wide receivers that were highly thought of, I should say. Mm-hmm. And they fall flat offensively. They just meh. And it's kind of Penn State offensively in a nutshell in my lifetime. Like they have a moment here or there, but it's never been like this. Watch this juggernaut march down the field time and time and time and time again. And in large part, it's because in the big games you want to see that happen. They're 4-21.
Yep.
James Franklin is he's a guy that can recruit. There's no question. And they can beat up on bad teams, but when it comes to the time to show up against the good teams, it just doesn't happen. And, is it good enough for Penn State to keep having him as their head coach? If they go 10-2 every year, but they don't do anything in the playoffs? Or are they going to demand a higher standard, Doug?
I kind of wonder if James Franklin's just going to go, maybe I'll go somewhere else. Well,
I don't know what kind of pressure he's feeling.
I'm not I don't cover that team. Yeah. I have no idea whether
I don't know if the fans are really, rebelling against him and saying enough of this guy. He's got to go. Occasionally, you'll see a viral video of fans yelling at him, and then he returns the fire. It's like, you're so stupid. Just block out the noise. But we've made fun of James Franklin for years because of the phony factor.
Yeah.
The hold me back, guys. I have to lead you out in the field.
Yeah.
I got to get in front of you guys. I mean, I would imagine some of those players, their eyes have to roll like, oh my God, here we go again with this coach. And there has to be a fan base that does that too. But the majority of the fan base probably likes him because they put a double-digit win totals almost every year.
Paul's in Auburn Hills and next on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Happy Monday, fellas. Love the show.
Thank you.
Hey, just wanted to talk about beating the Indians. I noticed we actually bunted against Boston. And do you guys already talk about that?
No.
No, okay. So we won a game in Boston. Meadows bunted. Totally took the Red Sox by surprise. The Lions have had great success, going against the grain in certain situations. I'm just wondering, is Hinge going to employ anything to mix it up? Because it seems like we're getting the same results, taking the same approach. And boy, is it nice when you see somebody try to, do something different to push some runs across.
So he's a big fan of being steady, and not getting, overreacting to things, send a consistent message. But maybe, look, he's looking for answers. And I'll be very, very intrigued to see if that means there's anything interesting starting tomorrow in the postseason. I don't know, Paul.
Paul, are you going to see Riley Green do that? No,
probably
you're not going to see Riley Green as Prince of Torkelson or Kerry Carpenter laying down a bunt. But if you get somebody like Parker Meadows, could you? Maybe. There's certain guys I think you would ask to do it, and the guys are like, no way am I going to ask this guy to bunt.
Yeah, and they always talk about putting guys in a position to succeed. Well, Meadows, who's scuffling, he's got the legs, he's fast, put down a bunt and see if you can spark something.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
good. Let's see some more of that, some creativity, yeah?
Well, look.
If the situation calls for it, you're not going to do it with 2 outs.
No, and you're not going to do it with somebody who's not a good bunter.
You're not likely to do it with nobody on base. I think you like the opportunity for him to put the ball in play and beat it out with his legs without having to bunt.
Look, these are desperate times. It has been a historic free fall, and they've managed to get new life here by actually qualifying, which is something that was very much in doubt there for a minute. And now it's up to, and they had no margin for error when it was all said and done. It's up to them to see if they can return to what they did. I don't know. Like, if you want to get back to what you were, do you shake things up? Is that the right thing to do? I don't know, man. I'm at a loss of what happened with the Tigers, who authentically went from looking like the best team in baseball, whether they were or they weren't, you can make a case, to now authentically looking like the worst team in baseball. It is the biggest blown lead, so in many ways, unprecedented. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. We get some start times, by the way, for those waiting. Michigan State and UCLA is already set as a nooner. So we're waiting on Michigan and USC for that
I believe
game.
It's a night game. I don't know if I saw what time it was.
Has it been determined?
I thought I saw somebody say that it was supposed to be a night game, but I don't know if that means 8 o'clock or 11 o'clock or 7.
I think it's like a 7:30 or something like that.
Did you? Because this is the rumor, but has that been confirmed?
It was. Gosh, I have to look it up, guys.
Okay.
Sorry.
Let me ask let me get in touch with the play-by-play voice. See if I can find out.
I don't think anything gets confirmed till 1, but there is a rumor that it will be a night game, which is interesting. When I saw Gary Danielson at the Nebraska game, He said, we'll see you guys at USC, which is a CBS 3:30 start. But maybe things have changed, or maybe he was wrong, or maybe he was presuming.
Jim Comparoni from SpartanMag.com just said that Jonathan Smith, Michigan State head coach, said that second-string linebacker Brady Pretzloff is out for the season with an undisclosed injury. He didn't make the trip to USC, and now he's been ruled out for the year. That sucks.
It's too bad.
So WDIV has the Michigan game versus USC at 7:30 kickoff on NBC.
All right, well, we'll see if that is correct at 1 o'clock. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so this time tomorrow we'll be previewing Game 1 of the American League Wild Card Series. And I got to ask you, the Skubal stuff, right? The fact that Skubal has not beaten Cleveland in probably his 3 biggest starts against Cleveland, Game 5 last year and these last 2 games this year. Game 5 last year wasn't his best, but the 2 starts this year, his numbers were good. These 2 at the end of the year, he handed a 1-1 tie over to the bullpen, and they lost that one. And then he contributed to the meltdown.
Yes, he did.
In the 5-2 loss.
It was 1 earned run he gave up, but he gave up 3, and you could say that they were linked to him.
Yep.
I think that's fair. But the last 2 games, it's 12 innings of work with 2 earned runs, 4 runs total, 11 hits in the 12 innings, 5 walks. It's really good, but it's not the great Skubal we saw where you go back to earlier in the season, his starts against Cleveland, a complete game shutout, 13 strikeouts, 2-hitter. The Tigers won that one 5-0. And he had another start against Cleveland. It was the Tigers won it 7-2, but it took extra innings. He went 7 innings, gave up 3 hits, 10 strikeouts, no walks. So the first 2 games against Cleveland, he went 16 innings with 5 hits, no walks, and 23 strikeouts.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is that they just didn't win those last 2 games. They didn't win the game last year. I feel like we should still have confidence in Skubal going up against Cleveland. It's the run support, though. It's the lack of run support, and it's finding a way to get their offensive mojo back. And the runs are at a premium postseason. Everything's tight. Can they respond? Can they get back to what they were? Because it's such a far cry how good they were. And it's frustrating watching the other team. Like the loss they had, one of the Cleveland losses, where they just let a guy swipe third with no throw.
Yeah.
Before, I think Flaherty was on the mound. Before Flaherty even delivered the pitch. They just let a guy swipe third. That's the kind of thing the Tigers were doing to others. And there's multiple examples of it. I just cited one where the little things, they're just not doing them anymore the way they were earlier in the year. And they stack up. The first to third stuff stacks up. The cutting off, like I feel like if the ball does fall when it's hit to left field, the Stephen Kwan's area, he'll cut it off to make sure it's not a double. It's only a single. He did that multiple times. I mean, he's also tracking down everything anyway. But those small things add up and make a difference. And here we go. Tigers have got themselves in this position where not only did they not have the first round bye, they don't have home field. Now they got to go on the road and play a team that's had their number. They made it much harder on themselves than necessary.
They did. Of course they did. The second half of the season has been horrible for this team offensively. Their OPS in the second half, or post-All-Star game anyway, was 701. In the first half, the number was probably 50 points higher than that. It's not good. It's below average. They had 74 home runs in the 65 games played in the post-All-Star game. Pre-All-Star game, they played 97 games, and they had 124 home runs, and their OPS was 749. So things have changed, and unfortunately they've changed for the all-star players that haven't done the job. Riley Green, 694 OPS, and he's hitting 218. You look at Gleyber Torres, 659 OPS, hitting 223. Zach McKinstry, 656 OPS, hitting 213. And Javi Baez hitting 548 OPS with a 223 average. Had a nice game yesterday, but there it is. Trey Sweeney has offered nothing offensively for this team. A 401 OPS, a 137 batting average. When you get ready to set the lineup for this team for the playoffs, I'm not going to be upset if Trey Sweeney is left off the lineup. I don't think he will.
Off the roster?
Off the roster, yeah. I don't think he will be. But it wouldn't be. Sure. It wouldn't bother me one bit if he was, because he's not. He's a liability at the plate. He's not hitting, and when you get guys like Justin Henry Malloy, he can get up there and give you a good at bat. Maybe I want to see more of him. Jahmai Jones needs to be on this roster for the playoffs because he just kills left-handed pitching, and he's come up with some monster hits. But they need the core guys to get it done. Riley Green, Gleyber Torres, Zach McKinstry was a core guy in the first half of the season. If Zach McKinstry isn't going to get it done in the playoffs, what does it mean for his future with his team? And Spencer Torkelson needs to come up with a couple torque bombs.
Yeah. Yeah, the postseason roster is going to be interesting because it'll speak to where they truly are with some players that haven't been producing. Like, are they kind of done with them? If you're not on the postseason roster, it might be kind of done with you. And there could be some guys that have been here all year that they just say, you know what, we need to win now, and you're not going to. We don't think you're going to get the job done.
Well, in September, you're able to expand it to 28 men. Now you got to get back down to 26. So 2 guys are going to be dropped from it. We'll see what they end up doing, if it's going to be, bolstering the bullpen, or do you just bolster the lineup? But because it's a short series, you don't have to have a ton of pitchers. So maybe that's how they work.
248-539-9797 if you want to continue talking Tigers, who've gotten votes for champ and chump. People are happy that they did what they needed to do over the weekend to get into the postseason. Others aren't happy that they celebrated. Feels like it sent the wrong message. I'm not against the celebrating because I think they're trying to recapture some of the magic they had last year. And I think this was an effort to try and do that as much as anything. And I think they were authentically relieved because a postseason bid was in doubt there. And they had nobody to blame but themselves. But, at the end of the day, I think it's better than moping or walking off or not acknowledging it, because then I feel like they'd already be done. And they should be doing everything they can to try and win this damn series with the Guardians. And my champ of the weekend was Calvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions. Injuries, whatever, he still did a great job yesterday and set up the offense with some short fields. I really, really like the job this guy's done.
My champ was the Detroit Lions special teams that did a great job. Jack Fox had 5 punts, averaged 44 yards a punt. All 5 went inside the 20-yard line. Jake Bates hit the 58-yard field goal, nailed the other field goal he had, plus all the extra points. And then Khalif Raymond returned a punt 65 yards for a touchdown. Also had a 30-yard return on a kickoff. Jacob Salyers had a 31-yard return on a kickoff as well. Special teams very good for the Lions.
My jump of the weekend is Adonai Mitchell from the Indianapolis Colts, who went to celebrate on the 5-yard line and hold the football out with one hand. He dropped it, and then it proceeded to roll out of the back of the end zone for a touchback. No touchdown, loss of possession. Also had a holding call that nullified another one. My jump of the weekend.
Did they lose that game, Doug?
They did.
Yeah, that hurts.
Costly.
Very much so. My chump are the fans over at the Ryder Cup, Beth Page, that were the rowdy fans. There are plenty of great fans, but the unruly rowdy crowd with the F.U. Rory chants and just the people that cross the line, you suck.
It honestly, I wasn't as into it after I saw that. This is getting ugly, and I love all USA stuff, and I've come to love the Ryder Cup. It really took some fun out of it for me. I'm like, this is embarrassing. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Kang, we did not get your thoughts on a couple of things here. Let's start with the Lions' performance yesterday. What did you think of the 34-10 win over the Cleveland Browns?
It didn't seem like they played that great, but you looked up and you never were worried that they're going to lose.
Nope.
And then you look at the stat sheet, you're like, they're dominating. You look at the scoreboard, this thing's going to get out of hand. And I think I feel the same way as players, and I'm not a player. Like the locker room talk, they always talk about that things could be better. They could have capitalized more. I agree, and it was still 34-10, and that's a sign of a really good elite football team, is what it is. Trevor Nowoski is one guy that stood out for me. That next man up mentality. Mm-hmm. They really do have a deep linebacking room, and maybe a defense as a whole, because they're going to need it with the secondary going down right now. Because Alexander Zaloni said in the locker room after the game, when Kirby Joseph had to lead the game, he said he felt good when Avante was out there. And so he feels good about everybody around him. And so I'm hoping we'll see with DJ Reed and Terrion Arnold that they still feel good when the other guys are stepping in. So I thought the defense stepped up. And the two other things that stood out for me were the tackles for the Lions. The fact that Myles Garrett, you'll never be able to completely contain him, but the fact that Jared Goff was not sacked, and the pressures they did get on him, Goff was able to move in the pocket to get the pass off mostly, except for I think one was like, a wobble, one was a duck, but that was it. I thought that stood out.
What was the stat about 3 consecutive games without a quarterback sack?
First time in Lions history since they kept this quarterback sack statistic since 1982.
Okay, so we were talking about 4 games in, trends and concerns that have gotten either blown up or they're starting to become evidence that they won't be a concern. One is the pass rush. The Lions actually lead the NFL in quarterback sacks. 2 is the offense without Ben Johnson and Frank Ragnow. Lions score more points than any team in the NFL. 3 is the interior of the offensive line. The first time since they've kept the stat, the Lions haven't given up 3 sacks in 3 consecutive, haven't given up any sacks in 3 consecutive games.
Yeah. Add to that they have they average the 4th highest rushing yards per game.
Dude, I mean, it's and all that in spite of the stinker in week 1, where they just got, it felt like all of those concerns were on display, like all of them. And now you turn around and you go, okay, Cleveland actually, they kept Flacco more clean against Green Bay than they did against Detroit. Micah Parsons didn't have a sack against Cleveland. Aiden Hutchinson had 2. And you credit the Browns defense because what they did to Green Bay, holding them to 10 points. Lions put up 34. And it's really, really weird. I mean, Green Bay, after week 1, people are like, oh, they've passed Detroit. Have they?
I don't think the Browns game was the trap game to worry about. I think Green Bay losing to Cleveland was huge. This week, and I think this is part of why Dan Campbell said we didn't play all that well. I know the score, it's a win. We'll take it. Wins we'll take. But we didn't play that well. We all know it. We got to be better. It's because they're playing Cincinnati this week. And because Cincinnati, I mean, they're really not much to look at offensively now with Joe Burrow being out. They've got other injuries to deal with. I think that's where it is. It's a shot at the guys saying, we got to be better. Let's not overlook who we have. And my early take is they were going to destroy Cincinnati.
Did you see the point spread on that?
I haven't.
Kang, have you seen the point spread, the early point spread?
I have not.
What do you think it's at?
12.5.
Wow, that's a huge number. I'll go 10.5 because it's the NFL.
It's 8.5.
All right, yeah. It's tough to get a double-digit spread in the NFL, man. But I was going to go there because
I'll take the double-digit disco this week.
Go for it, man. I mean, we could all see it for sure, but it just
that's the Lions to cover, right?
Yeah, as far as Vegas is concerned, though, they always like to, it takes a lot for them to give double digits.
It's crazy, but I mean, we've forgotten.
Lions are double digits against Cleveland.
We've forgotten, in all those years of the Lions losing, we haven't forgotten. Just a reminder how many times the Lions would lose a close game. Oh, but it was close, And I remember Terry Foster, who was always teaching a young Doug Karsh. Every game in the NFL is close, Douglas. He called me Douglas. And Terry was more right than wrong. I realized after saying it, for years, but they were close. that it wasn't getting them anywhere.
Yeah, when you realize there's like 10 one-score games on your schedule every year.
Yep.
Hey, you know what?
And so the difference. So
close.
here we are getting minor bit nitpicky about a 24-point win over Cleveland is probably borderline ridiculous, but just ask Green Bay how being nitpicky over a win over Cleveland. 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. We go to Dave in South Lyon. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Gentlemen, how are you doing? Big fans.
Thank you very much.
Hey, I wanted to weigh in on that the post celebration in the Tigers locker room. But I do want to have a side comment to that as well. Listen, it's been such a rough ride these last 6 weeks. What's that old line? The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Yeah.
So I mean, I understand the mindset. You got to do something. What was your alternative? You go in there with the whip. I mean, it's been rough. They've been grinding, and it's kind of been a free fall. So I don't have a problem with that. But Doug, you did say something. Hey, listen, did you think that you're okay with them celebrating because they did what it took to get to the postseason? From a technical standpoint, yes. I mean, you have to win so many games, okay, and they won the bare minimum to make it in. They had to do what they did to put themselves in a position to have the tiebreaker against Houston, okay, so they did that. But as far as September goes, as far as them doing what it takes, I don't know. It was almost a free fall, and it was more of some of these other teams didn't take advantage of this colossal failure. So as a season, yeah, you got to win, and they did do what it takes. But man, they kind of got lucky with some of these things. 1 or 2 games here with some of these, it could have gone either way. And I don't, doing what it takes. I have no problem with the celebration for the morale factor. But
well, hold on, Dave. These are two different, completely different topics. Like celebrating is one thing. As far as what they blew home field. They blew the division. They blew a first round bye. And now dwelling on those things now, if you're the Tigers, doesn't do you any good. In the offseason, when it comes to diagnosing what the problem is, who needs to be replaced, what the solutions are so stuff like this doesn't happen again and they only get better moving forward, are critically important. In the moment of time that was clinching the division, I think celebrating was appropriate and a smart thing to do because they got to try and win games now. They have to do what's going to make us feel better or what's going to make us try to recapture the magic from a year ago when they ended up winning 4 playoff games, and I hope they get that opportunity again and take care of business. But all that stuff that they blew is not to be dismissed.
No.
But it gets addressed later. I mean, it's not like they can go out and do anything about it now.
Yeah, now's not the time to worry about that.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. That's somewhere. But I was going to ask you this. I just didn't have especially towards the end as this was going, a good feeling about this team. Obviously, none of us did as we were doing the slide. I honestly thought that they were going, no matter where they fell, not thinking they were going to be a wild card, I thought that they were going to be a one and done, okay? Because if they get the bye, they're probably going to be playing a higher caliber team. Either way, I did not think they were going to be getting the higher, I thought they were going to be one and done. Now that they have the wild card, though, okay, and I know the track record recently with Cleveland has not been good, but I actually feel that, like, this is a series we can win because we can go in with the Scooball Mize, and it's a shorter, it's a shorter amount of games, best of 5. I actually have a better feeling that we might win one where previous to this I did not think we were going to this season.
Fascinating. I don't, because if they had gotten the first round bye, that means they probably played well down the stretch. I kind of hope that what you said it in the crosstalk. They are due. And in baseball where things are very streaky, and maybe that's not a big thing to hang your hat on.
It's not.
But there is something to be said for how teams look unbeatable and then they look bad. Not for these extended periods of time. This is a long time of looking. They look authentically bad. But somewhere in this group of this collection of players, there is much better play because we've seen it for almost a full calendar year.
Yeah, I would look at the Tigers, speaking to them in a room, I would say, okay, postseason, this is what we got right now. This is what we deserve to get because of how we played. Now that that's over with, Cleveland's in front of us. Here's why we win. We win because we have Tarek Skubal going in game 1. We know Tarek's going to give us the best chance to win. We also can win because in game 2, whether it's Jack Flaherty or Casey Mize, let's just say it's Jack Flaherty. Flaherty, his last 2 games against Cleveland, He only won 4 1/3 his last outing, and he gave up 3 earned runs. Before that was 5 innings with 1 earned run. Jack Flaherty can pitch against Cleveland. Before that was 6 2/3. He gave up 3 earned runs against Cleveland and 6 2/3 in a game that the Tigers lost. Now, they haven't scored runs for these guys, obviously. In fact, in the 3 starts that Flaherty has made against Cleveland, they lost 7-0, 4-0, and 5-1. The pitching was good enough. It's up to the lineup to get the job done. Now, School may be like one of these guys can go give you 9 innings of shutout baseball and hopefully 1-0, and it can happen. I'd like not to lean on that and see if the Tigers can actually score some runs, but it's up to them to score the runs. The pitching should be there. That should give them a lot of faith going into it. Okay, we got to have their backs because we know that they're going to be good. We got to do something about it.
So, oddly, in Vegas, I just looked at FanDuel. Betting the Tigers to win the series, actually, Tigers are favored. Can you believe that? Tigers are minus 112. Cleveland's minus 104 on FanDuel right now. Does that make sense? Does that seem surprising, Kang? Why would the Tigers be favored in this series?
Scooball's one answer.
Yeah.
That's one game right there, right? And then you know how like when you're up in a game or when you're up in a series, the percentages are always dramatically in favor of the team that is up.
Yeah.
I think the Scooball factor probably puts the Tigers over the edge as far as a 3-game series is concerned.
Yeah.
Well, I mentioned before, Scooball has 4 starts and his ERA is like microscopic because he's given up 4 earned runs in the 28. I think it's 2 earned runs in the 28 innings that he's pitched. Casey Mize has made 3 starts against Cleveland this year. His earned run average is 2.08. In 17 1/3 innings of work, he's given up just 4 earned runs. And he's got 18 strikeouts during that time. They've got the pitching to beat Cleveland. So do you have the hit?
Detroit, are you confident? No?
I don't know how confident I am.
Yeah.
But because I think it comes down to one thing. Can you hit or not? And, I mean, that's baseball. It always comes down to can you hit? I don't know if their bullpen is going to be good enough to hold on to a lead. But, again, looking at Cleveland's lineup doesn't scare me except for 2 guys. And those 2 guys are awfully scary.
Hey,
so they just get it done.
Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your University of Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA.
Today, Pistons Media Day, and Trajan Langdon provided the latest on Jaden Ivey. Isaiah Stewart also revealed he was close to returning from injury in the Knicks series and was going to give it a try in Game 7 if they got there. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore was back at the podium today and said a lot of the injuries are trending in the right direction after their bye last week. Jonathan Smith also gave an update on MSU's injury front. He says Nakai Martinez has a chance to play this week. Left tackle Stanton Ramil and linebacker Brady Pretzloff are out for the season, however. Free Press Tigers beat writer Evan Petzold says the team will likely not carry infielder Colt Keith or utility player Matt Vierling due to their injuries. After they missed the playoffs, the Giants have fired veteran manager Bob Melvin. Meanwhile, former Tiger Don Kelly has been extended, according to Ken Rosenthal. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. So it's been an interesting show because we've had people excited about baseball and people hostile about baseball. And hopefully the Tigers can unite everyone on one single front and go out, and it would be gratifying to end the Guardian season. I don't know that anybody's expecting it. Yeah, we just pointed out that the Tigers are actually favored in Vegas in the short best-of-3 series. All 3 games will be played in Cleveland. It'll be 108, and then Thursday is to be determined. If any of the other series are over, the Tiger game gets pushed back against Cleveland to a later start. But if all series are still going, then it'll be a 108 on Thursday. But here we sit on the brink of postseason baseball, and it's the strangest feeling I can remember sending a team into the postseason. A baseball team in particular. I think there's probably been some Red Wing or Piston teams that were going into the postseason, specifically maybe even more recently some Piston teams where we knew this was going to be real quick and didn't have high expectations, but I don't ever remember feeling this way about a Tiger team.
Do you guys think this, like the tenor changes with the fan base completely if they go out and win Game 1 versus the Guardians? Kind of like when the Lions lost to Green Bay in Week 1, but the following week put up a 50 burger, and everyone's like, all right, we're fine. Like, we're back. Do you think that changes, or do you think they still go, they don't feel confident? Like, they feel like, oh, we don't deserve to be there still?
I don't know. It's a great question. I think some people will harbor ill will unless they make it to the World Series. I think getting to the ALCS that would sort of, okay, we're all good. You recaptured your magic. You won 2 playoff series. It still would really help if they didn't have to play in this first round, right? I mean, it would have helped a lot. But look, it is what it is. We do have official. It's a start time of 7:30 for Michigan at USC. So 3:30 LA time, 4:30 LA time, 7:30 our time.
So not at 11 o'clock at night?
No, they did not get the 11 o'clock start time.
Okay.
Yep. And Michigan State's already been confirmed at noon against UCLA, which would be 9 a.m. on their body clocks, which did not work out for USC this weekend at Illinois. Anyway, Scott Anderson, how would you characterize your feelings towards the Tigers going into this postseason?
I'm feeling better and better as the day is going on. I expect them to win the series. I'm there. I just think the pitching's better. I think Scuba will give them everything they need tomorrow. And I don't know if they'll go with Flaherty or Mize on Wednesday. Either way, I feel confident they'll get it done. Pitching is better. They've got a chance to shake off all the bad taste in their mouth from the last 6 weeks. They had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. They're in the playoffs. They're here. You didn't blow that. There's plenty we've documented that they blew this season, but the playoffs isn't one of them. So I think they'll have enough hitting to take care of the gripe. I think if we get the matchup tomorrow with Scooble, they haven't announced yet who's going to pitch for Cleveland, but if Gavin Williams pitches for Cleveland, this is going to be an epic matchup. It'll be really, really special. They've matched up before, and it's always been a pitcher's duel. Gavin Williams is awfully good. Awfully good.
Yep. He kind of looks like a bully, but then again, so does Skubal. And Skubal with extra days rest. Williams have an extra day's rest. Look, the Tigers are, they got a chance. They may as well spin the roulette wheel and see what happens. But there's not a lot of confidence in Detroit, except for Gator, apparently.
Yep.
So, hey, we'll see how it plays itself out. But I'm glad they're in, because there was a minute there where I didn't think they were going to win again the rest of the year, and they were going to find themselves on the outside looking in, which would have been a disaster of Twin-like proportion. It's what the Twins did a year ago, right? I mean, the Twins had a huge lead, not that big, but a huge lead, and they blew it and missed the postseason. And so now here are the Tigers, a team that had a huge lead to win the division. They didn't miss the postseason, which isn't great as far as, a bar to set, but we aren't that far removed from them not being competitive. This is back-to-back playoff appearances. So hopefully they can turn this one into something they didn't do last year, which is making it further than the second round. Not particularly chesty about this one, and I don't know that you're chesty.
I'm not chesty.
But you're predicting the Tigers win.
I think they win the series.
Hope you're right. 248-539-9797. The last time this happened, Kang, do you think the Tigers are beating the Guardians?
No, I actually feel the opposite of, Gator, you want Cleveland? I don't. I just saw it, and I don't want any more of it. No mas. Yeah, no more Quans. Enough of the Quans. I don't want, I don't want to deal with that. So I would have liked to see a different team, because I feel like it might be Groundhog Day all over again. So, but I really hope Gator's right.
I do too. The last time this happened was literally 1 week ago today. And the question was, Kang, do you think the Detroit Lions are going to beat the Baltimore Ravens? Kang said no. I said no. Gator said yes. Who was right? Gator was right.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I was off on the score by 1 point.
Which we're not holding that against you. Don't bring it up. I don't want to lose your credibility. Okay. You said 38-31. It was 38-30.
Yeah, thanks to John Harbaugh going for 2 and failing. If you just kick the extra point like you're supposed to, then would have been.
But I'm not holding it against you. Who's with Gator, though? And I want to. I do ask one thing for people who think the Tigers are going to win this series. Give us a tangible reason other than they're due, or I have faith, or I think. What's the thing that the Tigers possess that you think gives them a win in this series? I'm intrigued to hear, because if it's I think they're going to win, guys. Why? I just think it. I feel it. That's not going to change anyone else's mind.
You want more than a hunch.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. If you say, well, they're due, that doesn't change a lot of people's minds, even if it is true. So what do you got? 248-539-9797. Lions with a win to improve to 3-1. Amazing what a difference 3 weeks can make. After the opener against Green Bay, the panic was insane. 3 weeks later, Green Bay is 1-1-1. What are the odds of that, Gator?
That's kind of crazy odds. And anytime you throw a tie in the mix.
Yep, the hysterical NFL tie that they almost blew by having no sense of urgency, getting the line of scrimmage way too late, throwing a ball into the end zone on the next to last play of overtime, only to have the clock stop with 1 second left. So Green Bay is 1-1-1 in the last 3. They have lost to a Cleveland team that Detroit just beat by 24. And they couldn't score against Cleveland. They couldn't stop Dallas. And the Lions, in the meantime, have suddenly ascended to having the highest scoring team in the NFL. Nobody scored more points. That's in part because of a special teams touchdown, but it is a fact. And they have the most quarterback sacks in the NFL. And for the first time since the stat has been kept, they've had a quarterback not get sacked for 3 consecutive games. That has never happened in the quarterback sack era, since they've kept that stat. Who had that stat, Gator? That's an amazing stat.
The Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
The PR.
So, things have changed around rather dramatically in 3 weeks' time for our football team. 248-539-9797. Love to get to your phone calls and feedback on both the Lions and Tigers. Get your champ and chump votes in. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Steve and his crew, they got you covered. When it comes to auto and truck accidents, largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan ever. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls. Nolan is in Canton, and he's on 97.1. Hello, Nolan.
How are you guys?
We're great. Thank you.
So, the question arose with, tangible reasons why the Tigers have a chance. I know a lot of people are kind of checking out with, and they have good reason to. The last month, 3 weeks has been atrocious. It really has. But so my tangible reasons is these wild card series are very unique, and so my tangible reason is history of the wild card series in particular. And I think part of the reason why they're favored in Vegas, even though it seems ludicrous to think they could be favored for anything right now, is that game one is so vitally important in all these series. I believe the only series in the history of the wild card, which I believe since 2022, that has not won game one, has been the Mets last year in that Mets-Brewers series that ended up being pretty crazy. So the School being on the mound tomorrow is very important. And additionally, the road teams have an odd success rate as well against these home teams in wildcard series. So I think that gives them at least, a fresh start and a really good shot with School on the mound tomorrow.
Nolan, thank you for bringing something tangible to the table. He's still Tarek Skubal. And if you probably gave every manager in baseball a chance to take their one pitcher that wasn't their own guy, they'd probably all take Skubal. They'd probably all try and take their own guy, but they probably, if you said you can't take your own guy, would Skubal be a unanimous number one to go? Now, would the Tigers lineup be number one to go? No. The concerns are, does Cleveland, here's my only concern about Skubal, and it's not really about Skubal. It's about the fact that in the 3 biggest games that the Tigers and the Grive have played in the last year, Game 5, and then these 2 games this year, the last 3, Cleveland's won them all. Even though Skubal's been mostly good, they have won them all, so they're going to take a certain confidence into a Skubal start.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think as well, another odd stat this year with Cleveland and the Tigers is the Tigers are 4-2 at Progressive Field this year, and vice versa. The Guardians are 5-1 at Comerica Park. And since I think that has something to play with it with the odds as well. And then as well, I think Gleyber Torres as well. Signing him in the offseason, the big thing I looked at was, he had a high floor and exceeded that floor into a pretty high ceiling as an all-star. He's been very good in the postseason in his career, especially last year. I believe his OPS was 800+, particularly in that Cleveland series. So I'm very interested to see if he can get hot in the time we need him most.
Now, to be fair, the Tigers did win Game 2 of the series against Cleveland last year, and so that was a big game.
They won a couple of those games.
They won when Skubal pitched. I'm talking about Skubal pitch. So Skubal won Game 2, and then Skubal lost Game 5, and then lost the 2. So it's 3 games in a row Cleveland's won. But I'm hoping Gleyber Torres, Tommy Kahnle, Jack Flaherty, some of these guys that were in the postseason last year and in the World Series, it brings out their best.
Well, here's something that looks interesting when you're looking at things statistically. I think the biggest problem for the Tigers, maybe in the second half, and this is a problem against Cleveland too, they can hit the ball out of the ballpark, but they have nobody on base when they do it. They hit 14 home runs in 13 games against Cleveland this year. Cleveland only hit 7 against the Tigers in the 13 games. The Tigers have drawn 46 walks against Cleveland pitching in those games. It's a lot more than what Cleveland has drawn against the Tigers. Cleveland has 38 walks in those games. The Tigers just aren't getting the guy on base for when the next guy comes up and hits a bomb. That needs to change. And that's been a problem. I remember looking at Torkelson's stats since the All-Star game. He had like 10 home runs and were like 19 RBIs. Every home run he hit basically it felt like it was a solo shot. They need to get the guys on base. And the guys can get on base by drawing walks. But unfortunately, whatever's happened after it has been line out, strikeout, whatever. They've struck out a ton of times against Cleveland, and Cleveland has struck out a ton of times against the Tigers as well. The difference in the season series with the hitting has come with doubles. The Tigers have hit 17 doubles against the Gribe, and they have come back and hit 29 against the Tigers in 13 games. So you're looking at more than 2 a game, and that does mean something. So
every 90 feet matters.
Yeah, every 90 feet matters. And when you're starting at second base instead of getting there on first base with a walk, there is a difference there.
OPS, I look at it as a measurement. Maybe everybody looks at it this way. I've been late to a lot of the newer statistics in baseball. OPS to me is the stat about every 90 feet matters. On base, getting on base matters. The plus slugging is the doubles and the triples. Yeah. That's that extra 90. That puts you in scoring position. That's all so important. And OPS is a reflection of every 90. Every 90 matters, and this might be for you stat heads and you long-time sabermetric guys. Welcome to the party, Karsh. Yep, got it. I was late. Feedback coming in. My champ of the weekend is Oregon. My chump of the week is the Tigers for blowing the division. Just unacceptable. It's from an unnamed texter. Champs Oregon, huh?
Oh, did Oregon beat Penn State?
Huh. A stunner. I know this won't go over as being popular, but I think Riley Green would make some good trade bait. Victor and Brighton. Off-season topic. I mean, I not now.
Because guys hit 36 home runs and drive in 114 or whatever, they fall off trees.
Well, this goes back to the one thing that you can find something that he's terrible at, and that's putting the ball in play. He strikes out a ton. And for some people, that is the unforgivable sin. And I get it. It's annoying. And there have been so many instances in September where it feels like Riley just do not strike out here, and he'd strike out. And he's over 200, and I got it. Yep. But it's like people who won't, if you pick the variable that a person's terrible at and say, I can't take it, you don't want the guy. Goff can't run. Got it. Goff can change the play at the line of scrimmage and work his way into a touchdown for Amon-Ra. But, if you need a running quarterback, you'll never get on board with Goff. And if you hate strikeouts, you will not get on board with Riley Green. No. But Victor, I mean, if you could get him, any player's tradable, I suppose, if the right offer comes back. But again, the off-season. I said off-season, and then I answered it. I don't know why. Do you think the Jackass...
You recording on that, King? We can just play it back.
Do you think the Jackass Ryder Cup fans are a result of Live Golf? They are openly anti-traditional golf, and I think they welcome in the worst of worst fans.
No.
I don't know.
Oh,
I think there's
Live Golf so much.
I can't stand Live Golf. There's a whole bunch of stuff, though, that factor into why I think fans acted that way. And there's a bunch of deep end of the pool topics. I think they took something that was very fun in sports and made it ugly. And I think that's a shame.
It is.
Because Ryder Cup rowdiness used to not cross the line. But the accounts of many people who were there, it really did cross the line. It was inappropriate. It was uncomfortable. And that's a shame. And I hope we can look at it and say, yeah, we don't want that. And maybe moving forward, we can all agree that the fans should not be a part of the story. The fans were a part of the story in the past because they were awesome. And it was really fun. And I think we've lost some of the fun and the respect. I don't think they were treating Europe with respect, Gator.
No, they definitely
There's
weren't.
kind of a reason it started as I mean it. We could all treat each other with respect. And it includes there.
There were two things that happened going into I guess with the Ryder Cup weekend going into it. One going into it, one taking place during it. Going into it, Rory McIlroy telling the media in front of all the cameras and the microphones, the plan is to bring the cup back.
That's not an unforgivable sin.
It's not. It's what you say. It's what, particularly when you're the leader of that team. That's what you say, and he says it with confidence, and everybody's like, "Ooh, Okay, he didn't say like we're going to smoke those dirty Americans. He just said we're going to bring the cup back with us. The other thing that happened, which is probably more salient, the United States didn't play well on Friday, and they didn't play well on a day, and they come out in the afternoon, and now the crowd's liquored up, and they don't play well in the afternoon, and it gets loud. Saturday, didn't play well during the day, crowd gets liquored up. They don't play well they play well in the afternoon, but they couldn't beat the European teams. They really actually played quite well, but the Europeans made the one putt more. And the crowd got way out of hand. And it's the play of the Americans that helped to dictate that. The American fans were frustrated. And instead of cheering on the Americans, they turned it on the Europeans and said, we'll root against you guys. We'll make all the noise in your backswing or while you're looking to line up a putt and all this and backing off. And we're just going to get louder and louder. And it's what they said that was way, way out of line. And it's really unfortunate because it is such a great international
It really
event.
can be.
And if it happens, look, are there European fans that do the same thing and yell at the Americans? I'm sure there were this weekend. I'm sure there are when they played in Rome and, when they'll play next year or in 2 years from now when they really play again in Ireland or wherever. I'm sure it's going to happen again. It's just, but there's no place for it.
Honestly, this is not my wheelhouse, so I didn't chump the fans. But I will say that I didn't have as much fun with the Ryder Cup this year, and that was a big story as to why. Tony is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Tony.
Hey, it's your favorite Michigan transplant. Listen, I'm in the bar in Wisconsin, and I tell people, hey, the Tigers are batting, their hitting, and their pitching is going to come together at the same time. Because we all know baseball is about streaks. We've gone through our bad streak. We're coming around with our batting and our pitching around the time to get in the playoffs. So I think we're going to be fine with that. And I still think A.J. Hinch is a way better manager than the Cleveland manager, no matter what you say. Regarding the Packers and the Lions, I think the Lions are going to take the division. I think due to Jordan Love's mistakes and bad play, I think they're going to fall off. I think Chicago will take second place. Have a good one, you guys.
Wow. Chicago's going to pass Green Bay, huh? Did he give us anything tangible with the Tigers? Or did he just say, I think the bats are going to come around?
He thinks it's, it's
is that tangible?
Streaky and it's fine.
I know, but I was looking, I tried to take that away and say, give me something more than I think. Give me some reason why. The first guy gave us some reasons why. You gave us something why. You said you really have faith in the starting pitching.
I have faith in the starting pitching, and I think that they can get on base. They just need to get the guys hitting the ball over the fence with guys on base.
Yeah, but you started with the starting pitching, and I liked it. I liked where you were going.
Well, Cleveland's got good starting pitching, too. That's the other side of it. That's the part I leave off. Well, Gavin
okay,
Williams,
never mind. You get 0 points.
Nothing to see here.
I find a demerit for Gator. 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, let's be honest. Nobody plans for a new roof. I mean, it always seems to come at the worst time, right? And cost, yikes, it can feel overwhelming. This is why I want you to know about Shaner Roofing, Michigan's trusted roofing experts for more than 30 years. Right now, Shaner's making it easier than ever to protect your home with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Now, that means that you can get the quality roof that you need today without the stress of a big upfront payment. And here's the thing. This isn't some fly-by-night company. Shaner Roofing has a 4.9-star Google rating earned by thousands of satisfied homeowners who rave about the professionalism, craftsmanship, and customer care. So if your roof is leaking, aging, or you're just ready for peace of mind, don't wait. Go to mymichiganroof.com/0. That's spelled out ZERO. mymichiganroof.com/0. Powered by Shaner Roofing, where quality meets affordability.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We've got open phone lines to talk about sports and stuff with you. So let's keep doing that. What do you say, Scott?
I like it, Doug.
Let's go to Tony. You're next. Hello, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey.
So I think that the Tigers have every chance to go on a run.
And? Why?
Okay, because if you followed the Diamondbacks 2 years ago, I think it was the first 60, 70 games of the season. They had the best record in the whole league. Then they went on a whole tank all the way to the end. They lost the last 4 games of the season. I think they only had 84 wins. They come in, they beat the Brewers, they beat the Dodgers, they beat the Phillies, and then the Bats went to sleep against Texas. And I think Christian Walker didn't really start hitting the ball. Their biggest hitter, their cleanup guy, didn't really start hitting till like the 3rd round. So with all that said, if the bats can all come together like we've seen it happen at the beginning of the season, there's no reason why they can't go on a run. Corbin Carroll, Marte, and
it's a decent argument. Decent argument. They were the last wild card to get in, and they did get hot in the postseason. Your point is simple, that it's been done before. Here's a template from 2 years ago.
The bats that need to come together. It's the pitching will be there, and it's going to be solid, but it's got to be solid. But the bats have to happen, because when the bats went to sleep, Texas just ran right through them.
It's crazy. And Tony, I don't hate this argument. You've got a template of a team that mirrors sort of the Tigers in many ways from a couple of years ago. It's not totally apples to apples, but it is a valid argument that the path is there for a team that fits this profile, because we saw it in 2023 with the Diamondbacks. It's funny. I was looking back. So they win the tiebreaker with Houston. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Houston took the first series from the Tigers. Took 2 of 3 in the first series earlier in the year.
I think you're right.
Probably should have double-checked this before I brought this up. And then the Tigers swept Houston later in the year. That I'm totally sure of.
Tigers swept Houston in August, and if you go back to the first half of the season, I think it was 2 out of 3.
Yep. Houston, April 28th, 29th, and 30th. Houston won the first 2. Then the Tigers took Game 3 of the series.
Tigers go on a run after that by chance?
What's that?
The Tigers go on a run after that by chance?
After the Houston series?
The first one. So they won, they ended up, it was first of 3 in a row, and then
they were 18-12 after they lost the first 2. And then you blink.
8 of their next 9 games.
Yeah, they were 31-16 shortly thereafter. Anyway, that sweep of Houston, they completely shut down Houston's bats. They gave up 2 runs in 3 games. And the guy that won the last game, which gave Detroit a 4-2 series win over Houston, I'm pretty sure was Chuck Money, which in retrospect, like that win mattered. Like every win mattered.
It was Chuck Money.
Was it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that win over Houston on August 20th gave Detroit the series 4-2. And it was a Charlie Morton start. Who, whatever, obviously it's been what it's been since then.
It's the last time he pitched well.
Yeah, well, but they made a difference in the end. 248-539-9797. I suppose you can make an argument that literally every win made a difference because they finished tied with Houston, but I just think that's interesting. It goes back to that swing game that went Detroit's favor. Paul in Clinton Township. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I really called about Riley Green, but you keep asking people about why, or their reasons for why, right?
Yep.
I'm going to say, for me, it seemed like they started gripping the bat a little tight after it got to a certain point. You build a big lead, you get a little complacent, and then when all of a sudden you're faced with having to play meaningful games when you thought you maybe were cruising, might cause, teams to, grip it a little tight. And then I'm going to say that, getting in releases a lot of that negative energy. Now they're in, and they just got to play baseball. I mean, they had the best record in the league and the best record in the American League for large portions of the year. They're not terrible. They are not the team that absolutely collapsed. Now, will they win? I have no idea. I'm just saying they were closer to the team that we watched play great baseball most of the year than they are that unbelievably bad team. Now,
it's not illogical what you're saying. It's steeped in a little bit of hope. I'm not, I hope you're right. But
I want to get to Riley Green, but I'll tell you what, same thing happened in 06. Same thing. Yep. We were up 6-0 in the last game of the year in the 6th inning and still lost the division and then went to the World Series. So it can happen. But Riley Green, the talk and, some of the people that want to give up on him at 24 years old because he strikes out a lot. The baseball swing, you can't change it in the middle of it. You work all off season to build towards something. And then you go to spring training, and then you play, and then you have your entire year. You're not changing your swing in the end of September. You are what you are, and you have to hope for the best. I guarantee you that Riley Green this offseason is going to work on whatever he feels it takes to strike out less, make more contact, but still maintain the power numbers that he had, because he was very important. We wouldn't be here at this point without what he's done this season. But this talk, I know what he said, right? Everyone's all upset because he says, I don't care about strikeouts. I guarantee you that dude is going to work on it in the off season. There's no way he won't.
Well, he will, and I'm sure it'll be at the discretion and at the behest of what the Tigers organization wants him to do. Look, Riley worked on his swing last off season to try to get more powerful at the plate and launch the ball differently, which worked. He had 36 home runs this year, was 10th in Major League Baseball with 36 homers. He drove in 111 RBIs. There were only 6 players in baseball that drove in more runs than Riley Green. That's after an offseason where he was changing the swing a little bit. And as he said, as Paul said, 24, 25 years old, you don't throw that out. His 806 OPS is really good. The 201 strikeouts are atrocious, but the other numbers are better than good. So there's something to work with there. Yes, he needs to cut down on strikeouts. You're not going to get him to cut down on half of it. He's going to strike out a ton. But what you want him to do is to be able to hit the ball powerfully and hopefully put it in play a little bit more to drive in even more runs, because there were lots of opportunities this year, particularly down the stretch, where he came up and didn't deliver with either was an unproductive out or just ended in it.
He is at a point in his career, and he just turned 25, but he is at a point in his career where progress can be made. Progress can be made, and he can, he's not completely defined at 25 years old, right? Not completely defined.
No.
JB is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, JB.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
All right. I'm just a little curious. My champ, I guess, would be the Lions for putting something together to figure out how to deal with Myles Garrett. But I am curious as to, do you guys know anything as to why David Montgomery's touches and everything has dropped so drastically? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't even think he played in the third quarter. Did he take a snap?
They had a weird third quarter. I think if you look back at it, you might be right, but they had a very weird third quarter because Goff threw the pick, and then they went 3 and out right after that, and then they had a punt return which eliminated a possession, and so he might not have played, but they might have had limited snaps in the third quarter.
Now, that being said, he only had 9 carries in the game, but for 12 yards. And was targeted once in a pass. I mean, everything changes. It's game by game. They don't go into. I don't think they go into the game saying we're going to give you 12 carries and you 12 carries. Sometimes it's the hot hand. Sometimes it's determined by what they see on the field. It's always evolving during the game. But David Montgomery's outstanding for this team, and the Sonic and Knuckles thing it's real. We love to see it, and he'll be involved in the next game.
He just made a comment. He was on St. Brown's podcast, and they was joking about how Jared was telling him to go down when he made the last touchdown. He was like, "No, man, I only had 12 carries." So it's like he noticed that he had only had 12 carries. So I just wonder, was there something more to it,
I
or
don't
had he
think so.
fallen out of good graces of the coaching staff?
I
Thanks
doubt
for the,
it.
thanks for taking the call.
I would be shocked if he fell out of the good graces of the coaching staff. I'm going to make a guess here, though, that the Lions' total snaps in the game they just played were actually relatively low.
56.
Is that how many offensive snaps they had?
29 rushes, 27 passes.
I bet that's one of their lowest totals of the year, which means everybody's snap count was down. I'm going to have to double check that. But I feel like that was probably the lowest snap count of the year. I'll have to look it up, but anyway, 248-539-9796. I wouldn't worry too much about the offense, and I wouldn't worry too much about Montgomery. If you're talking about the offense, almost every criticism is on the margin, right? They are the highest scoring team in the NFL. They're repeating what they did a year ago. They don't need an overhaul. Maybe some tweaking here and there, certainly to be more efficient, but they're more efficient than most. Is a good way to put it. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, you can't drive around the roads here in Metro Detroit or even just walk your own streets in the neighborhood without seeing the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere, and for good reason. The awesome folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're out there to make sure that you're going to stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating they have from the Better Business Bureau. Or how about some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google? So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, boiler, water filtration, heck, now even your AC, we got temperatures in the 80s all week. Schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. We talked a lot about the Lions and Tigers today. We got a ton of champ and chump votes. Thank you for all your votes here and all your phone calls and ticket texts today. Other things in the NFL. Look, Malik Neighbors with a torn ACL for the Giants. That is a devastating blow with one of the more talented young players in the league. Dallas and Green Bay played a hysterical NFL tie, 40-40. Green Bay almost blew it. I find myself rooting for ties in non-Lions overtime games. Philly took advantage of catastrophic Tampa mistakes. Baker had a bad interception on a first down play when they were down, I believe, 12 at the time. Bucky Irving had a critical fumble that, again, at the time felt like it was just giving Philly add-on points, but they all added up in the end. And Jalen Hurts went 0 for 8 in the second half in that game, and they still won.
Well, it blocked another kick. I guess is it 3 straight games they've had either a punt, kick, or extra point blocked.
So in the modern era, there are what you do now apparently as part of problem solving is to send out a cryptic post. It makes everybody go, wait, what are you talking about? Did you hear about A.J. Brown's post?
No. Of Philadelphia?
Yes. He tweeted out posted the following. If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way. Yeah. Kang, did you see that from A.J. Brown?
I did not till you said it right now.
Yeah. It's the cryptic post.
Well, Philly's that's a talented room of receivers. And Jalen Hurts is he's not throwing a ball all that well, at least in terms of yards.
He had 2 catches on 9 targets for 7 yards. 9 targets produced 7 yards. And then he posts that.
So on the season, they've only thrown 101 passes in 4 games, 25 average per game, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's completed 69% of his passes, but it's only for 600 yards. I can see the guys like Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. These are good receivers, man.
Mm-hmm.
Along with the tight end they have, Dallas Goedert and others.
I mean, let there be discontent in Philly.
Yeah, but they're 4-0, and ultimately that's the thing that you just everybody has to.
Do you think the record really matters anymore in sports?
It's all style points.
You think it's about the winning and losing, Scott? No. He has a post that probably went viral.
Well, there's a
joking.
coach.
I'm being facetious.
The coach there's a little volatile.
Yeah.
So I wonder. Curious what is said. Look, I think if the coach were smart, he'd just get in front of the media and go, "We're 4-0, man."
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why everybody wants to make a big deal about our offense not being prolific in the air. And they've only run for 454 yards too, so it's barely 100 yards a game, 15 yards a game, whatever.
So other happenings in the NFL yesterday, Jacksonville went to San Francisco and won 26-21 to hang the first loss on the 49ers. What did you make of that result?
Interesting because Jacksonville is now 3-1 on the season.
Yeah.
But the real interesting
Better than
thing,
Green Bay.
Better than Green Bay. And this is with a rookie coach. And Liam Cohen.
Who seems like a strange dude.
Yeah. Well, afterwards, you see the awkward handshake or whatever that Robert Saleh was walking over and they had some words. And I believe Liam Cohen said, "Keep my name out of your blanking mouth." And then Robert Saleh threatened to kill him.
He threatened to kill him?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. I know that there was some words exchanged, but I didn't have the volume up at the time.
I will kill you, and I will destroy you.
That's probably not smart.
No. And these are the 2 guys who were like finalists for the Jacksonville job, and it went to Liam Cohen, and now they're 3-1.
Think there's some bitter feelings there?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm here for it. I'm interested. I've always, kind of rooted for Jacksonville. I always liked Trevor Lawrence in college, and he just hasn't been good as a pro. Is this year he finally kind of figures things out? Statistically, it wasn't anything special in the game. But maybe, just maybe, Doug, that whole team concept thing can come into play, and here they are at 3-1. looks like a good start for them.
Mm-hmm. Find it very, very interesting, and I know you've always kind of rooted for them. And what else is going on in the league?
You got a doubleheader tonight.
Yeah, I like the doubleheader. I like the doubleheader because it pushes the one start up a little bit earlier, and then if I'm really feisty, I go for game 2.
So
if not, no.
In all likelihood, someone will get their first win tonight between the Jets and the Dolphins. I say in all likelihood because we saw what happened last night with Dallas and Green Bay where they tied.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we're all rooting for the Jets. We'll see what happens. I believe that Fields is supposed to play. He's cleared concussion protocol. Aaron Glenn has said he's ready to go. We'll see how Miami responds. They're 0-3. Are they going to rally around Tua? Is he going to get them to go? Or if they don't, if Miami goes 0-4, I mean, is McDonald going to coach next week, or does he get fired tomorrow if they lose tonight?
Maybe. It feels like people are pulling the trigger on. They don't mind pulling the trigger early. So
I don't know if it's early.
Fair enough.
I mean, four games is early, but this has been a while where this thing just hasn't run as well as perhaps it should have, or you thought it was going to.
Yep.
And then does that create fire sale opportunities there? And of course,
trading.
Yeah. And then of course, we as Lion fans will always look at it and say, okay, well, how can the Lions benefit from the disaster and dumpster fire that is the Miami Dolphins?
So Matthew Judon, I mean, they had a chance at him. So
well, at this point, that's not where I'm looking.
You're looking at Jalen Phillips, aren't you?
Well, I'm not looking there either. I'm looking at, did they have any defensive backs that are worth it? Because the Lions need defensive backs.
It's a good point. You mentioned Jalen Phillips last week, but they probably moved on. It is crazy that now defensive back is probably their number one priority after all this.
Yeah.
So
it's unfortunate what's happened with them, but
it is. We await injury.
Yeah,
and it happens to everybody. It's just a matter of to what extent can you overcome. So we'll see how it plays itself out. Here's Rico Beard. Hello, sir.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Good, man.
Yeah?
Hell yeah.
Did you have a good weekend?
Great weekend.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah.
Anything exciting?
No stress from MSU, so can't lose your bye week.
Good.
But no, it was gorgeous weather. Yeah. So yeah, it was perfect. I wish you could bottle this and save this in a few months.
I enjoy this. I know there are some people that I want the fall to come already. I want the crisp air and all that. I'm not ready for it yet.
You say?
I'm good.
Yeah, people like this jackass.
Anybody who says that, they're losers. Hey, buddy.
Hanging out on me, man.
No, it's not just you're not alone with
I like
wanting to get into the
seasonably
fall.
appropriate weather.
I like the seasons are fine with me, but we can wait a few weeks before I want to get I don't mind if we go right from 80 down to 60, but let's wait a couple weeks before that happens.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Lions. I mean, basically, this is Cleveland week. Lions handled business, did what I thought they were going to do, did a little double-digit discoing, and then we got the Tigers in the playoffs.
They are indeed in the playoffs.
So we will talk about where do we go from here.
Well, they go to Cleveland tomorrow.
You know what I mean.
You know what I mean.
Thank you, Doug.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's the kind of deep insight that you can expect out of the 10 to 2 program.
Telecom program is very proud of you right now, Doug.
Have a great show, Rico and Mike. Stay safe, everyone, and please treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have their postseason workout day in Cleveland. MLive beat writer Evan Woodbury says that righty Brendan Hanifee is there as well. He could be a candidate for the postseason roster. AJ Hinch, Tarek Skubal getting ready to speak with the media shortly. The team also announced the tickets for potential ALDS home games are on sale as well. The Pistons hosted media day at their practice facility. Jaden Ivey is a full go as he returns from a broken leg. Isaiah Stewart also revealed he was prepared to give it a go in Game 7 against the Knicks had Detroit won. President of Basketball Ops Trajan Langdon set the team's expectations. Rocket star Kevin Durant says he plans to sign an extension with Houston as well. Lions coach Dan Campbell is at the podium now. Updates on that later. And the Giants have confirmed receiver Malik Neighbors is out for the year with a torn ACL. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, I'm not going there. All right. It's a Monday. We've got a lot of ground to cover before what the hell is on tonight? What is happening? I can't keep up. Lions review, Pistons daily.
Lions review,
Wings,
and then
something.
the Wings preseason game. And I played that because it is Ken Cowell's birthday.
Happy birthday,
Ken.
to one of the nicest
Hey,
people on earth. Ken Cowell is a gentleman and it's a sweet man. It's a shame what this organization does to him with this product. He's such a lovely man, and he has to watch that dreck on a nightly basis. Poor Ken. Let's dive in. So we're going to start with Lions, and we'll get to the Tigers at 3. And I have a bold Tiger declaration for you at 3 o'clock. We'll get to it. The Lions, I can't figure you people out as fans. I listened to Rico and Cookies yesterday. I had a few errands to run. I thought you guys were positive. I thought you were confident. I didn't think it was out of control in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I appreciate that.
You sounded good, and you were more confident than him. And you're like, no, I do think they will. They'll cover the number and they'll win by double digits. Jim has a little bit of disco PTSD.
Yes,
but he said they're winning the game. Obviously, I do the football show on Sunday nights with Jim. And Jim's telling me he's getting peppered with people. Oh, you didn't believe in us. Oh, how'd that work out? They covered the and it's like, this fan base is weird. So then I get up this morning and I'm listening to the morning show a little bit. My morning routine. Mm-hmm. Rico, people on the other side of it calling in and going, Lions haven't played anyone. I'm going, well, wait a second. A week ago, you went to Baltimore and detonated them. You caved their house in. Mm-hmm. So I can't figure this fan base out because here's where I'm at the quarter pole. For all intents and purposes, we're at the quarter pole.
Oh,
right?
no, we are, yeah.
We're 4 weeks
because
into
tonight's
this.
game don't count.
No, this is all garbage. You're 4 weeks in. All this football team has done is get better every week. The offensive line has gotten better every week. And we're a lot more comfortable with a lot of the issues, whether it's the coordinators, whether it's right now defensively, although I still have concerns about this defense, but we'll leave it to the side. The point is, 4 weeks in, I'm happy. They're 3-1. They've played really well. Week 1 was a blip on the radar. You feel like if you played the Pack today at Ford Field, you'd beat them. And I feel like, okay, you've re-entered the Super Bowl chat, that it's you and Philly. Because, again, your resume is what you do. Green Bay can't put what they've done the last 2 weeks on tape and maintain status. So I can say it's the Lions and the Eagles. But it feels like it's never good enough for this fan base. And I want to just caution people on something. I want to hearken. I want you to hearken. Hearken to
a
last.
double hearken.
A double hearken. Hearken to last year. How'd that go for you? All the hubris, all playing slap and tickle, all getting mad at people because, blowouts, and if you don't say they're going to blow somebody out, you're bad. How did it work out? It is a week-to-week league. You know what the Lions did this week? Played comprehensively one of the 3 best football games I watch. Are the Browns good? No. Their defense is. And look, it's always fun when you get to play in other teams' backup tackles.
It is.
But bottom line, your offense wasn't very good, but your special teams and defense picked up the slack. That's what Super Bowl teams do. I'm happy. But I guess you can't just be happy unless you scream blowouts to the sky or you got a weird part of the fan base dumping on the team. Well, they haven't played anybody. Part of the reason Baltimore's bad is you caved their skull in.
Yes, these are all true of what you said, Mike. But
Sorry.
No. I love the fact that you did a double hearken. I think when you look at this fan base, maybe this is a good problem to have, but I think this fan base is now stuck in really good purgatory. Hear me out. You're good. You're really good, but you have nothing to show for it. So yes, you're almost, I don't want to even put this on there because I have way too much respect for Dan Campbell. So please, this is not an indictment on Dan Campbell, my example, but it's almost like Penn State football. You beat up on everybody, but when it comes to the money time, you haven't won that game yet to get you over the top. So that's why you have some fans who say, yep, all we do is win. And then you have other fans say, yeah, but we don't beat the right teams at the right time. We don't have any trophies in the trophy case. Now, Dan Campbell is not James Franklin. Please, people, hear me out. I'm saying, I think for the fan base, that's how you see it. It's a good problem to have. It's like, Mike, you and I would love to have Penn State's problem for Michigan State. Like, yeah, we just can't beat the top 10 teams. We can't beat anybody right now.
I actually think I'd be driven to insanity. I think I'd rather just be State and be gum on the bottom of a shoe.
But I think for Lions fans, there are some who I've seen the 15-2. I've seen the double-digit disco. Show me a Super Bowl or be quiet.
Well, and that's like I love it's like eternal receipt keeping. And what fans don't realize is what works today might be dead in 2 weeks. It is about 14 weeks from now. Now, if you want me to say, do I think Dan Campbell, dollar for dollar, pound for pound, could be discussed as the best coach in the league? Yes. And he's also, how about this? Guys who have won Super Bowls, if you want to put them in a separate pile, he's the best guy without a Super Bowl in football. He's superb. Why? That was a letdown spot. Short week, road game in Baltimore, emotional, big performance. And they came home, and they're able to do what Super Bowl teams do. Offense isn't having a good day today. Other team gets paid too, but the offense wasn't very good. Mm-hmm. Defense and special teams rise up. We're going to force turnovers. We're going to have a special teams touchdown. We're going to do what we need to do. Rico, you and the Eagles are you guys and the Eagles, your team's a real, oh boy.
But smoke and mirrors.
Detroit and Philly were the only 2 teams yesterday that I felt comprehensively played that Super Bowl type game. And look, we're 4 weeks in. Do I feel better about the coordinators today than July? Of course I do. Do I feel better about the O-line? The O-line's the surest thing I have. That as long as these 5 guys are healthy, which, by the way, is going to be rare. Well, look around the league. Very few teams have their 5 linemen.
No, it's not. Because this team, I was talking with David pre-show, nothing ever happens. They will be fine. They will go through.
Look, defensively, they've taken injuries now. I don't know what pack
they made, but
we got to see about Terrion. We got to see about DJ Reed.
No, offensively.
Oh, yeah. No, they're a machine.
I don't know what pack they've made, but like these guys, Teflon.
Well, they made the same pack with the devil that Old Balls did over there. Aaron Rodgers. They're going to win that damn division.
He's pointing to me. I'm like, oh, man, I'm Old Balls now? Wow.
No, not
David,
you.
Old Balls home.
No. I was talking about A-Raj. But no, I would love to know where people are at with the Lions because at the quarter poll, I feel like now I can start to view it as, okay, we're back to last season of the same hopes and aspirations. I still think they're going to need help defensively. You can poo-poo that. You can laugh at it. You do whatever the hell you want. I'm just telling you, you're not winning the Super Bowl with Pat O'Connor or Aquadine, minty fresh, Muhammad starting for you opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I think you need help. Oh, but we did. Yeah, exactly. Backup tackle disco. Spare me. Show me against real offensive lines and real teams. Now, what you did in Baltimore comprehensively was fabulous.
No, but see, Mike, therein lies the paradox. Because Baltimore was this great team, but now they don't look great anymore.
And you're part of the reason they don't look great.
And now
I'm counting that as a big win, and you're not going to take it from me.
But
how dare you?
Okay, but here's the good news.
How dare you?
Here's the good news. If Baltimore was a good win, then that means you get a chance to really show how good you are when you go to Kansas City.
I have no problem with that. Even though I don't think the Chiefs are world beaters, here's the bottom line. Maybe in life, you're the hammer or the nail. Right now, the Lions are the hammer.
Right.
Okay? That's the side of it you want to be. Because if I'm Kansas City, I'm worried about the Lions coming to town.
Right. But for Lions fans, and let's put it like this, Mike, even if they go out there, they beat Kansas City, they go on the road, they beat the Commanders, they beat the Eagles, they beat Aaron Rodgers, they beat the Cowboys, they beat everybody.
None of it matters until the playoffs.
And there it is.
Fans
have now reached that point where the regular season, yeah, it's great. But I need you to do it when money's on the line, when it's
But
win
I
or
just
go
think
home.
it's so strange how fans have this unrealistic standard of like, oh, we're going to blow everybody out. Dude, the NFL, did the Bills blow out the Saints?
No.
Hey, how'd that Charger game work out? How'd the Packer game work out? You don't just casually lay 10 points in this league.
I'd like to apologize to the gentleman yesterday pre-show that I said take the Chargers in his Survivor League.
And you know what? Kirby Smart wants to apologize to Kenny.
Don't even get me started.
Kick the field goal.
But there are certain times where, yeah, like yesterday, Mike, it was no hyperbole. I'm like, this Browns team can't score. You can score. You'll do enough to beat them by the double digits. You will cover. This is a game where you can sit back and relax.
Right, but to turn Costa into a hater because he goes, you know what? Look, they're going to win. I'm just not sure they're going to blow somebody out. No, winning is the goal.
Right.
There's no team in the league whose standard is, well, we're going to blow everybody out. That's not real.
Well,
and to your point, the only thing that matters is to have the performances you're hoping for in January. Otherwise, this is all for naught.
And the Costa thing is hilarious because I'm like, dude, you're the biggest Lions fan that I know. And because you're not saying they're not going to win by double digits, they're not going to cover. They will win, but not cover. And they turned on him like, because I surprised him. I didn't tell him what I was going to say. I'm like, dude, I didn't mean to have everybody come after you.
But why go after him? He's the biggest Lions fanboy there is. This is where the fan base confuses me. Because I'm happy after yesterday. I don't know how anyone's angry at anyone. I don't get it. But ultimately, take the joy that if you have a game and you win a game, it's a success in this league. Look, it'd be different if the Lions were doing the cardiac cat routine that the Bucs did the first 3 weeks. And we talked about it. I love Baker Mayfield. But you can't keep asking your quarterback to rescue you every week late. They're not playing good enough football. That's a different conversation. The Lions have gotten better every week. And it's like the fan base, if you want someone to attack, I don't know what to tell you. It shouldn't be Costa. Good Lord, the guy drinks blue Kool-Aid.
Facts.
248-539-9797. This thing on? We'll get to it. And yeah, we're going to talk Tigers. I just wanted to give the Lions an hour before we do turn our attention to playoff baseball. And I have a State of the Union. I have a declaration for you at 3. Okay. Take him to church, will you, please?
And let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren all September long. Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit for every pet that is loved and cared for. Guys, there are so many that aren't that lucky, so stop into Hamilton Chevrolet. Drop off some pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference, I promise. Then, while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for just $299 a month for 24 months. This includes 10,000 miles a year. All you got to do is walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
All right, I know it's been a great run of weather, but you know winter's around the corner. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Do a complete furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly, and more important, safely. Right now, it's only $79, $30 off the regular price. Call today because spots fill quickly. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. Call today. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we're trying to sort through weird reactions from Lion fans, but the big takeaway, and I don't know if the lead gets buried, but like at the quarter poll, where are you at with the team? I feel like they've re-entered the Super Bowl chat. Like it's you and the Eagles. The Niners aren't going to make it. I mean, Green Bay doesn't get to play 120 minutes of that type of football. Bro, call it what it is, Duval. Look, the Rams, you want to go there? I just think it's you and Philly. You continue to get better. It's a credit to Dan Campbell and this staff. And yes, blind faith in the summer turns into reality in the fall. Your coordinators look the part. So for this week, yeah, I'm thrilled with the way they played. Yeah. Just a weird, and again, it's not like you guys are calling us with it, but the morning show response was bizarro.
Yeah.
People either pissed at Jim because he didn't predict 50-2, or, well, we haven't played anybody. You don't get to say you didn't play anybody. You don't. You went to Baltimore on a Monday night, and you may have wrecked their season. Because Baltimore looked like a team that had the flu
Dude,
They played you the week before. Remember what Bama used to do to people?
Yeah.
They beat you twice?
Yes.
That's what you kind of do to people.
I thought Lamar quit. I literally thought he just walked off the field. He leaves. He goes and sits at the end of the bench, tells the backup, you go into the game. And it's like, wait, what? Oh, no. He's got a hamstring. He's like, okay, because he looked like he just said, I'm fed up with this. I hate all of you. And, yeah.
Here was him. Kirby kicked the field goal.
And I think what you want to do is you want to keep winning because I think Green Bay is a different team at home than they are on the road. So you don't want to go back to Green Bay in January and have to play them again. You'd rather play them here at Ford Field.
Look, if I told you this summer with what that schedule looked like on paper, you'd be 3-1 in first place in NFC North. You'd take the deal, right?
Yeah.
That's where you are. Now you're going to go play a backup quarterback this week.
You'll be 4-1.
You know whose my problem that is? It's not my problem. Yeah. That's Cincinnati's problem.
Oh, dude, this is BOGO. Yeah. BOGO.
And for all Lions fans, I'm just saying it is opening weekend at Keeneland. You could do Keeneland Saturday, Lions and Bengals Sunday. You could. I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, who wouldn't?
I think you're crazy if you don't.
You got to. Keeneland, yeah, let's just go ahead.
Well,
Keeneland on Friday.
I got to work Sunday night. I would. I got to work Sunday night. I can't.
F work, man. Go.
That's not how the football show works. All right.
Wait.
I think you may know someone that may be able to get you in the booth in Cincinnati. You can do it from there.
Once again,
Rico Beard 2025. F work. Just go.
You got a computer? Do it there. Think of that great background of horses running behind you as you do the football show.
And then the Lions drilling the Bengals.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
You need to do this.
Just none of that skyline garbage. That stuff should be banned.
No.
David, go ahead.
Bring your own food.
See, I'm going to say this because I think Lions fans are being a little ignorant when it comes to their opinions and, you double digits, you're not believing. I think they're changing their opinions because they don't know certain things. You cannot change your opinion on Baltimore. Yes, Baltimore didn't look good on Sunday, but they are coming off a week 1 game where we all said that was probably the AFC Championship game right there against the Buffalo Bills. Baltimore's struggling right now, but they're still a good team.
Correct. And part of the reason they're 1-3 is you.
Correct.
You did that.
But then they're also, I think fans are looking at the Green Bay Packers and what they did on Sunday night and saying, see, they're not that good, but they are. Rico's right. They are better at home. They struggle. They're a little different on the road.
But the point is, what you do, what you put on tape is your resume.
That's it.
And it's week to week.
So
today I feel fantastic about where the Lions are. It can change very quickly.
And that's
so
how
let's just go win another game next week. Like, and Stoney just texted me and he said it. He goes, I'm glad you guys are talking about this because I got such a strange response. Last week, it was calls till 2:30 in the morning. This week, crickets. And then the calls you do get, they're either angry that you didn't predict 50-0, or they're trying to poo-poo the W. Where's the happiness in all this?
Because
you people spent decades that this team wrapped their lips around the proverbial tailpipe of the league and inhaled noxious fumes. Now we expect the Lions to win every week. Yeah. We are favored every week.
Yes.
But you have an argument between style points and who you played. Where's just happy win?
There is no such thing as just happy win because it's like with the Tigers. You saw this movie before. Now you need to see something different. I saw 15-2. I saw the Lions go out there and destroy teams. So, okay, do it against the Commanders in the playoffs. Do it against the Eagles.
Right, but all we can do right now,
here yet.
All we can do right now is win each week. Put ourselves in the best possible position.
David touched upon it. This fan base really doesn't know what winning is. And they don't know that you can only win what's in front of you at this time. You cannot win a playoff game in September. You can lose yourself out of the playoffs, but you cannot win a playoff game. So if you're going to sit around and wait until the middle of January for the playoffs to start, you're going to be a miserable person.
And I think that is also the problem because I think you absolutely can win a playoff game in September because every week it's a build towards that. Certain things you see like, the offensive line struggled in week 1. Weeks 2 and 3, 4, you looked better. That stuff matters for January. So, I think fans need to stop looking at the week-to-week results of the other teams that you lost to or that you beat and say they're not good. And just look, week to week. Take it week to week. That's it.
But and again, when you have a bad week, you talk about it. Injuries are the biggest thing. Now, week one, absolutely. It now looks like an overreaction because they've played such comprehensively good football the last 3 weeks. I don't care who you're playing. I'll say it again. Yes, we've been spoiled that Dan Campbell's got a knack for being able to drop a bomb on more teams than not. But people forget how many close escapes you've had. But you win. Mm-hmm. That's it. So where we sit today, yeah. Do I have long-term concerns defensively? Of course I do. Especially now injuries in the back four are adding up. But we'll get
Bob
there.
Muhammad, man. We good.
When TJ said, I was listening to you two Friday, and it was a laugh I needed. Aquadine? Minty fresh. I go, we're good. We're good.
I'll tell you this. I was at the Lions game, and there was a guy sitting further distant in my section that when he made a play, I just heard somebody go, Bobby!
No.
I did.
Oh,
I'm not lying to you at all, I swear.
Bob Muhammad.
Bobby.
God. I hope he understands it's all out of love.
Well, I told TJ, please make sure he knows we're not making fun
Well, yeah,
of him.
when you told TJ and he found out there's a Bob Muhammad Wikipedia,
Right.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that really happened.
We'll get to the people. David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll go calls next segment, okay? Go ahead, buddy.
Yesterday was probably the quietest stadium in the Campbell era. And I don't know what's going on with Lions fans. It is very weird. That is Jaden in Kansas City. Someone says, I'm with you, Mike, on this. I'm seeing exactly what I want from this team week to week. And I don't want to fool myself with delusions of entitlement. I want to watch this team earn it every week.
And that's all you can do is play now, right? And the trade deadline will be an opportunity to fortify the reserves. And yes, for the people, like, because I know we got a bunch of these, like with our podcast mailbag and the football show. Oh, do you still want a pass rusher? Yes. Unless you plan on facing backup tackles every week. Yes, I do. Explain to me how adding a pass rusher makes the team worse. It doesn't. Makes you better. I want to get better. Well, we're already great. Cool. Let's be legendary. Be better.
That's been my thing, but that's where people shoot me down. Well, you got to trust him. Brad, like, guys, you know what? Trust me on this. As you said, Mike, you can always add more pass rushers and always get better.
Because your competition's going to get better.
Because here's the thing. You never know when the rash of injuries go. Look at your secondary right now. You're about to play. Brian Branch may have to play some slots at corner because you got nothing right now.
Look,
Rocky Sin.
Hey, listen. One of the coolest names in NFL history. Okay. Wasn't he from Temple?
I don't know.
Might be like the only Temple first-round pick in history. Rocky Sin. Go ahead, David. Take a text.
The Lions beat two of the worst in the league, the worst defense in the league, and lost to a team that looks like a bottom half team in the league. They haven't done anything impressive.
Okay, timeout. Can we? You opened week one and you were a clown car. You in the last 3 weeks, 180 minutes, 12 quarters of football. You have done just about everything right. Do you know how difficult that is? If you don't believe me, here, ask Atlanta what it's like. Hey, we fixed our season. Lose 30-0 at Carolina. How about the Chargers? We're unbeatable. Dead.
Until you're not.
You lost to the Giants and gave up 22 quarterback pressures. You think this league is easy? You celebrate when you can stack 3-4 wins in a row. I don't remember the last time the Giants got 3 or 4 wins in 8 weeks.
I think it was last year.
No, it wasn't. They went 3-14. That's mathematically impossible. Shut up, you. I don't want to hear it. We'll get to the people next. 97.1. All right. Hungry Howie's Pizza. They have got their Detroit-style pizza. It's a heavy push on this stuff because it moves fast. Elite ingredients, in-house made dough, real cheese, not the hell do they call it with Wisconsin space cheese or whatever it is. It's real Mott's, the way it's supposed to be. And it's real deal. Hungry Howie's has been doing it right since the 40s. $12.99 for that Detroit-style pizza. Very competitive pricing. As Kenny says, possibly the best pricing. $12.99. Get over to hungryhowies.com and celebrate boldly with authentic Detroit-style pizza. Lions victory Monday. We will get to Tigers in the 3 o'clock hour. I have a strong opinion for you on that. And it is Can We Say That Monday as well. So we'll get to that. Lots to do. We go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, how are you?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. This comment, we haven't played anyone yet, that's something that you might hear from people in college during the first couple of weeks when teams really are tuning up and aren't playing anyone. I'm sorry, we did play some good teams. We played the team with the number one defense yesterday, and it wasn't pretty, but they got the job done.
But you said it, Shane. The NFL is, you're not playing Tennessee Tech. The NFL is not pretty. There's no 28-point spreads or 50 like that. But see, Shane, here's the thing I can't figure out. I can find beauty in, I was pleasantly surprised they were able to drop a bomb on Cleveland. But if you had won by 9, is there any problem? No.
Maybe we should have been like Green Bay last week and won 10-3 or 13-10, whatever that game was there. last time I checked, Lamar Jackson is two-time MVP, probably one of the most dangerous guys you're ever going to face.
I thought it was
And
very weird that the morning show received that feedback from a couple of callers, which is it's wild to me. No, you did. You have played teams, and you're 3-1.
And well, Mike, and my response to these people is, well, maybe we should have just won that game very closely yesterday. Maybe we should have just lost against Baltimore then because they're not a good team. Maybe we shouldn't have blown out the Bears a couple weeks ago because they're not a good team. Every team in the NFL, despite their record, is a good team. And on any given day, we're going to go against the team this year probably that's a poor team and we have a better record, and we're probably going to lose that game. That's what happens. These fans are completely delusional. I am absolutely thrilled to be 3-1 at this point.
Me too,
and,
as you should.
You know, let's keep rolling here. We're playing good teams, guys, and we're playing well against good teams.
Yeah, and that's, Shane, you said it best. Look, if you're going to play teams that aren't good and you're going to win 34-10, you have to you get credit for that.
Yes, you get credit for that. But on the flip side, you'll have the people saying, well, you know, you beat 3 teams, combined record 4-8. So that's nothing.
Okay, well, you know
what? Here's the thing. Because you want to say, we knocked off all the undefeated teams, and now we're the best team.
The bottom line is you were the best team last year, and then Jaden Daniels put a baby inside you in the playoffs. Okay? So what did it get you last year, Spank? Not you, I'm saying the people.
Why are you yelling at me?
No, it's just all the nonsense. They're 3-1. If you told me they were 3-1 in the summer after the first 4, I go, well, who died? Who do we got to pay? Mm-hmm. And they're getting better every week. This offensive line, this running game, it actually looks better.
I mean, the best rush defense came into town, and Goff left the game untouched. That is an accomplishment in and of itself.
It absolutely is. We go to Joe, 97.1. Joseph, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, Mike, it's been a long time since I talked to you, man.
How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Rico, David, how you guys doing today?
Good, Can't be bad. It's 80 and sunny, and your football team's 3-1. Not bad.
And our fans are delusional.
It's something, Joe.
Maybe most of them went to the dispensary before they woke up this morning, and, you know, everybody was just high. I don't know. It's a little bit confusing because I watched the game, and we played, I would say, arguably some of the toughest defensive ends in the game, and our quarterback came out unscathed. Interesting. I'm confused. What did we do wrong?
I don't listen. What that the offense did?
Oh no! You know what you didn't do wrong? You didn't beat the Eagles yesterday, Joe.
We wasn't playing them.
No, Joe. I get it, but to some fans, you didn't beat the Eagles. So what does it matter?
Well, those fans need to let the pipe go and seek help. I don't know what to tell them.
Because, Joe, the way I look at it is this.
I live in a realistic world, common sense, realistic.
Yes, you are very realistic, Joe, but also I do think that there is some PTSD from the Packers game. Well, if we were so good, why did the Packers make us look that bad?
Because the Packers are paid too.
Rico, I got the answer for that. Everybody need to pump their brakes and take a quick chill here. The first game against the Green Bay Packers, I'll be the first to say it, the Lions took it for granted. We didn't play any of our starters over the preseason. We didn't even play the 2 rookie offensive linemen. And you guys want to come out and go to Green Bay and think that you just going to come out and spoil Green Bay like you did Kansas City? No, we're not going to do that. They needed a wake-up call. They needed to get punched in the mouth. Green Bay punched them in the mouth. They woke up, spanked Chicago, spanked Baltimore, spanked Cleveland, and then they're going to spank Cincinnati and Kansas City. You got a spanking coming too, baby.
All right, take it easy. Now, hold on with Joe. Let's be careful with the spanking. I'm just saying, just win the damn games. Just be careful now. It's a lot of spanking going on.
I don't care if the spanking is by 1 point or 3 points or 30 points. Win the game. That's all I care about.
That exactly. I'm just saying, Joe. You were out there like a. Take it easy now. My God. Let's go to Greg, 97.1. Greg, what's going on?
Hey, guys. I want to call out the callers who called in after week 1 and expressed such doubt, saying, I don't even see us going 7-10 this year. I mean, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And the people who are discounting the win against Baltimore.
That's crazy.
Baltimore lost to KC, us, and who else? They lost to 3 of the top 5 teams in the league. And like the previous caller just said, week 1, we played none of our guys in the preseason. You got 2 new coordinators who hadn't called a game. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. Your team's 3-1. You should sit back and enjoy it.
And Greg, that's where we said it even after it. Like, we were all disgusted about the Green Bay game, but I go, they're still an 11-win team. You just got to clean this up. Now you can win 12.
Down. I want the guys to call in and called it. Whoever called in week 1 and blasted us for losing the first, call in now and defend yourself and make another prediction. Rico, how's the basement?
It's coming along well. Appreciate it.
Fantastic.
All right. Drop the mic on now.
Great segue. Let's go over to Bryant, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, I've waited way too long in my lifetime to see the Lions be good and then to complain about them not winning by enough points and not looking good enough. But the only point I want to make is I kind of compare it to this, being this early in the season. You ever hear guys complain about not winning by enough points in fantasy football? Like, I don't care if I win by 8 points or 30 points. I'm happy I got the win. You move on to the next week, and then you just try to get another win the next week. So I'm just tired of these guys complaining that we don't look good enough. Offense wasn't clicking.
The problem, it's different, though, because the problem is, like, for instance, when I was listening to Cookies and Rico on the pregame yesterday, both of whom picked the Lions to win and were confident, it's this idea of, oh, well, you didn't pick them to win by double digits, so you're a doubter. No, I live in reality. It's really hard to beat teams by multiple scores in the NFL. Mm-hmm. That's where this fan base. Now, if you're playing like, I used this earlier, Brian, if you're playing like Tampa Bay, and you need to escape every week. No, that is a conversation. You're not playing good enough. But that's not the Lions. They're not doing that. So it's just this weird thing of like, so you had people calling this morning say, well, we haven't beaten anybody, which is a crazy opinion. And then you get other people where if you just go, listen, I respect the opponent this weekend. I think the Lions will win, but be careful, you're a hater. You can't make anybody happy.
Mm-mm. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand it. Like I said, man, I'm 33 years old. I've waited my whole life to have a team that's a Super Bowl contender every year and something to look forward to. I don't care if they don't look great this early on in the season. They just beat one of the best defenses in the league. I mean, the Browns just beat the Packers, albeit it was kind of lucky ending. But that's the NFL, man. You got a lot of teams that get some surprisingly wins when they're big underdogs. So just keep winning games, keep moving forward, keep progressing with the special teams, the defense, and the offense. When one side has to pick up the slack, it's only going to help them on later on in the year when they're trying to make the playoffs.
Yeah, there's only a couple teams in this league that already look like complete free squares. One is New Orleans, and the other one is probably Tennessee, considering the franchise quarterback just went up there and said, quote, "We ass," close quote. That's it.
And that wasn't AI. That was real.
That was something. Now, Cam Ward either just cemented himself as a leader or just alienated every vet in the locker room.
Like, you want me to keep it a buck? Yeah, we asked.
How do you really feel? All right, football is back. If your TV's playing like a backup, upgrade it. Paulson's, your technology partner. Go big. The Sony 98-inch 4K TV, front row feel. Also, right size, the LG 65-inch 4K OLED. Bright and punchy for Red Zone and Rivalry Saturdays. And you don't want to watch in silence. Paulson's has sound systems galore. They'll design something for you. Their Video Matters event, Wednesday, October 15th, 5:30 to 8:30. They'll have reps from Sony, LG, JVC, you name it, out there. They'll also have savings, giveaways. They have all kinds of things going on. Preview. They have a 163-inch TV wall. It is the best audio-video showroom in Metro Detroit. It's Paulson's Audio Video, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Arguably my favorite segment of the week. It is time for Can We Say That? David. Today,
All right.
Junior.
All right, let's go college style. Can we say that Vanderbilt is actually legit?
Define legit. Like winning the SEC or respectable and can beat anyone on any given week?
Vandy's a top 15 team that we may actually see in the playoffs.
No, I'm going to say we can't say that. I think they're good. I think Leah is doing some amazing work down there, and they can get you. They can win. They can do something they've never done in their school's history. They can go 500 in conference. But to do more than that, I would need to see them beat Alabama this weekend. Show me. This is a revenge game, a lot of chirping going on. Bama knows they can't lose to Vandy back-to-back years. Show me.
Yeah, not playoff, but maybe spoiler. See what they do against Bama. They can ruin Brian Kelly, get him fired later on in the year. Spoiler, but no, not playoff.
Can we say that Arkansas has no clue of what they're doing?
Well,
they fired their head coach, Sam Pittman, to replace him with, and I can't make this up,
old neck brace.
The former coach who they fired.
They love Bobby Petrino down there. Look,
I can't get it out because it's so ridiculous. This is, okay, you fired Jonathan Smith and you're going to replace him with Mel Tucker, interim coach. I'm sorry, what? Because that's about the biggest scandal in Arkansas is Tucker is for MSU.
Kenny, are you familiar with the neck brace reference?
Oh, yeah, I am. I was shocked when I thought I was in a fever dream when I saw that.
It was already their
headline.
OC, fellas. I'm just saying. No, look, I think the Arkansas thing, it is a very confusing job. It should be a program. They have immense money. Walmart's involved. Tyson is involved. Come on now.
All I hear is that Trump, they don't know what the bleep they're doing.
Was that Georgia's defense? That sounded a lot like Georgia's defense.
Notre Dame scored again. Go ahead, next.
You know what, Kenny? I'm going to move this one up just for you. Can we say that Georgia will miss the playoffs?
No. I don't think it. I think we can say that this game against Alabama means virtually nothing every year now because it doesn't matter who wins the game.
Thank you.
As long as they win out and everybody holds serve, everybody makes the playoffs, and this game matters 0%.
Are we sure they're going to win out, though, Kenny?
I'm pretty sure.
Even if they don't, who cares? 10-2, Georgia's getting in. Why?
That's exactly right.
Because this sport is nothing more than a cheap TV product.
These rivalry games have never meant less.
They still have a running game. They ran it for 7.5 yards a carry on Saturday night, and we have to give credit. As bad as the first half was defensively, is as good as they were in the second half. I'm not going to bury Georgia yet, but Kirby, I don't know how you don't kick that field goal with about 7 minutes to go to tie the game up. I don't know what you're doing there.
You jiggly.
There you go. That was kind of what I was saying at the TV, watching him adjust his visor.
Let's stay right there
Yes.
in Athens, Georgia. Can we say that Kalen DeBoer is officially off the hot seat?
Yeah, but it only takes 1 week to go back on it. That's how it works at Alabama. Okay. But I will here's what I'm more comfortable saying. We could say Ty Simpson's the best quarterback in the SEC.
Funny you said that,
He's
Mike.
really good.
It's fun. It's like you guys have seen my notes, which I know you have not. But, Mike, my thing is, can you say that Trinidad Chambliss is the best quarterback in the SEC?
He's fun.
Ole Miss quarterback.
I'm not ready to say best, but he's fun. Let me see a little bit more. I could tell you Austin Simmons ain't getting the job back. By the way, how was Trinidad Chambliss at Ferris State last year? Huh? How do you go from that? That kid looks like he belongs on that field against LSU. What the hell did he look like at Ferris? Was he running circles around people?
No, Ferris is good, like in Division II, aren't they?
It's D2.
Still.
No one has a future in Division II.
Apparently they do.
They win states there, but I mean, championships. But
see, Jared Verse, there you go.
That was 1AA at UAlbany.
Division II,
It's 1AA. Come on.
Minor league, okay?
Next.
Tomato. Can we say
James Franklin's a con man? Yes.
Okay, you know what? Have you hacked into my?
No.
Can we say Lincoln Riley, James Franklin, and Brian Kelly have all peaked?
Oh God, yeah. You want the numbers on Franklin? I have this in my show notes. You ready for this?
Yeah.
In 21 games against Michigan and Ohio State, do you know his record? 21 total matchups.
1-20.
4-17.
You weren't far.
In 45 games against ranked opponents. What's his record?
I'm
2 wins?
4. No. 4-21.
No. Well, first of all, that totals 25. It's 45 total games.
Oh,
let's do the math.
Okay, 4. I'm sorry, 4 and 40.
No, against ranked teams, 15 and
Oh,
30.
no, it's top 10. It's top 10. I'm sorry. I'm
Top
thinking
10
opponents.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
top 10
Top 10,
opponents. Okay,
25
yes.
total
Yes.
games. I'm just going to give you credit
Yes.
for it. 4 and 21.
Yes.
What is he against top 5 opponents in 16 matchups?
That's 0 and
1 and
16.
15.
Oh, the Ohio State.
This man is a bum. And if I got to hear anyone tell me about Drew Aller with the words NFL in front of it, my head's going to explode. He stinks. It's
Kirby, please.
He is. It's the Grinch. Stink, stank, stunk. That's Drew Aller. This kid never throws to his wide receivers. He targeted his tight end Reynolds 8 times, 1 catch for 9 yards. What? And when the big moment happens, get him a diaper. There's the INT in overtime.
He could probably check it down pretty good against Georgia's defense.
Okay, it was a hell of a catch by the linebacker in overtime.
What are you, Joel
Everything
Klatt?
else before that, though, there was nothing impressive.
I'm just saying, it was a heck of a catch, right?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't
You know
like
what?
he just threw it right to him.
Who needs Joel Klatt? We have Joel Blatt right
Oh, my
over here.
goodness. So you mean to you weren't impressed with that?
No.
Wow.
The game should have been over anyways. Oregon bodied them. Penn State could not block them. All the myths, all the things Oregon is soft and it's finesse and it's West Coast. They have spent more time and money on the line of scrimmage, and you're seeing it pay off now.
And that was Big Ten ball right there, not Pac-12. That was
They never should have let
impressive.
him back into the game, but they did.
I know.
Okay. Well, can we say, speaking of Oregon, can we say that next week when Oregon takes on Indiana, that the winning quarterback, whether it's Dante Moore or Mendoza, will be the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy?
Yeah, I can go with that. Because Dante Moore right now, and again, it's a week-to-week league. Right now, Dante Moore would be the vote to me. You go into the whiteout and win, play the way he played. He's got 14 touchdowns, 1 interception on the year. I thought he played really good football Saturday night. Yeah.
Okay. Can we say that Illinois will make the playoffs this year?
No.
Their remaining games, they got a home game against Ohio State, and their next toughest game after that is at UW.
They're not getting in. Not a big enough brand.
They'll have 1 loss, maybe 2 losses.
They'll have 2, and they won't get in. They'll take a 9-3 Michigan over 10-2 Illinois. Why?
You think so?
The brand. Yeah, this is a con artist sport now. This is no different than wrestling.
Okay.
They're not getting in. They're not going to take a coach in a duvet cover. It's not going to happen.
I think that's what it comes down to. Is a duvet cover. That's it. Nothing they do on the field.
I
is
thought it
duvet
was a
cover.
moo-moo.
The problem is they already lost 700-10. Now you got the escape here. Ohio State's going to put it on them.
Okay.
So no, they're not getting in.
Well, Michael, you, my friend, you're on a roll.
More.
You mentioned their name.
What?
Can we say that Ohio State is the best team in the nation?
Who have they beaten?
Whoa. I was going to give it to Oregon because they won in the whiteout, and I don't think Texas is that great. I think 1 and 2 right now is Oregon and OSU, but I would take Oregon ahead of it. And again, maybe Matt Patricia is the evil genius and they're back, but I'm with David. I was disappointed in UW. Part of it was OSU was good, but part of it was UW couldn't get out of their own way, and the ref show. Oh, my God, the referees in that game. Good God.
Yeah, what's it, that 3rd and 18, and they called the...
Please. Roughing the passer. He barely breathed on him.
Right. He didn't knock him over. He just touched him, and that
Nice fake field goal, by the way.
You probably want to let the guy know we're going to throw you the ball. Because he was just down there blocking his behind off.
I've never seen an intended receiver get hit in the ass with the football on a fake field goal.
But here's the thing. Kudos, because his blocking skills were great.
Right.
Problem, The ball was coming to you, son.
That his ass crack doesn't have opposable thumbs to catch a football.
Like if somebody had caught
It
the
was
ball,
ridiculous.
If somebody had caught the ball, they were going to score.
Kenny.
Because he was engaged in his guy.
Kenny, between the Derrick Henry rage fall from last week and that fake field goal where a guy gets hit in the ass with the pass, I don't know what video's better. What's more ridiculous?
All right, Mike, this was just for you. One more just for you. And I'm teeing you up for this, but I felt this. Can we say that it felt like MSU lost this weekend even though they didn't play?
Yeah, because you see how far behind they are. 100%. Oh, don't worry, though.
No, because I'm sitting there like, why does it feel like they lost this weekend?
Because you
They're
get a
on
chance.
bye.
You get a chance to watch what the sport actually looks like.
I'm sending you a text like, Mike, I don't feel good about this.
Like they lost by 20 or something.
David,
I don't feel good.
I mean, this was truly, I'm sitting there in the chair like, wow, why do I feel like they lost? Because I'm watching everybody else like, I don't think they could beat any of the teams this weekend. So
you win.
Can we say that? College edition, 97-1.
Tigers manager A.J. Hinch was at the podium as the Tigers have their workout day in Cleveland. The 10 a.m. roster deadline looms tomorrow. He said that he expects all the position players who are in Boston to make it. That rules out Colt Keith, who's rehabbing an injury. Could we see him at some point in the playoffs? Hint said they would likely go over who starts Game 2 today, but Flaherty and Mize are the most likely. Lions coach Dan Campbell said that corner DJ Reed's injury is not season-ending, but he would be out for a while. He also mentioned they may start Aleem McNeil's practice window this week. He was unsure about Terrion Arnold's injury, his shoulder. He was able to, if he's not able to play this week, he's confident he would play against Kansas City. Michigan football coach Jerome Moore was back at the podium as well. He said a lot of their injuries are trending in the right direction. After their bye, Jonathan Smith gave an update on MSU. He says Nakai Martinez has a chance to play this week. Left tackle Stanton Ramil and linebacker Brady Pretzlaff are out for this season. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. We talk Lions hour one. We got to talk Tigers because obviously there's a day game tomorrow and it's the playoffs. And look, I want to focus on more so what I think is going to happen versus anything in the rearview mirror. Because here's reality. Nothing you did matters. None of it matters. Wins, losses, or otherwise. You're in the playoffs. It's a blank slate. Did any of us like the way this finished? No, it was embarrassing. 3-13 down the stretch, and the only reason you get in is a team like the Astros couldn't get off the mat and win a single game.
You mean you didn't appreciate Saturday night in the champagne?
No, I didn't. I think it's I think it's tone deaf and it's tacky, and wait for the cameras to be gone and do whatever you want with your team. Celebrating in ski goggles after having the worst finish to a season of any team that made the playoff in the history of baseball, which is essentially since the Civil War. No, you can keep the snowboard goggles. But fine, okay? Fine. What I didn't need to hear, see, he's getting me to be negative and I'm going to be positive. Like when Scott Harris is like, well, the team went through so much adversity. What, your deadline? There's your adversity. You had the worst deadline of a contending team in memory. Let me return to where I wanted to go. None of what I just said matters. It doesn't. Because here's how I'm viewing this. And maybe I'm insane. You ready? Mm-hmm. You get to breathe a sigh of relief that you got in. The way they celebrated, you could tell they were more stressed than the fans. That it's a sigh of relief. They know nobody believes in them. They know no one's happy with them. But they're there. They get a pressure release. I think there's a letdown for the Guardians. The Guardians had to go on a furious rally. And the Guardians, they didn't really play well this weekend in Texas at all. They won by default because you're terrible. Tigers in 2. Tigers are going to mini sweep the Guardians. Tigers in 2.
Okay.
Tigers in 2.
I hear what you're saying.
Tigers in 2.
So
Tigers.
Let me just to David, if you would, let me clarify this.
Tigers in 2.
So Tigers sweep.
Tigers in 2.
Because the Guardians
let down, and you're not gonna play tight anymore. You know it's YOLO time. It's us against the world.
So both teams falter, but they
No. The Guardians used up all the toothpaste in the tube. Okay. They ain't got nothing left. And I don't think they're taking a series from you for the third time in like 6 days.
Okay, where are you getting the toothpaste? Because you have none.
They just opened
a
new
rolled yours
package
all the way up.
They just opened a new package.
Okay.
That you only get this package. You only get the new toothpaste once you make the playoffs. Then the delivery shows up at the door.
Every now and then there's a drop that just stops the show for a second.
That just happened.
What I will say is
Tigers in 2.
No, I don't see that at all. So you're telling me we get School Bowl going back to August?
No,
not the latest.
I don't think you're losing another School Bowl start in a row. And I don't think this baseball team's going to be the one to do it to them. I just don't think the Guardians are going to do this for a third time in 10 days.
You know what? I can maybe roll with you, Mike, if the game
Tigers
was
in
here.
two?
If the game was here, but it's not.
Tigers in two.
It's there. I don't see Tigers in two. I don't see a Tigers sweep.
Who's with me, people? Where are you at with this team in the playoffs?
I see Guardians in 3.
Tigers in 2.
I see Guardians in 3.
Rico, that's what both of us behind the glass have been saying since this segment started.
Now, I
Guards
think
in
that,
3.
Mike, you know what? As you would like to say, both things can be true.
Tigers in 2?
Skubal may not lose this game. And he may go out there and
Skubal will not lose this game.
And they will
Tigers
be up 1-0.
Skubal will not lose this game.
But the last time I checked, he's only going to throw for about 80 pitches. So that means that he won't be back for the next game.
It'll be 100.
Or the game after that.
Doesn't need to.
Okay.
Tigers in 2. I just feel this is what's happening. I really wonder if this team...
Is this like the Rieger, it's baseball reason?
No. Baseball's weird as it is, but I think with this Tigers team, they've been under so much pressure. They have played so tight. They have forgotten how to have fun playing that now they realize they wake up, we're in. It's all over. We're in. We survived. Maybe now they just play free and loose. Why? Because nobody thinks anything of them anyways. Versus the Guardians, they've been rocking and rolling. Do I really think that team is going to beat this team in a series for a third time in 10 days? I think it's highly unlikely. I think the Tigers in 2. I want to know who's with me.
And see, maybe I would feel that way, Mike, if the last time I saw Skubal in Cleveland, he didn't have the meltdown.
Tigers in 2.
Okay. No. You're on your. You know what? Hey,
I'm
stand
fine.
strong. Stand strong.
I'm a man of conviction.
I'm sure there are people out there that agree with you. 248-539-9797.
Boy, there's the face of motivation right there. Well, I tell you, that guy will get you ready to run through a wall. Guy didn't even do his hair for his own press conference. Sweet Jesus.
Because he's so worried about the new offense and defense he's going to implement, he just forgot to comb his hair.
Sorry. Jonathan Smith press conference on mute. Thank goodness. 248-539-9797. I feel Tigers are going to win this series. I think it's going to be Tigers in 2. I've given you the reason why. If you want to get into the whole celebration thing or Harris's comments, we can.
The celebration thing was embarrassing.
Well, I just wanted to keep it positive, but I'm happy to do it because I told you they were going to do it.
You did, and I was just like, you know what? No, you'll wait till the cameras are off. Maybe you go back to the hotel. Yeah.
The only adversity they faced was their GM's god-awful deadline. There's your adversity.
The adversity that you faced was self-appointed adversity. Like, you created this. Like, this wasn't, that was just
but
a
Tigers
bad look in order to go back out and
Who's
lose
with
the next
me?
day.
Who is confident enough to stand with me? I really believe they're beating the Guardians. You know, do they deserve to? Yeah, I'll leave that to you guys. To me, you're asking the Guardians to do something that's damn near impossible. It's hard to beat a division opponent series after series, but when you got to do it in proximity, chips down, we're in the playoffs.
See, I think that's what helps the Guardians because you just beat them. It's not like, oh, we beat them a month ago, and now maybe this team is a different team. Like, you already know the buttons to push because this team is down. So let's just keep them down.
SBBT. Okay. Skubal bounce back start.
And I give you that one.
Come on. Listen to me.
But I don't give you the other two. No.
He's winning that game.
Yes. I give you that one. I don't see the other two. The next two games, Guardians. We'll be back here on Thursday. Well, we'll be late for a show on Thursday because they'll be playing game 3.
No, we'll have a full show Thursday because the Tigers will be in the ALDS. They're going to beat this team.
Well, I already lost that bet. You want to do double or nothing?
I'm fine.
No, I'm just saying I've already lost the bet. So you don't have to agree to this.
I feel like this team's best opportunity is to now they can play free. It is a clean slate for them. None of the pressure of the last 6 weeks matters. None of what took place matters. And maybe they just come out and they regain the joy and play loose and free and play better baseball. And I wonder if the Guardians used up all the juice.
See, I was actually hoping that they ended up somehow or another. I didn't think it was possible, but playing your Yankees because then
you didn't want that.
They rise to the occasion in New York.
Yeah, well, rise to this. Max Fried and Rodon back-to-back against your lefty-dominant lineup. Good luck. You may as well send Kerry Carpenter to the Caribbean if you face the Yankees. He won't play.
Yeah, but we got Jake Rogers.
Yeah, by the way, shout out AJ not pinch hitting for Jake Rogers. Tell me you don't care about winning the division without telling me. May as well duct tape Bernie Lomax to a chair and put him up there. I told you I'm keeping it positive. Did I find what they did this weekend tasteful? No. Was I angry that they didn't care about the division seemingly? Of course I'm angry. Mm-hmm. I'm making a point. We are on to Cincinnati. Tigers in 2.
I know.
I really feel like they're going to win.
It's my job to upset this apple cart today.
No, it's okay. I look, maybe fans, you know what? Maybe I'm the last man standing.
No, it's just funny. Friday, Rieger was preaching the same thing. He told me how they were going to win the division over the weekend. And, the pressure is now off. Rieger, it's not off.
The pressure's off now because the season's over and it's the postseason. And it is a fresh start, blank slate, whatever you want to call it.
See,
it is baseball, which is weird.
I'll give you the rationale of seriously why I don't think that's going to happen.
Tigers in 2?
And I'll give you that next.
Okay. 97.1. All right, we've mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. Time to plan it, build it, buy it. It's Northville. Stop by today, check out the showroom, take home some samples as well. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Yeah, the expectations are changing so much. We're popping bottles for beefing the division away. You lost a 15.5 game lead, and you have the audacity to tell me how the expectations are changing. Honestly, there should have been a funeral.
Let's just hope that was some cheap champagne.
You know what I'm saying.
I get it, Mike.
You can't tell me the expectations are changing, and you're over here partying like you just hit the Powerball. You blew a 15.5 game lead in the worst division in the sport.
Okay.
You backed in.
Yes. But it's the reason why I don't see the Tigers in 2 the way
Tigers
you
in 2.
Because here's the thing.
Tigers in 2.
You celebrated. The pressure was off. You were officially in.
And now they wake up today. The sun is shining.
No
one believes in them.
No.
YOLO.
No.
Tigers in 2.
And then the next day you woke up and, okay, you know what? Maybe we could go for this division. And
School Bowl 6 shutout innings.
And you lose.
Tigers in 2.
You lose to Boston 4-3. I don't see where they all of a sudden just get up off the mat and become this great team.
Well, they actually do
again.
it tomorrow at 1:08. Tigers in 2.
Okay.
David, what's the early returns on this as we talk about it? And again, I don't want to make it about the locker room thing or even Scott Harris's comment. I'm making it about I believe in my heart they're winning the series. And they're going to do it back to back.
Why are we minus 165 to best Cleveland tomorrow? I'm with you, Mike. Tigers in 2.
Thank you. Because you have the best pitcher in the AL. And he's going to lead this series. He's going to lock in. He's not going to almost kill a guy with a foul ball off a bat and blow up, break a guy's orbital bones. I think Scooble's going to dominate the game tomorrow.
Mike going full BOGO. Can we get a double-digit disco for game 2? But
Sure.
I do agree with you in 2.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
David, I've given reasons. Now, if people like Rico disagree, he's given reasons. I'm not mad at anybody.
Oh, no. Brother, I'm not mad at you.
I'm mad at that audio, but I'll leave it alone.
Hey, you know what?
The standards are changing.
The standards have changed.
Yeah, what? You'll participate in a trade deadline?
2-0 is that's the only thing that you're going to accept. We're going to be back here in Detroit Thursday, ready to see who we're going to play next.
Yes.
What, Seattle? So, yeah.
Yes.
Good luck with that.
Tigers in 2.
Okay.
I can't tell you anything about the next series. I'll just tell you they're winning this series.
I stand with Mike and all Italians everywhere. Tigers in 2. The bounce of the bottom will come back. Oh, my God.
Well, to support that point a little bit, I just looked it up on FanDuel. The most likely outcome of this series.
Say it.
Is the favorite is, if you're betting the shortest odds.
Say it.
Tigers in 2.
Thank you. Tigers in 2. Listen, people might think it, but they're not brave enough to say it. I'll say it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care.
There's a lot of people texting in. Mike is right. Tigers in 2. Tigers in 2. LFG.
They're going to. I just feel like they are going to play a different brand of baseball.
I don't see it.
Okay, David. Hey, the bottom line is, right, you still got a decently young team. Fair? Mm-hmm. They were crippled by the weight and the pressure and that collapse.
Yes, they were. So,
but now it's all gone.
So Sunday,
now they woke up and it's
playoff
pressure.
No.
Because here's the thing: if the pressure was off, then I would expect them to come out there Sunday and just, you know what, 5-1, let's go, let's get ready.
Well, half of them went up to bat with ski goggles on. That's why you shouldn't have celebrated like that.
New expectations.
Yeah, standards are changing. Yes, maybe we'll participate in the trade deadline and not sign dead people.
That's why personally, on that note, I wanted them to wait until Sunday's results.
Thank you.
To see. If you want a division, cool. Let's wait till Sunday, though.
That is why you are a leader in the community. I agree with you totally.
The community doesn't listen to me.
David?
Tigers in 3, someone says. Another person says, would you like to add fries and a drink to that combo? Tigers in 2.
Tigers in 2.
Oh, my.
Free dipping sauce available. Tigers in 2. Listen, man, I'm telling you, especially when you look at it tomorrow, those odds opened up. The Tigers are minus 180. It's just a psychological, emotional play. And I'm taking a guess at what's going to happen, and that's what I feel. What do you want me to say?
No, I want you to speak what's in your heart.
Tigers in 2.
You're going to overcome adversity.
I'm with you, Mike. Tigers in 2. That is Thomas in Nashville.
That a baby.
Vegas thinks the Tigers in 2 as well. Let's go Tigers.
Wait.
Adam from Cadillac, Michigan.
So if they go Tigers in 2, is it more champagne and ski goggles?
It would be.
After what I saw this weekend, nothing would surprise me. Tigers score a run tomorrow. They'll all be dancing around in ski goggles.
Let's bring back the Little Caesars pizza crown.
Let's not. Let's go. Let's go to the people. 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Guys, it's great to be on with you again. Mike, I feel like you got to be right. Tigers in 2. Baseball is a fickle sport.
It is.
It's absolutely psychological. Your arguments, fit this particular situation perfectly. And I'm going to need Rico and David to stop being deflators on this one.
No.
Tigers in 2.
They have a right to their opinion. I don't
know, Mike. Come on, they need to get on the bandwagon. Let's go.
Tigers in 2.
Get on.
Look, what have I always said?
But here's the thing, Tom. I don't think that bandwagon has wheels. So
okay, that's fine. I'll drag it along.
And it's pulled by a donkey.
Right.
So we've got that too.
But here's the thing. We have always talked about this. The shorter the series, the more an advantage the Tigers have. The longer the series goes, the less I think of them.
Yes.
Like I wouldn't pick this team in a 7-game set against anybody. 5 games, it depends on the matchup, but 3, I pick you almost against anybody. Why? You have Scuba. Tigers in 2.
Absolutely. Well, and again, too, you got Mize. I think they line up. Just like you said, 5-game series, Tigers in 2, we're good. We're good. One more thing, if I could.
Please.
Can we say that? Going back to the Lions, right? So I'm the dork that called in and said preseason, they'll be lucky to win 8 games, right? I figured we were 1-4 at this point. Can we say that the Lions have upgraded at defensive coordinator? Because what we saw in Baltimore was super aggressive defense, getting home to a quarterback that up until this season has owned them. Like, mobile quarterbacks have killed us. And I think the fact that Holmes did nothing in the offseason, what they were able to do these last 3 weeks is a testament to that D coordinator and the job that he's done.
Tom, I'm going to say no on that. I see where you're coming from, but
Tigers in 2.
Aaron Glenn had duct tape and chewing gum
There it
at
is.
the end of the year.
Now here's Tom.
Yeah, you're right.
Let's add to it. Tommy, Shepard has a chance to prove you right with what he does in the next few weeks with no Terrion Arnold, no DJ Reed. Let's see it. We can table the discussion. Tigers in 2. But by the way, does PJ Fleck have a date night tonight? Was this guy going to get laid at the press conference? You see this?
Oh,
Look at what this guy's wearing.
He's got a little double-digit disco going on.
When did Ricardo Montalban become the head coach at Minnesota? My God, is that shirt even buttoned?
No, it's not.
It's not buttoned, and I bet you he has some walk-off music that he's just going to dance to as he leaves the podium. I mean, really, he does look like they pulled him away from a dinner, and he's like, whoa, that late night wedding reception. Hey, I got to get a press conference real quick. You want to button up your shirt? Nah, we good.
Jonathan Smith looks like he got done mowing the lawn.
Leave Jeremy Otto alone.
I can't stand my program. Read something, please. Tigers in 2. Tigers in 2.
You may want to walk away for this one.
Tigers in 2.
You may want to walk away from this one, Mike. Just walk out the room right now. All right. Throughout my partnership with Fanatic Sportsbooks, you've heard me talk about the one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. I've told you how I think it's really the best in the game. Yesterday kind of proved my point. LA-New York game. Star wide receiver goes down in the second quarter with an injury. Not only did Fanatics Fair Play void all affected straight bets instantly, and if that prop was part of a parlay or a single game parlay, your bet played on, hey, it was voided. No waiting around.
Tigers in 2.
No waiting around.
See 1, 2, right here.
Bet stuck in limbo. Fanatic Sportsbook's fair play policy saved a ton of SPGs. That's legendary. This injury would have made you lose all your bets on most sportsbooks. Why would you risk it with other places when Fanatic's first half fair play all season long? Every game is there for you. I'm telling you, winning just hits different at Fanatic Sportsbook. You got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
All right, to the people. I've said it. I just, no matter what, how angry you are or how disappointed you are or how checked out you were, right, you're popping bottles. But you're in the playoffs, and the Tigers have the exact profile of the type of team everybody writes off, and then they go ahead and go win a series. Tigers in 2. You're prohibitive favorites to win tomorrow, if you care what that means. I just wonder how much did the Guardians have to use to get here? And now the fact is, whether you fell over the finish line or sprinted past it, you're past it. I think the Tigers now, the pressure's off. And maybe they can just play. So we'll find out if I'm right or if I'm an idiot. Either way, it'll be a good time. Tigers in 2. Let's go to Terrence, 97.1. Terrence, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, folks? How's it going?
Good.
Hey, so like I told the guy, I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. So Tigers in 2. It's just that simple. As long as you got a ticket to the big dance, to me, that's all that matters. How the season ended. My thing is this, I've been a Tigers fan since 77. So I've been through the good, the bad, the ugly. And for them to make it back to the playoffs, it's still great. So I'm taking it step by step, Tigers in 2. And furthermore, living out of state, and I'm gonna tell people in Detroit something. Love on your home teams because they talk a lot of trash about the Tigers and the Pistons and the Lions down south. So we need to stop bashing our teams and just giving them love all the time because you'd be amazed how much they
Wait, Terrence, the Falcons fans are talking trash?
Dude, you'd be amazed. You'd be amazed how, like last year they was kind of humble, but before we had our run, they'd compare us like, at least we ain't the Lions. I'm like, well, hold on. Because they was hanging their hat on. They went to 2 Super Bowls and we ain't did nothing and this and that. So that was their claim to fame. Every time something go on with those, at least we're not the Lions.
Yeah, well, hold on. You know what? You can remind them of they've made the playoffs one time since they blew that 28-3 lead.
Oh, yeah, I do all the time. Believe me, I fight for my teams all the time. But I'm down here as far as like the Braves. And they have the audacity this year when we played the Braves, and the guy was like, well, the Tigers might make the playoffs. I said, wait a minute. I said, the Braves not even making the playoffs. But you had the audacity to fix your mouth and say something about the Tigers?
Well, especially, too, Atlanta's not a real sports town, Terrence. It's transient. No one's from Atlanta. Yeah. It's not even a real place.
Which is so crazy, but they so big. I think what it is, they so big on college sports down here. They hang their hat on college sports. And I told them guys, I said, it's not about college sports. I said, where I'm from, it's about the pro teams. I love Michigan, but it's all about the Lions, the Pistons, and the Red Wings, and the Tigers. And they get mad at me because I said, y'all don't get mad because y'all want to get the pro teams, late in the year. We had our team since I can remember, since I was born. And I said, and we've got championships, and y'all have nothing but far as college championships. Except for the Braves won in '95 and a few years ago. So I go back and forth, but I don't allow that stuff to go on. So I tell my people from Detroit, I don't. I go back and forth with them. Everybody from Detroit, love on your Tigers, embrace this feeling because I remember when we was losing games and not going to the playoffs year after year after year after year after year, and you guys do too. So just take our time.
Tigers in 2.
Enjoy this ride. Tigers in 2. Tigers in 2. That's all.
That's
Have
it.
a good evening.
You got it,
Bye-bye.
T. Don't let people from Atlanta talk to you. That's not a real city. It's ridiculous.
Oh, man. I like the ATL.
That's fine. It's not a good sports town.
You're talking about it like it's Narnia, not a real place.
It's not.
Atlanta.
Wakanda.
No,
it's not real.
No, it's not.
There's no biodome. It's not real.
It's real.
It's not a real sports town.
It's not a real sports town.
Thank you.
It's like L.A. It's
not a real sports town.
Not a real sports town.
Let's go to Albert, 97.1. What's up, Al?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Al.
So, I think if the Tigers finish the season as maybe a 500 ball club, just like they were for the majority post All-Star break, I'd have a little more confidence in them. I think, baseball is one of those sports that is so heavily influenced by momentum. They've kind of lost all of that going into the playoffs, especially dropping the last 2 series to the Guardians, the team that we're going against. And, like the previous caller said, I'm still optimistic to an extent, especially because we have Skubal pitching game 1, and it feels like almost we start with a 1-0 lead. My concern is the bats. Our so-called superstar, Riley Green, has the most strikeouts out of any Tiger ever. And everybody on our team is young. So my concern is that, the playoffs, the bright lights, I don't know if they can live up to that expectation.
But they had experience last year. And I just, again, Albert, there's part of this when they finished 3-13 the way they did, and you watch the games and how tight they were, I think they were getting suffocated by the pressure. Now
I think that's true.
They're in.
Sorry.
No, it's just it's a clean slate now.
I think a lot of it also plays into, they made a lot of mental mistakes, when Dingler dropped the ball or Torks didn't step on the bag, things like that. That's what really concerns me, because in the playoffs, you can't make those mistakes. The margin of error is so small that you make those mistakes and they have a heavy influence on the whole series. You know what I mean? Especially in a 3-game series like this.
100%. Albert, I'm with you. Again, a 5-game series, I'm not as confident. 7, I have no confidence. I think in a 7-game series, you get exposed for who you are.
3, yeah. But
Tigers in 2. Okay. It's not a 3-game series, 2-game series.
Okay. I don't see it that way.
I know.
Mike.
It's okay. We're going to go to Jay. 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
What's happening, fellas?
Jay, what's the good word?
Sounds like there must be an abundance of crack in Farmington Hills these days.
Okay. Go ahead, Jay.
I'm curious, Mike.
Yeah, buddy.
Do you have any money? Do you have any money on this?
No, none.
Why not?
I mean, I don't bet baseball. That would be one. And I'm not going to bet something
really?
at minus 180. That's insane. I'm not doing that. Jay, I gave reasons. If you don't like them, talk to me. What are your reasons that you think I'm on crack? Let's talk about it.
These guys are, first of all, I'm listening to the general manager of this team, and he's claiming that his goal was to get to the playoffs. Isn't the goal to get to the World Series?
Yes, and I agree with what you're about to say. You know how I feel about Scott Harris and some of the comments and his deadline. I'm with you. All I'm focused on is the playoffs. But no, I didn't like his comment at all.
I used to play baseball, and you can tell baseball is a very cyclical kind of game where there's a lot of ups and there's also a lot of downs. And there is no way that they're going to win in Cleveland.
But why? Give me a reason.
I just think they have no hitting at all. They have no pitching. They have no hitting. That's really bad. They have bad base running. The fielding could be improved. I mean, just all around. I don't see it happening. I think Cleveland has their number.
Well, look, okay, if you think they have their number, that's fine. I'm making a point. You know this. You played, right? Really hard to beat the same team in a series 3 times in basically 10 days. And I think the pressure being off of this team matters. If you don't, that's okay. And, Jay, it ain't like I'm telling you they're going to go win the World Series. I don't think that's happening. But I'm not going to turn the Guardians into something that they're not. Remember this. As magical as you were last year, you ain't got nothing on what the Guardians just pulled off. They had a 15-game stretch where they allowed more than 2 runs twice. That is impossible. Mm-hmm. Impossible.
Right, but you know what I was also told was impossible? It was impossible that the Tigers would lose this division. I was told that was impossible. Okay, they'll make it into the playoffs, and they did. But I was told, there's no way in the world they're going to end up losing this division. It's impossible until it became possible. I think this was the wrong team to play in this period of time, being that it just happened recently. If there was some time in between, Mike, I'd be there with you. I'd feel confident about Scooble. I don't feel that confident about him the way I normally do. It's normally a W, automatic, money in the bank. Let's move on to game 2. I need to see what's going to happen in game 1. I need him to be dialed in and focused, and then I need this bullpen not to just give away the lead that he gave you and win the game. I don't see the Tigers into it.
And that's fine. You didn't accuse me of crack usage like our last caller because I gave reasons.
No, it's not crack.
Exactly. Blueberry. We still got that Stephen A. drop in there. That is still exactly. Thank you so much. All right, let me take care of some business, please. Do not play any more Stephen A. while I'm doing this. Hungry Howie's. They've got their Detroit-style pizza. Just
can I tell you you're number one?
Go ahead. Both barrels. Go ahead. I'm number one, according to Rico. And so's Hungry Howie's. They got pizza, Detroit-style pizza, just in time for the playoffs. Tigers in 2. Real ingredients, homemade dough, in real cheese, unlike this block cheese garbage. Listen to me. Hungry Howie's got you covered. Whether it's their Detroit-style pizza for $12.99 or any of the established menu, your Tigers playoff menu is set. It is Hungry Howie's. Go to hungryhowies.com and celebrate boldly with authentic Detroit-style pizza. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, me saying the Tigers in 2, and I got accused of crack usage. David, a few ticket texts. We got Can We Say That coming up. We did Lions Victory Monday at 2. I just think the pressure's off the Tigers. And again, I am happy to go down whatever other pathways you want. The ski goggles celebration, Scott Harris's comments. I just thought the most relevant thing was this playoff series. You guys know how I feel. I told you I'd be disgusted if they celebrated. And of course they did. And then that seemingly they didn't value the division. And you're not going to pinch hit for Jake Rogers? And then Scott Harris talks about the goal being to make the playoffs. The goal should be winning a World Series. But none of those things are truly as important as they have games to play.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the pressure is totally off.
Or they've climbed to the mountaintop. They made the playoffs. They've celebrated. And
Tigers in 2.
They just walk into the sunset.
Okay.
Get ready for winter meetings.
We're going to find out, aren't we? David, ticket text. We'll go to the callers. Go ahead.
Google chokes when they need him always. How's that start last year in the playoffs when the season was on the line? Cleveland in 2. Hunter from Clarkston.
There you go. So you hold one bad moment against Scooble and all. I tell you what, if he's so useless, trade him to me. I'll take him.
You guys got enough.
Cleveland is going in hot as a firecracker. Cleveland in 2.
Oh, really? Did you see him this weekend in Texas? It was a proverbial bowel movement.
Hey, scoreboard. They won the division.
By default.
So who's the team that who defaulted? Tigers.
Tigers didn't play well either.
Okay. Therefore, I don't think they get up off the mat.
Okay.
I stand with Gator and Mike. Tigers in 2.
Tigers in 2. Might be the only thing Gator and I agree on. Tigers in 2.
You guys agree on a lot.
Yeah, right.
No, you agree on this. Tit equals Tigers in 2.
Shake him if you got him. Tigers in 2.
Tigers in 2. Tit. I'll start drawing up the T-shirts. Let's go. Mark on the road.
We've done the whole tatting it up, talking about talk. Little TIT for everybody.
Tigers
Let's
in
go.
2.
Tigers in 2. Fear Javier. Why don't we sell the TIT T-shirts?
You know what, Rico? I might be on board now.
You were already on board, David.
Okay. To the people, shall we? We'll go to Bob, 97.1. Bobby, what's going on, bud?
Hey, doing great. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Welcome.
You said, I agree with you 1,000,000%, because I listened to the earlier show, too. And if I was going to call, that's what I would say, exactly what you said, Mike. But one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers need to, I'll modify a little bit. They need to steal 2 games, okay? So, nobody's talking about the pressure on Cleveland. If they can steal the first game, do you want to be known as the team that blew the greatest comeback in the history of baseball? All the pressure is going to be on Cleveland. So I can see, I'm seeing the fans start booing Cleveland, in their parks, as they blow this thing. I don't know how. I have no idea how. And I agree with everything else you said about Harris and everything else, about the celebrating. But the pressure is all on Cleveland. Now, I kind of wish the money wasn't being bet on the Tigers, to make them the favorite. But still, they should go in there and just have fun. I kept hearing them in the early part of the season. We're just having a lot of fun. That's what I want to see the team to return to.
Well, that's all jokes aside about it's professional. What do you mean fun? No, I mean, look, these guys lost the joy of the game. They were gripping. And the pressure was crushing. It was suffocating. You could see it. All right, well, now they're in. Mm-hmm. And again, I'll leave all the other stuff to the side. Like if you know me. If my Yankees finished the year 3-13 and tripped over their own Brajal and got into playoffs, and then I had to look at ski goggles and Brian Cashman telling me, the team went through a lot of adversity. Yeah, Brian, your trade deadline. Like, it would be 4 hours of radio. That's not Detroit. This town doesn't value things like that the way I do.
True, but then at that point, it would be Yankees in 2.
Yes! We got our own problems. Remember, we've played this whole year without our Scooble. Garrett Cole died in spring training.
Yeah, he did. I don't see. Look, it's fine. I'll know a lot more. I think Scooble will bounce back. I think he will win. But unfortunately, after that, I don't believe in the rest of the pitching staff. That's why I got the Guardians in 3. I would love to be wrong. I would love for you to be right. I would love for them to extend their playoff run.
It's just
we'll be doing games down at the Music Town show place, whatever, downtown again.
Like hell. 248-539-9790.
You don't like being in an empty bar?
No, I do not. Tigers in 2. Let's go over to Walter 97.1. Hey, Walt, what's going on, buddy?
All right, how you doing?
Good, Walter.
You hear me? All I have to say is, in Hinch, I trust, because he coaches that team, and I think he's the inspiration.
Okay.
I just want to know what you think about that.
Well, I mean, he's a good manager. Do I think he's done a great job down the stretch? Not really. But is he one of the better managers in the playoffs where you feel like he'll make some moves? Yes. I think his addiction to analytics actually hurts you time to time, because then he'll double back on it and you're like, wait, you're going to let that guy hit? What are you doing? Or some of the bullpen usage stuff. Like, no, it hasn't been a good month for anybody associated with that organization.
No.
But is he a good manager? Sure. But it's not like Stephen Vogt is some bum. You know, you got two good managers out there. To me, you got your rotation lined up. I view it as the pressure's off. Rico says they're already broken. We're going to find out. And we both agree the ski goggles celebration stuff and talking about adversity, ain't nobody trying to hear it. The biggest adversity this team had to overcome was one of the most god-awful trade deadlines of any contending team in recent MLB history. There's your adversity.
Make sure you get those Tiger wild card caps.
If they do that, I'll lose my mind. Are you kidding me? I'm sure they will. Oh, my Lord.
I'm sure they will.
Stop it right now. You cannot make a wild card hat.
What do we say? Playoffs.
No, come on. You make a hat if you win the AL and you go to the World Series and you get a Tiger hat with a World Series badge on it. That I accept. Totally legitimate.
Let's see here.
No, there's no way.
Let's see. Keep talking.
I don't want to. There's no way they created wild card gear.
I just said maybe they will.
And if they created wild card gear, but Scott Harris wants to tell me the standards are changing, stop. Wipe that stupid smile off your face. What'd you find?
I didn't find anything. I'm just laughing at you.
I see division hats.
No,
I do.
They didn't win the division.
And I'm not talking. I'm just talking about overall Major League Baseball. Right, for the Tigers. And then there's a Tiger hat that just says postseason on the side.
Oh, for God.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw the postseason hats on Saturday.
Okay, there you
I knew
go.
Those came out.
Playoff hats. We're in the postseason.
Oh,
Yes.
there's shirts too. October baseball. Detroit Tigers.
With champagne smell to it.
Stop it.
Comes with a free pair of goggles. You win 3 of your last 16 games. Here's some goggles. Whatever. You can get away with it in this town. You'd never get away with that in other places. But this town is soft with this team. They have a romance with this. I've never seen anything like it.
No,
Never seen a team that can go basically 50 years without winning anything. But hey, romance.
1984, buddy.
It's 2025.
Here they are.
What?
Found the hats.
If you buy one, we're done.
You know what? If the Tigers go in two,
Tigers in two.
Here's your birthday gift.
I don't want that.
That's your birthday
I
gift.
don't want that.
That is your birthday gift.
I like the home hat. I don't like the road hat.
Okay, fine. I'll get you the.
I don't
You know
need
what?
another one. I have one.
David, you know why he doesn't like the road hats? Because the whites are better.
In this case, true. I don't like the orange hat. You know what the hell with you? 97.1.
All right, I'll get you the nice white hat.
Yes.
There you go.
Tigers manager A.J. Hinch spoke about the team's philosophy as they trim their roster by tomorrow's 10 a.m. deadline. Hinch says that he hopes Colt Keith can be available at some point in the coming rounds. If they advance, he'll arrive in Cleveland tomorrow. The Minnesota Twins have fired manager Rocco Baldelli. The Pirates plan to re-up former Tiger Don Kelly. Lions coach Dan Campbell says that corner DJ Reed will be out for a while, but his hamstring injury is not season-ending. They also may end up activating Lee McNeil's practice window this week. The Pistons hosted Media Day at their practice facility today. Jaden Ivey is a full go as he returns from a broken leg. Isaiah Stewart also revealed he was prepared to give it a go in Game 7 against the Knicks. Had Detroit won, President of Basketball Ops Trajan Langdon set the team's expectations.
Could anyone just ever say the goal's a championship in this town? Could anyone just say it?
No. Sign Coney Island.
Rockets star Kevin Durant said he plans to sign an extension with Houston. Michigan football's kick time for next week's game against USC has been announced as 7:30 in California. The game is sold out. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to
Not 11 o'clock at night?
No. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. It's time for part 2 of Can We Say That? And we will also solicit your Can We Say That's right now from the weekend that was in the world of sports. You watch things, you think things, but you're not quite sure you want to roll out with that take at the water cooler. That's what Can We Say That is. 248-539-9797. David? Can we say Jeremy Otto was raised by wolves and is a sheltered man? He's never had caffeine in his life.
No.
Yes.
I don't think we need that man having any caffeine.
Yes, we do. And it's happening.
He needs no more energy. He has enough kids.
Oh, that's true. You're right, Rico. Never mind.
I thought this was supposed to be football.
It is.
I'm just making a point. Jeremy Otto admitted he's never had caffeine.
Can we say...
We need a new update guy.
Can we say...
Yes.
That games in the NFL should not end in ties?
Yes. It's just unacceptable at this point. But you know what? This stupid league, everybody gets to touch the football in overtime. What was wrong with before? If you score a touchdown, the game's over. If you kick a field goal, the other team gets a chance, and we go. It beat sudden death. But now, I gave up a TD, I still get a chance. Why?
Bro, at this point, I'd rather just see them have, a field goal contest. Let's not end this thing in a tie.
I hate Collinsworth when he says, it's just fair that, everyone should get a chance. No, they shouldn't.
No, it's not a field trip.
And by the way, it shouldn't have been in a tie because it should be 0 seconds on the clock. Jordan Love blew that at the end. They gave them that 1 second.
Well, it's a Dallas game, David, and it was actually 1 second. But you know what? Let's move down the list. Can we say that Jordan Love and Green Bay were absolutely clueless of how this overtime session worked? I've never seen a team with a lack of urgency with the final 15 seconds as they walk to the line and snap the ball.
I don't understand anything I watched last night. It was like an outer space game. I couldn't make sense of how Green Bay's defense could be so good and then put that performance out there. All of it. And the overtime with the clock management. Rico, it was something to behold.
I mean,
by the end of it, Tirico and Collinsworth were punch drunk. I didn't even know. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, it was very confusing. They blew that game at the end. They had 4 minutes, 5, whatever it was, and I don't understand what it was. Jordan Love looked lost.
Can we say that the Ravens will eventually bounce back and compete for this division?
No. There's my simple answer. Okay. That team is ass. They're down 6 defensive starters now. They've run their gauntlet. They haven't beaten a single good team they've played. And now Lamar might be hurt. What is there to say? They take a ton of penalties. They turn the football over. Their body language sucks. No, they're not winning that. I mean, I'm done. Now I know Old Balls is going to win it.
Where are my goggles? With this question, I just realized we're division champs.
That's right.
The Ravens are not doing it. Yes.
Yes.
Give me the champagne now.
That's right.
Can we say
That's right.
that Dak Prescott is an MVP candidate?
No. That was easy.
Okay.
I don't even have to say any other words. No.
No, not at all.
Okay. Leading the league in passing yards.
No.
Can we
Like Joe Burrow last year, though. He may be one of the fifth candidate, but no.
Okay. Can we say that Jackson Dart is here to stay?
I can't. Not after 110 yards passing. I mean, he was fun. He made some plays with his legs. He gave the team some energy, but no, man. Malik Neighbors is dead. I would need to see a lot more. So I'm going to say no.
I would also need to see more. Also, I need to see more from his touchdown celebrations because I was a little confused. It's like he didn't know what to do, wasn't expecting to score at all yesterday. You know, get that dance game up a little bit, boy. Get it up. Get it up. Come on, let's go.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Can we say that Bryce Young's career is over in Carolina? He got benched again.
Yeah, this is the hot tub time machine. We're right back to last September when he got benched for Andy Dalton. I just don't think you can get benched twice as a young quarterback in this league and ever recover. So I'm going to say he's done.
Yeah, there's no more. I don't need to see him again. I'm good.
Can we say that the Houston Texans absolutely hate C.J. Stroud as they've just traded offensive tackle Cam Robinson to the Browns?
It's shocking. I don't know what Nick Caserio is doing down there. So I'll say yes. C.J. Stroud hurt them personally. I don't know what they're doing. He's already getting pressured on almost half of his third downs. Now you're trading your left tackle?
Let me bring people behind the glass a little bit or behind the curtain because Mike was driving in, and when he got in, I informed him, yeah, they traded Cam Robinson. He's like, what? Huh? What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing. They must hate C.J. Stroud.
They must, David. Can we say that even though it keeps happening, there will be yet another player who will pull Adonai Mitchell and just not cross the goal line with the football?
I'd cut him. I said this to Cookies on the football show last night. And he took a horrible holding call on a Jonathan Taylor 50-yard touchdown. A.D. Mitchell, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. I'd be the worst coach in the world. I would have released him at halftime. The fact that he made that catch, made two guys miss, your score, dude, you're a hero. Why do you need to show the football to everybody? What are you doing?
Because it's all about the. David already said it in this thing. You got to have a great touchdown celebration. He was already celebrating, except for he didn't score. He tried to move the ball to the next hand and fumbled it out of bounds. And then, yeah, he went full Derrick Henry on the sideline. Can we say
no?
Puka Nacua is the best wide receiver in the NFL.
Oh, boy. I mean, you got to factor in quarterback situations for some guys. I mean, I'd still take Justin Jefferson first, right? Jamar Chase, certainly. But if you're saying from a week in, week out, productivity, playing hurt, making the tough catch, physical, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But from raw physical ability, built in a lab, give me Jamar Chase.
Not built in a lab. I mean, all he does is just go out there every week and he's productive. It's like he's never had a bad game. Ever.
True. I don't have an issue with it.
Built in a lab, that's David's wide receiver, DK Metcalf. We saw he still got the speed.
Yes. Yeah, I was impressed. Glad that he showed up finally. Puka Nacua, yeah, every week it's him and St. Brown. I would say every week they're going to be there. So, yeah, Puka's number one, I guess.
For what it's worth, he has the best odds of any wide receiver to win the MVP. Take that for what it's worth.
Can we say that the NFC West is the best division in the NFL? 3 teams at 3-1 and the other teams at 2-2.
I'll take the AFC West.
I don't see any good teams in the NFC West. They may be 3-1, but there's not a good team there. Chiefs, yeah, okay, I'll give you that, Mike. AFC.
Thanks, David.
Can we say
thanks for the vote of confidence?
Can we say that no one really cares about the NFL halftime act as they announced it was Bad Bunny and everybody thought it was going to be Taylor Swift?
Well, Taylor Swift turned it down because she wouldn't do it for free.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's what I read. She wanted to get paid.
Okay.
Which, yeah,
because she led everybody. She trolled everybody and gave this whole thing with her Easter eggs. Hey, I'm doing the Super Bowl. Wink, wink. But I'm really not. It's Bad Bunny.
I'd have to Google Bad Bunny. I don't know what to tell you there.
Yeah, that's going to be my bathroom break. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I'm at a point in my life, honestly, if the Lions aren't in the Super Bowl, I'd rather not watch it. Like, I just want the Lions to win the Super Bowl so we can be done with this and end the history and everybody gets to have fun.
Okay.
To hell with the Super Bowl at this point if my team's not in it.
Well, you know what? Let's finish off with that one. Can we say that the Detroit Lions are now the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yes, right here, right now at the quarter pole. They've gotten better each of the last 3 weeks. The offensive line doesn't look like a concern. Coordinators look to be fit the part. I still have concerns with the defense, but that's fine. We have time. Yes, very comfortable saying that.
Sure.
Jesus, David.
I don't want to say it, but yes, they are.
Okay, you know what? Let's finish on a better note than that. Can we say that Cam Ward will get Callahan fired in Tennessee?
Callahan will get Callahan fired.
Yeah, including blowing up at a reporter in his latest presser. Look, they need to get that staff out of there. Cam Ward needs real coaching. Callahan looks way over his head.
All right. That is, can we say that, NFL edition 97.1. Hey, the other day I'm over at a friend's place and he's pumped to watch football, but his setup, total hot mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find the game. He claimed he was a big fan, but I felt like I had been fan-fished. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action in the living room, plus Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K. 4K is the best, people, I promise you. So clear, it feels like you're actually at the stadium. Sometimes I got up to 4 games going on at once because why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on the TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game day, make sure that big fan isn't a fan fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K cable TV box.
Hello there. David Femininio, every lawyer says the same thing. Well, we've got experience. Yes, thank you. All of you do. Here's the difference with David. He's got a track record, decades of fighting and winning against insurance companies. But when you call, you're not a case number. It's very personal for him. He will fight for you from day one. Call David today if you've been in an accident, 855-65-CRASH, or visit getpaid.com. Okay, so we've got open phone lines. Can we say that? You watch football all weekend. You watch baseball all weekend. Give me the take that you're almost certain of, but you need the validation of, can I say X? So we'll get the ticket text, but I want to get some people on the lines. We've had a really good time doing this the last couple of weeks. 248-539-9797. If you want Lions victory Monday, we opened with it. Tigers, here, can we say the Tigers will beat the Guardians in 2 games? That's where I'm at, yes. Rico says no. But the weekend that was in college football, the Lions stuff, all of it. And look, the injury news with the Lions, it's not great. No. DJ Reed's going to be gone for a while. And Terrion Arnold, he's going to be gone maybe this week, probably back for Kansas City, but he hasn't been good. We just have to call a spade here. They were cutting his reps before he got hurt. Oh, but it has nothing to do with his performance. Right. I bench great players all the time. So, look, it's all there for you. Can we say 248-539-9797? David, you want to start with the ticket text?
Can we say that the kicking game, special teams, is more important than ever before?
Yes, because the league has perverted the rules to a level that you basically start every drive at midfield. I feel like every game I turn on, they're at the logo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confused still about this whole new kickoff, but it's better than what it was last year when I'm like, why don't I just start on the 25 and just quit this charade? Now at least there's some strategy to it. And yeah, I mean, I like it. I don't know why we just can't go back to the old kickoffs, but hey.
How about no kickoffs and everybody gets the football at the 20-yard line? How about that?
Well, that's what it was last year.
And I'm fine with it. I don't care about the play anymore. You know what? I don't need teams at the 40 when kickers can kick from 60. Here's the other problem. They're allowing the kickers to alter the footballs. It used to be you couldn't do that out inside of 24 hours to game time. Now, they're doctoring these like Charlie Huff.
I'm thinking there has to be helium inside those balls. Because
it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Because you're making a 55-yard field goal with 10 yards to spare?
It's good from 80.
Like, it barely would go over the goalpost. Now it's high up in the net. Like, wow. Okay, that's lackluster.
Thank you. David, go ahead.
Can we say that Jonathan Taylor is the most underrated player in NFL history?
I wouldn't say history, but he's certainly underappreciated. And he got screwed out of a 50-yard touchdown yesterday because A.D. Mitchell was sent there to destroy the Colts.
I mean, what do you do? At this point, you just buy all your teammates a Rolex because you screwed up that bad?
I'd cut him. I'd be the worst owner in the world. I'd cut his ass. Yeah. You know what?
Hopefully you at least showed up with donuts today.
I would have been like the Colts owner. I would have had my little headset and my notepad, and I would have held up a piece of paper and gone, release him.
Right.
Now.
I would have scribbled down. So somebody needs to explain to me, why did he drop the ball again? Well, he was showboating. Okay.
See ya.
That's when you go full Lonzo. Okay.
Let's go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, what's going on?
How's it going, guys? Love your show.
Thanks,
I just wanted to say, can we say that James Franklin is the biggest fraud in college football after Saturday?
Yes, Chris. 1-15 versus top 5 teams, 4-21 against top 10 teams, 15-30 against ranked teams. This dude's a bum. He's a straight bum. And here's the other thing, Chris. This is the best part with James Franklin. Because of what Rico did to the damn sport, James Franklin could stay eternally employed. He'll go 10-2 every year, get orbital rammed by the only two good teams they play, still make the playoffs, and then have a Tayshaun Prince look on his face like, who, me? What did I do wrong? We made the playoffs. I'd rather
but that's up to Penn State. That
but
ain't me.
I'd rather be a State fan than a Penn State fan. At least I know we're bad and I can't even get my hopes up. If you're a Penn State fan, James Franklin brings you to the edge of sportsgasm and then shoos you in the balls so hard they shoot out the top of your head. Being a Penn State fan sounds miserable to me. Miserable.
You make the playoffs.
And do what? And here's your preview.
At least you make the playoffs.
This is the year. This is the year. This is the year.
Wait. So it's like that commercial with that Florida Gator fan?
Yes,
and the
with
tattoo?
the tattoo. Yes. This is the year James Franklin beats OSU. Fraud. Go to Jim, 97.1. What's up, Jim?
Not much, man, but all I'm saying is you cannot say Terry Arnold will not be a Hall of Fame corner by the time he's done.
Are you being serious, Jim?
Yep, I'm there, brother. I mean, look at him. Practice makes perfect, and they've been going at him since day one. So by the time this man's done, he's gonna be there.
Okay, but Jim, you do realize there's a reason why they keep going after him since day one.
He's what is this? His third year, second year? Tell me.
Right, but I'm
He's
saying
been playing the most man-to-man coverage than any other corner in the NFL.
And he's
right,
not good at it.
But Jim, like Sauce Gardner in the league, teams realize maybe we need to throw to the other side of the field.
Gardner had a great defensive line.
Why are you yelling?
come on.
What is happening here? Hold on. Jim, all I said is he's hurt. He hasn't been good. They were taking snaps from him. Those are all facts. If you think he's going to be Jim, you're upset. I don't know what's happening.
Done.
Okay.
When he's all done.
Okay, Jim, that's great. Great. Fine.
That's what the topic is, right? What can you say? I'm telling you.
Oh, you want to know, can we say that? Okay. Go ahead, David.
Put money on it.
Go ahead,
We
David.
can't say that. No, he will not be that at the end of his career. No, we can't say that.
Why
not?
Because David doesn't believe in it.
Because I haven't seen the track record of that with him.
Well, I do.
You can believe in it. There's nothing wrong with believing it.
More than anybody else, he has backed down from nobody.
I'm not telling you not to believe in it. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Oh dear.
Well, that's up to you. Good luck.
Okay.
Jim.
Kenny?
Jim. Smoke some weed. You got to cool out. It's 80. It's sunny. The Lions won 34-10. The Tigers are in the playoffs. Jim, stop by the dispensary. Yeah. Get some gummies.
Can we say that with conviction? He said that with his chest. He meant that.
Second of all, the amount of players I would ever say are going to be a Hall of Famer is like 1 in 1,000.
Okay, if you told me, hey, Brian Branch is going to be a Hall of Famer, okay. Well, they throw at him constantly. Jim, there's a reason why they constantly throw. If you're a good corner, they don't throw to your side. They don't throw at you because there's a chance that you're going to get the ball intercepted. But if they don't think you're anything, if they think you're garbage, they will test you constantly. Yep, still the same person, still giving up PIs. There we go. We need a first down. It's 3rd and 15. Just throw to Arnold. You'll get the PI.
No, look, he believes it. That's part of what Can We Say That is, but you have to be willing to accept if someone doesn't want to say that. Man, Jim was failing to see that part. That's why I said just calm down. Why are you so angry about this?
Somebody just texted in, Kenny, that's 5. I don't know how I went from 1 to 5 in one call, but
it
all right.
Escalated quickly. I want Jim to smile, all right? It's all going to be okay. 248-539-9797. We'll get more of the calls. I got 2 open lines. You want them. Can We Say That? Monday edition. This football season. Don't show up just on game day. Score big with Moran Buick GMC right now. The 26 GMC Terrain, $359 a month. 15-inch infotainment screen and remote start. Or drive home in the 25 Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals, 36 months, $999 down. Inventory rolls in daily. Yes, Yukon Denali's are in stock as well. MoranExpress.com for all certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period, on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Open the show with some Lions. We got into Tigers. I'm saying Tigers in 2. I think they're going to beat the Guardians 2 straight, win the wild card round. I think the pressure's off the team. They survived. They take a deep breath. I wonder what Cleveland's got left. But now it's, can we say that? And I'm pretty sure I just got yelled at because I didn't think we could say Terran Arnold would be a Hall of Famer. That was an experience. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
Thanks for taking the call, guys.
Yes, sir.
Everybody talked about James Franklin, so I had a backup plan. I mean, Brian Chapman, you need to get a different opinion about the coach, but that's another opinion. Can we say Detroit sports fans are suckers? Your update guy, Jeremy Otto, ruined my afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Oh, no.
When he played.
Go ahead. What did he play? What did he do?
He played the audio of Trajan Langen's press conference of, well, we'll be happy if we make the playoffs. If the playoffs is your goal, then why are you doing this? I want to win a championship, for God's sakes. I don't want to just make the playoffs.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I mean, that's
Jason,
a loser mentality.
Well, this town doesn't have standards. That's the problem. I mean, the media is one of the biggest problems. My God, if you ever hold a team to a standard, you're viewed as the Antichrist. Fans.
Well, Jeremy, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mike.
No,
Jason,
please.
here's the thing. If you say championship, you start the clock. And none of these people want to start their clocks.
Before I leave, can we say that Rico's basement will finally be finished soon? Have a good afternoon.
Yes.
It's almost there.
That's good because the Niners will be in it all year.
Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
Oh, my.
Let's go to Malik Neighbors.
Yeah, I know. He's dead. Thank you. Let's go to Logan, 97.1. Logan, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good, Logan. What's up, buddy?
After watching Chase McLaughlin with ease boot a 65-yarder, can we say by the end of the year a kicker will kick a 70-yard field goal?
Yes. Logan, I swear to God, Aubrey could kick him from 80. Yes, we've lost cabin pressure. The league has got to address this both from a rules standpoint and from what they're allowing the kickers to do with the K-balls. Yes, Logan, I think someone will hit a 70-yarder this year.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it'll be right before halftime. If I'm a coach, why not? Just, if it doesn't work,
something is going on in this league because these kicks are not just barely good. You've got guys booming them from 57, and they look good from 80.
It reminds me of the juice baseball era where all of a sudden just nobody's was just cranking out 50 home runs. Like, really?
Yeah, like Brady Anderson. Let's go to Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Hey.
I'm wondering, after the neighbor's injury, can we say it's time to switch away from the turf?
Yes, 100%. Aaron, it has been known in the NFL that MetLife Stadium has arguably the worst turf surface in the league. And this is even after they replaced it a few years ago. Yes, the amount of injuries in that stadium on that turf, something isn't right. Just go back to the grass, please. Agree completely.
You think they will?
No, because the Giants are idiots. But he's not wrong. And it's known in the league. Ask around. That players hate that surface.
Is it just there? Like, they haven't updated it to at least that new, almost
they replaced
really
it,
fake grass?
They replaced it, I thought it was 3 years ago, and it's still bad. Just go to grass again. Yeah. The Giants used to play on grass. It wasn't a problem.
I was about to say, it's not a dome, so it's not like you need it for, like, something else is going on there.
No, they do a lot of concerts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do. I don't care about them, but they do them. Yes.
Bad Bunny?
It's all about the owners being cheap. I don't care that they'll have concerts there. I don't care
really?
about that.
Hey, can we say the Steelers are a low-rent garbage franchise that didn't even fly their players first class to Europe?
No.
Dead serious. Saw an article on it today. Players were stacked in there. It was like a chicken coop.
What happened to Steeler One?
Well, they're doing the same thing, just as cheap as the Bengals. Didn't want to pay for
Oh,
their...
I'm sorry. So the proud Steelers lineage wants to be comped to the cheapest organization in the league.
I'm just saying they bring back their old players in Cincinnati, but don't pay for them to come back.
How did you
fly to Europe?
They had him coach.
Like, these aren't little people.
And you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. Aren't you a cut above?
That's on Mike Tomlin, man. That's on Tomlin. He has to demand more.
I can't see Aaron Rodgers flying in coach. Like, are you Aaron Rodgers?
Well, now that they won, they're going to do it all the time now.
No, but I'm just like, imagine you're on a flight over there like, wait, honey, I think that's Aaron Rodgers sitting next to us. No, he's sitting in first class. No, that's him.
He was probably looped out of his mind. Let's go to Adam, 97.1. Adam, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Love the football show with Costa, Mike.
Thanks, Adam.
Do a great job.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, I got to say this one. Can we say that Pete Carroll regrets taking the Raiders job because that team looks terrible?
That was an awful loss. Yeah, and Pete Carroll, I'll tell you the one thing. He regrets signing Geno Smith. 7 interceptions through 4 weeks, 3 of them yesterday, 2 in the first half, and 1 on the first play of the second half.
He had a bad day.
He only threw for, 117 yards?
Yeah, you got 260 yards rushing and lost a football game.
Else.
Yeah, I'd say yes to that. I never understood it in the first place. Adam, he's 74 years old. Just go to the beach. What are you doing?
You know why? Because you want to go out on top. So that's
on top of what?
Winning Super Bowl.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's really going to happen in Vegas with Geno Smith.
Mistakes were made.
Are you done with that now? Can we be done with the Geno Smith thing?
You know what, Mike? No, because then he'll turn around and have throw for 6 touchdowns. You're
Come
like, wow.
on. What do you mean no? Be done with it. He's done. He's cooked.
Wait till he takes out the Chargers.
Okay, we'll go to Steve, 97.1. Stevie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So, can we finally say that Detroit owners, universally, would rather be competitive year after year than actually put the money in to put championship teams on the field?
Yes, 100%.
That goes across 3. Like, you look at the Lions, we didn't get an end. You look at the Tigers, we didn't get a second starting pitcher. You look at the Pistons, we got nobody to, go in with Cade.
And the Red Wings, rebuilds can take 30 years.
Well, they don't even deserve to be a part of the conversation.
Okay.
Yet.
No, Steve, I do. I think this town, I don't know what owner in this town is driven to win a championship. I mean, I think they'd all like one.
It's almost cheaper for them to just put competitive teams because they'll sell out, they'll make their money, but then they never have to put the multi-year extreme deals out there for those superstars to stay.
Listen, I mean, the only team that is truly invested long-term in their success is the Lions. They have taken care of their own players. And they have taken care of them to a tune of a lot of money that has to be in escrow when you sign them. So they have spent, but do they go all in to do it? No. I mean, Trajan Langdon today, that's boilerplate in this town. Well, what are your goals this year? Well, the players, hopefully a chance to make the playoffs, and we'll go from there.
Make playoffs. Check.
That's
it.
It was the same thing Scott Harris said. The goal is to make the playoffs. The hell it
Champagne
was.
and ski goggles.
The goal is the division. The goal is a World Series.
Champagne ski goggles, my friend.
Listen, you finish 3-13. You blow the division. You lose a 15.5 game lead. I don't want to see no ski goggles. They should have waited. You wait until Sunday. If you win the division, you do a grand celebration. You don't, hey, let the cameras leave.
They look so happy in the club.
To hell with their happiness. What about our happiness? They went 3-13 down the stretch. They stressed everybody out.
And then they said, mission accomplished. We made it.
Yeah, right. Okay. It was,
Tigers in 2.
They are. They're going to beat the Guardians in 2 games. They're unrelated issues. They're not even the same conversation. I know. David.
Hashtag Geno Smith.
He's terrible. Yes, Dave.
Can we say that Jameson Williams is not showing himself worthy of his massive contract that he signed.
Thus far, right now, yes. That was an egregious drop yesterday.
Can we say that Jared Goff is a top 7 QB comfortably?
Yes.
Can we say that Drew Aller is going to get an NFL GM or coach fired within the next 2 years?
He would have to be drafted first.
I think he's going to be on that Colt McCoy plan.
Can we say that the Packers aren't a Super Bowl caliber team?
Not after the last 2 weeks. You can't put 2 games like that on tape back to back and think we're going to talk Super Bowl. I think it's Lions and Eagles in the NFC at the quarter pole. That's where I am today.
So you're willing to just forget week 1?
Yes, because they went out and did 120 minutes of boo-boo. Absolute boo-boo.
See, my thing is, if they end up with home field throughout, then yes, because all roads go through Green Bay, bad weather.
Right, but we're here now. Today. What do you say today? Can you say it today? That's how we play this game.
I can't say it, but not for that reason. I can't say it because I don't believe that Jordan Love has killer instinct at the end of a game.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Son, there's 15 seconds left. What the hell are you doing?
Big yikes.
Just all is Chris Berman. Tick, 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 tick. Like, come. Anybody? Nothing?
Wow. We'll get more to people coming up. FanDuel Sportsbook, your home for all your NFL bets from yards, touchdowns, sides, totals, you name it, they got it. Jets, Dolphins, Bengals, Broncos. Dueling Monday Night Football. Why? I don't know. Bottom line,
why not?
Because you can't watch both games at the same time. 50% profit boost token or 30% profit boost tokens tonight for Monday Night Football. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet the Jets versus the Dolphins and Bengals versus the Broncos with those PBT bonuses. It's 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Today,
right.
Junior.
All right, let's go college style. Can we say that Vanderbilt is actually legit?
Define legit. Like winning the SEC or respectable and can beat anyone on any given week?
Vandy's a top 15 team that we may actually see in the playoffs.
No, I'm going to say we can't say that. I think they're good. I think Leah is doing some amazing work down there, and they can get you. They can win. They can do something they've never done in their school's history. They can go 500 in conference. But to do more than that, I would need to see them beat Alabama this weekend. Show me. This is a revenge game, a lot of chirping going on. Bama knows they can't lose to Vandy back-to-back years. Show me.
Yeah, not playoff, but maybe spoiler. See what they do against Bama. They can ruin Brian Kelly, get him fired later on in the year. Spoiler, but no, not playoff.
Can we say that Arkansas has no clue of what they're doing?
Well,
they fired their head coach, Sam Pittman, to replace him with, and I can't make this up,
old neck brace.
The former coach who they fired.
They love Bobby Petrino down there. Look,
I can't get it out because it's so ridiculous. This is, okay, you fired Jonathan Smith and you're going to replace him with Mel Tucker, interim coach. I'm sorry, what? Because that's about the biggest scandal in Arkansas is Tucker is for MSU.
Kenny, are you familiar with the neck brace reference?
Oh, yeah, I am. I was shocked when I thought I was in a fever dream when I saw that
It was already their
headline.
OC, fellas. I'm just saying. No, look, I think the Arkansas thing, it is a very confusing job. It should be a program. They have immense money. Walmart's involved. Tyson is involved. Come on now.
All I hear is that Trump, they don't know what the bleep they're doing.
Was that Georgia's defense? That sounded a lot like Georgia's defense.
Notre Dame scored again. Go ahead, next.
You know what, Kenny? I'm going to move this one up just for you. Can we say that Georgia will miss the playoffs?
No. I don't think it. I think we can say that this game against Alabama means virtually nothing every year now because it doesn't matter who wins the game.
Thank you.
As long as they win out and everybody holds serve, everybody makes the playoffs, and this game matters 0%.
Are we sure they're going to win out, though, Kenny?
I'm pretty sure.
Even if they don't, who cares? 10-2, Georgia's getting in. Why?
That's exactly right.
Because this sport is nothing more than a cheap TV product.
These rivalry games have never meant less.
They still have a running game. They ran it for 7.5 yards a carry on Saturday night, and we have to give credit. As bad as the first half was defensively, is as good as they were in the second half. I'm not going to bury Georgia yet, but Kirby, I don't know how you don't kick that field goal with about 7 minutes to go to tie the game up. I don't know what you're doing there.
You jiggly.
There you go. That was kind of what I was saying at the TV, watching him adjust his visor.
Let's stay right there at Athens, Georgia. Can we say that Kalen DeBoer is officially off the hot seat?
Yeah, but it only takes 1 week to go back on it. That's how it works at Alabama. Okay. But I will here's what I'm more comfortable saying. We could say Ty Simpson's the best quarterback in the SEC.
Funny you said that,
He's
Mike.
really good.
It's fun. It's like you guys have seen my notes, which I know you have not. But, Mike, my thing is, can you say that Trinidad Chambliss is the best quarterback in the SEC?
He's fun.
Ole Miss quarterback.
I'm not ready to say best, but he's fun. Let me see a little bit more. I could tell you Austin Simmons ain't getting the job back. By the way, how was Trinidad Chambliss at Ferris State last year? Huh? How do you go from that? That kid looks like he belongs on that field against LSU. What the hell did he look like at Ferris? Was he running circles around people?
No, Ferris is good, like in Division II, aren't they?
It's D2. Still. No one has a future in Division II.
Apparently they do.
They win states there, but I mean,
hey,
championships. But
see, Jared Verse, there you go.
That was 1AA at UAlbany.
Division II,
it's 1AA. Come on.
Minor league, okay? Tomato. Can we say
James Franklin's a con man? Yes.
Okay, you know what? Have you hacked into my?
No.
Can we say Lincoln Riley, James Franklin, and Brian Kelly have all peaked?
Oh God, yeah. You want the numbers on Franklin? I have this in my show notes. You ready for this?
Yeah.
In 21 games against Michigan and Ohio State, do you know his record? 21 total matchups.
1-20.
4-17.
You weren't far.
In 45 games against ranked opponents. What's his record?
I'm gonna go
wins?
4 and 21?
No. Well, first of all, that totals 25. It's 45 total games.
Oh,
let's do the math.
Okay, 4. I'm sorry, 4 and 40.
No, against ranked teams, 15 and 30.
No, it's top 10. It's top 10. I'm sorry. I'm
Top
thinking top
10
10 opponents. I'm thinking top 10 opponents. Okay,
25 total
Yes.
games. I'm just going to give you credit
Yes.
for it. 4 and 21.
Yes.
What is he against top 5 opponents in 16 matchups?
That's 0 and
1 and
16.
15.
Oh, the Ohio State.
This man is a bum. And if I got to hear anyone tell me about Drew Aller with the words NFL in front of it, my head's going to explode. He stinks. It's the
Kirby, please.
He is. It's the Grinch. Stink, stank, stunk. That's Drew Aller. This kid never throws to his wide receivers. He targeted his tight end Reynolds 8 times, 1 catch for 9 yards. What? And when the big moment happens, get him a diaper. There's the INT in overtime.
He could probably check it down pretty good against Georgia's defense.
Okay, it was a hell of a catch by the linebacker in overtime.
What are you, Joel
Everything
Klatt?
else before that, though, there was nothing impressive.
I'm just saying, it was a heck of a catch, right?
Oh, okay.
It wasn't
You know
like
what?
he just threw it right to him.
Who needs Joel Klatt? We have Joel Blatt right
Oh, my
over here.
goodness. So you mean to tell you weren't impressed with that?
No.
Wow.
The game should have been over anyways. Oregon bodied them. Penn State could not block them. All the myths, all the things, Oregon is soft and it's finesse and it's West Coast. They have spent more time and money on the line of scrimmage, and you're seeing it pay off now.
And that was Big Ten ball right there, not Pac-12. That was
They never should let them
impressive.
back into the game, but they did.
I know.
Okay. Well, can we say, speaking of Oregon, can we say that next week when Oregon takes on Indiana, that the winning quarterback, whether it's Dante Moore or Mendoza, will be the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy?
Yeah, I can go with that. Because Dante Moore right now, and again, it's a week-to-week league. Right now, Dante Moore would be the vote to me. You go into the whiteout and win, play the way he played. He's got 14 touchdowns, 1 interception on the year. I thought he played really good football Saturday night. Yeah.
Okay. Can we say that Illinois will make the playoffs this year?
No.
Their remaining games, they got a home game against Ohio State, and their next toughest game after that is at UW.
They're not getting in. Not a big enough brand.
They'll have 1 loss, maybe 2 losses.
They'll have 2, and they won't get in. They'll take a 9-3 Michigan over 10-2 Illinois. Why?
You think so?
The brand. Yeah, this is a con artist sport now. This is no different than wrestling.
Okay.
They're not getting in. They're not going to take a coach in a duvet cover. It's not going to happen.
I think that's what it comes down to. Is it a duvet cover? That's it. Nothing they do on the field
I
is
thought it
duvet
was a
cover.
moo-moo.
The problem is they already lost 700 to 10. Now you got the escape here. Ohio State's going to put it on them.
Okay.
So no, they're not getting in.
Well, Michael, you, my friend, you're on a roll.
More.
You mentioned their name.
What?
Can we say that Ohio State is the best team in the nation?
Who have they beaten?
Whoa. I was going to give it to Oregon because they won in the whiteout, and I don't think Texas is that great. I think 1 and 2 right now is Oregon and OSU, but I would take Oregon ahead of it. And again, maybe Matt Patricia is the evil genius and they're back, but I'm with David. I was disappointed in UW. Part of it was OSU was good, but part of it was UW couldn't get out of their own way, and the ref show. Oh, my God, the referees in that game. Good God.
Yeah, what's it, that 3rd and 18, and they called the...
Oh, please. Roughing the passer. He barely breathed on him.
Right. He didn't knock him over. He just touched him, and that
Nice
was...
fake field goal, by the way.
You probably want to let the guy know we're going to throw you the ball. Because he was just down there blocking his behind off.
I've never seen an intended receiver get hit in the ass with the football on a fake field goal.
But here's the thing. Kudos, because his blocking skills were great.
Right.
Problem, the ball was coming to you, son.
That his ass crack doesn't have opposable thumbs to catch a football.
Like if somebody had caught the ball,
ridiculous.
If somebody had caught the ball, they were going to score.
Kenny.
Because he was engaged in his guy.
Kenny, between the Derrick Henry rage fall from last week and that fake field goal where a guy gets hit in the ass with the pass, I don't know what video's better. What's more ridiculous?
All right, Mike. This
One more.
was just for you. One more just for you. And I'm teeing you up for this, but I felt this. Can we say that it felt like MSU lost this weekend even though they didn't play?
Yeah, because you see how far behind they are. 100%. Oh, don't worry, though.
No. Because I'm sitting there like, why does it feel like they lost this weekend?
Because you
They're
get a
on
chance.
bye.
You get a chance to watch what the sport actually looks like.
I'm sending you a text like, Mike, I don't feel good about this.
Like they lost by 20 or something.
David,
I don't feel good.
I mean, this was truly, I'm sitting there in the chair like, wow, why do I feel like they lost? Because I'm watching everybody else like, I don't think they could beat any of the teams this weekend. So
you win.
That's, can we say that? College edition, 97.1.
Yeah, no way. Oh. Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. That was longer than I expected. The Tigers had a workout day before Game 1 in Cleveland tomorrow. The manager, A.J. Hinch, expects all the position players are in Boston to make it. That rules out Colt Keith, who's rehabbing an injury. Could we see him at some point in the playoffs? Hinch said they would go over who starts Game 2 today, but Flaherty and Mize are the most likely. At Pistons Media Day, we found out that Jaden Ivey and Isaiah Stewart are fully healthy and ready for camp. Lions coach Dan Campbell said that corner DJ Reed's injury is not season-ending, but he would be out for a while. He says that Lee McNeil's practice clock may start this week as well. He's done everything he can do in training at this point. He's itching to get out there. He was unsure about Terrion Arnold's injury, but if he's not able to go this week, Campbell confident he would play against Kansas City. The Red Wings skate at LCA tonight against the Penguins. Penguins as the preseason rolls on. Nate Danielson will not play due to an injury he sustained against Boston. Hear that game right here on the ticket. Pregame at 6:45. Michigan State left tackle Stanton Ramil and linebacker Brady Pretzloff are out for the season per Jonathan Smith. Michigan basketball announced an exhibition matchup with Cincinnati on October 17th in Ann Arbor. One more time. Why not? No. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome in. We're going to get back to can we say that? But can I just build off of something that Rico just had in that segment? I was talking to Jimmy Powers about this. The idea that Bobby Petrino is the interim head coach there after neck brace gate in 2012. Here's the worst part. When you look at, hey, potential Arkansas head coaching candidates, Bobby Petrino's on the list. How? Yeah. How?
I don't know how. As I stated, it's one of those. It's that Trump drop. Like they don't know what they're doing. So this guy had the neck brace, the scandal.
Doesn't matter.
And we're gonna bring him back.
Yes. Why? Things.
Like, how do you sell that? And if I'm the AD, like, okay, guys, sell
he's
me on
loved
this.
Down there. You do realize this. Like, he's loved, and he's an offensive genius. Look, we'll just move on, but I wanted to reaffirm he's actually a candidate for this, which is wild.
I think he gets it.
Lions victory Monday, did it in the first hour. Tigers, I offered an alternate perspective here. Yes, they crumbled. Yes, they went 3-13. No, they probably don't deserve to be in the playoffs, but they're there. Yes, the celebration was embarrassing. Bottom line, throw it all in the garbage. Clean slate. The pressure's off. They were suffocated by the pressure. Now they're in. They wake up today and go, all right, no one believes in us. No one expects anything of us. Let's just go play. For Cleveland, it was the mad dash. What do they have left? And the bottom line is you are prohibitive favorites to win tomorrow. I'm saying Tigers in 2. So that's available. I think they're going to beat the Guardians. The point I'm making, those are available. But you know what we do on Mondays as well is can we say that? So if you had the weekend of football, the weekend of sports, you got to you want to know whether it's a legitimate one or not. Can we say that? The injury news you just heard there. DJ Reed's going to be gone for a while. And Terrion Arnold's hurt, but it sounds like it could be 1 week. It's the shoulder again. Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting because, again, the defensive injuries took away last season. Good news on Aleem McNeil, but you can't lose any more corners.
No, but I think the fact that you're playing Cincinnati without
Jake Browning.
Without a quarterback,
correct.
You could sit him, bring him back for Kansas City. I think you'll be okay.
Yeah.
And you just take a chance and bring him back after the bye.
Of course, I'm making a point. The DJ Reed thing it's something to monitor.
Yeah.
When coaches say, look, it's not season ending, but he's going to be gone a while. Look, that's your lead dog. That's your lead corner. I don't care if you think it was pass interference or not. It was a hell of an interception he had on Sunday. He's a good football player. That's one of the 5 or 6 best guys you got on the defensive side of the ball. He's not going to be.
And when they say that, it sounds like I don't want to put him on IR for the chance that he'll be available in December and we can insert him back in the line.
Sure. But keep an eye on it. So it's all available. And can we say that? And we go to the people right now to resume. We go to Gus, 97.1. What's up, Gus?
Hey, thank you, Mike and Rico.
Yes, sir.
This shout out is for my wife. She's a 97.1. The ticket's Flappy. So,
hey, wifey.
Her name is Jan. Anyway, I wanted to say, can you say that Brad Holmes should bring back C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
No.
And should I sell my blue ski mask?
Yes to the ski mask.
I forgot about
no
the
to
ski
C.J.
mask.
Gardner-Johnson. Gus, it's just been pretty proven. He was gone in 1 year here. Attitude, he's bounced around now.
3 games with the Texans.
Yeah, there's something there. I wouldn't bring him into the locker room. We're done with that. The ski mask,
desperate.
Ski mask movement was a fun 10 minutes.
What, the ski mask came out, but didn't they lose to Tampa that week?
Might have. That sounds maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, this one's for you, Mike.
All right, buddy.
Can we say that Javier Baez is a legit 2025 All-Star if he has a really good postseason?
I'm going to say no, Kyle. I'm not mad if you say yes. Kyle, he's been basically bad exclusively since like June.
Kyle, let me help you out. He hits the walk-off in game 2 or the walk-off in game 3, and the Tigers move on.
No. Kyle, are you saying yes?
I think that if he has a slightly above at-bats, because we're expected to have him in the field very good anywhere he plays. So I think that if he brings RBIs to the table and he's slightly above average, yes, I buy into it.
All right. So here, let's have some fun for a second, just for bleeps and giggles. So on the season, this is, my God, are you kidding me? So on the season, he finished with a 679 OPS plus of 87. That's all-star. That's a well below average play. Kyle, I'm going to say no. I understand why you're going to say yes, but I can't. I can't do it. He was never a real all-star to begin with. He gave you a really fun 30, 40 games, and he helped you when you needed it most, and I respect the hell out of that. But he wasn't an all-star in the same way that Zach McKinstry's not an all-star.
Yeah, but think about it, Mike. Yeah, if it wasn't for those fun 30, 40 games, their season's over.
If it wasn't for the fact that the Houston Astros decided they didn't want to play baseball, your season's over. That's reality. They had every opportunity to end your year, and they just didn't do it. Let's go to D.C., 97.1. What's going on, D.C.?
Hey, Mike, Rico, how are y'all doing?
What's going on?
Oh, not much. Hey, can we say that if the Dolphins don't win tonight, that McDaniel might get fired midseason?
I'm going to say yes to that.
I'm going to say Monday.
Yeah, that's very possible. Yes. I think if it looks bad tonight, yes. I mean, DC, they're giving up 30 a game. Their defense is horrific. The offense looks disjointed. If they can't score a bunch of points against the Jet defense, Aaron Glenn is trying to get that figured out. I'd say yes to that.
Yeah, I got a stat for you, actually. I did a little research while I was waiting.
Sure.
So the second half in the past 3 games of this season, do you know that in the second half that Miami's opponents have scored 48 in the second half? Guess how much Miami has scored?
In the second
28.
half. Oh, God. Yeah, look, DC, here's the other problem. You have a GM in Chris Greer who shouldn't be there, but because of that Flores lawsuit, you start to wonder maybe that's the reason they've kept him around, because he knows where the bodies are buried. Mm-hmm. That's a toxic organization. It truly is.
Yeah, and I don't know, if you fire him, do you hit the reset button because you have Tua? So now you got to find somebody who says, I can win with Tua.
Here's your problem, too. If you fire McDaniel this early, go look at their staff. They don't have anybody to take over. That's actually a sad coaching staff.
Bobby Petrino?
Neck brace. Bobby Petrino in the Miami Sun. Neck brace. Yes. I fully support this message.
I can't believe that this is a thing.
Go to Kevin, 97.1. What's up, Kev?
Hey, I got a quick question for you. Last night's Tiger game, they basically played nobody. And they had a chance, if they're watching the games going on with Texas and Cleveland, to get a chance to
win the division.
Win the division and get home. In the 8th and 9th inning, they put nobody in. Can you say that they don't really give a crap?
Yes. By their actions, it seems like they really did not prioritize the division. Yes.
You could have put Riley Green in. Torque, Dingler. Go look at the lineup from the box score. They never even pinch hit anybody. They didn't care. They
gave Jake Rogers an at bat.
Oh God, he was in the whole game, Mike.
Yep,
he was in the whole game.
You don't pinch hit for him, and you tell me you care about the division. I don't know. It doesn't jive. I'm going to agree with Kevin here. I don't think they prioritized it. Kev, I'm with you. That's part of my issue.
Mike, they celebrated the night before and was just, if we win, great, but we're giving our guys a day off.
But then Scott Harris wants to tell us the standards are changing within the organization. Are they?
And see, that's what bothered me because I don't know if you just start from zero like that. Like for me, you won, go into the playoffs winning 2 in a row. Okay, now you're starting to heat up.
Win division. You haven't won a division in 10 years. Win the division. Now, I'm not telling you to go out and pitch Scooble. I fully understand setting the rotation.
Right.
I'm not saying you gas your bullpen out, but you put a representative lineup out there. You have the off day today.
Right. It's not like you're down 8-1. It's like, you know what? We're not even going to waste our guys.
Then you lay down and you play the bat boy.
Yes.
No problem. That was a 4-3 baseball game. You had every right to be in it. Yes, David.
No, I totally agree with you. In the end, it wouldn't have mattered because Cleveland won. But I would have, as a fan, loved the effort that you went out there and you put the right lineup out there to try and win the division.
And David, maybe here's the thing: you go out there and you try to win, and maybe Cleveland doesn't. Maybe you put the pressure on them, and they're like, "Man, we got to win this game." It goes to extra innings, and maybe they don't pull the game out. But hey. Champagne bottles and playoff hats.
Look, hey, it's
Tigers
not,
in 2.
I didn't make that a big thing today because I don't think a majority of fans are even aware or care. I know for me, if I went down in history as having the worst finish to a season for any team that's ever made the playoffs, the last thing I'd be doing is ski goggles and playing slap and tickle. I wouldn't do it. But I also am from a different place. Like if the Yankees finish the season 3-13 and blew the AL East, and you think that would go over like a unsafe fart in church in New York. That would you would get thrown down a flight of stairs. Here, please. There's no standards here.
It's standard. It's just
Tigers in 2.
It's the Coney Island standard.
Tigers in 2. They're sweeping the series. You know it's happening. It's written in the stars. You've heard ads.
You know what? Maybe if you pitch Scooble multiple games.
Lawyers bragging about verdicts like it's a trophy they can hang on the wall. Look, David Feminino is different. Yes, he wins big, but it's not about the bragging rights. It's about you, and it's about getting you back on your feet. He takes it personal, and he will fight for you from day one. Your case, your life. And if you're in an accident, you call David, 855-65-CRASH. Or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. We will be on following the Tiger game tomorrow, which they will win. And we'll give you complete coverage of it. Odyssey.com Rewind. We opened with Lions. We gave you the injury updates. Tigers in 2. I'm trying to think, and it's Can We Say That? So we'll knock out the last couple of calls. David on Ticket Text, and Lions review starts a little bit earlier tonight. I'm trying to think, did I forget anything?
Because of the Wings.
Yeah, right. Let's go to
And
Matt.
Pistons had their media day.
97. Matt, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on? Can we say that Baker Mayfield needs help at the end of the game instead of his team not doing anything the whole game?
I think the Bucs' problem is they're relying too much on Baker's heroics. They're not playing good enough each week.
Correct.
Yeah.
They relied on it the first 4 weeks now. Yesterday, you're not going to get away with that against Philly.
Yep.
You can't fall down by 17 points. I just...
Yeah, they thought Baker was going to come back and help them. Now, here's the thing, Matt. If I wish Jordan Love would have had a little bit of Baker Mayfield in him, and maybe the Packers just win that game instead of a tie, because I still feel
he's solid like throughout the whole game, but like there's not enough playmakers around him making those plays.
And look, they started this year. They were down Tristan Wirfs. They were down Godwin. They lost Jalen McMillan. Now they're down Mike Evans. Yeah. Those are real offensive problems. And listen, it's the equivalent right now if the Lions took the field against the Philadelphia Eagles and Amon-Ra was hurt and Penei Sewell's hurt. Like, those are major things. So the fact that they're 3-1 is still a positive. But yeah, Matt, they got to pick it up. They got to play better. If the Lions were playing that way and relying on late game heroics, we'd have the same conversation. Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Tim, what's going on, bud?
Oh, nothing much, Paul Valenti. Hey, I just want to call, and I talked to you a couple weeks ago about Ty Samsonite being the best quarterback in the SEC.
He is.
I think at this weekend he proved he is.
You can say it. He is. And again, I don't value the numbers against the Tennessee Welding School. What he did in Athens on Saturday night, I know the second half they didn't score. He was so good in that first half. He is throwing some A-plus footballs. Yes, Tim.
Maybe give a better pregame speech to his team, because I was just like, yeah, I'm not fired up after listening.
Okay, I like Ty Simpson.
He's playing himself into a first-round pick.
He is. He is. And look, this is Kalen DeBoer's type of QB. He can make the intermediate throws. He can do what Milroe couldn't do. Milroe was checkdowns or YOLO balls.
Milroe was bad.
I know. I'm impressed with Ty Simpson. I am, Tim.
But I'll tell Kevin Cobb over there, I'm sorry his dog didn't have any bite. I'll hang up and listen. Roll a damn Tide.
Uh-oh, Kenny.
I think it's time. Enough with the Alabama talk. It's one segment too many. Correct.
Kevin Cobb.
That's enough. No more Alabama talk.
That was a reference there.
Stop saying nice things about Alabama players. Enough.
Wow. All right, I'll just tell you, Alabama can't run the ball. Jam Miller was back, and it didn't matter. But Ty Simpson's really good.
And
hell of a lot better than Gunnar Stockton.
And if you'd have put money on my guy, Jeremy Bernard,
yeah, you would have got one again. Yeah.
Hey, another guy stayed lost.
And I just teed it right up for you. He's on his third school, Mike. At that point, did you really lose him? He's on his third school.
Can we say that Rico should add Lions' opponent will score an opening drive touchdown to the prop bet casino?
No.
You know what? I will.
Okay.
It's happened the last few weeks.
Yeah, every game.
Oh, Packer, yeah, you're right. I was thinking, yeah, you're right.
Every game.
Can we say Clemson is still on track to win the national championship?
No, we cannot.
Of what? Poker?
Of most disappointing teams on the planet.
Can we say touchdown Detroit black guy in public yet?
No. It's a radio show bit. You cannot do that in non-radio. You can't.
Wouldn't advise it unless you can go and walk down Bewick and yell it.
I mean, Miller's out there right now. Can we get him to record a touchdown Detroit black guy?
It's not happening.
It's
not happening.
It would be the last day. When he finally says, I'm retiring, then he'll do it.
Can I say edge rusher is much less of a concern than people thought, and now cornerback is a position of concern?
You could, but I'd just say both.
See, I would. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
No, please.
No, I would say edge rusher is even more of a concern because if you can get to the quarterback faster,
you don't have anyone to cover. Yeah.
Right. You don't have to cover that long.
Look, I think comprehensively their game plan against Lamar was great, and he ran himself into a few of those.
This week, it's placebo. You face the Browns minus both their starting tackles. I'd hope you'd have a pass rush. Oh, by the way, you were playing a statue of concrete in Joe Flacco. That's the exception, not the rule.
So, come next Monday, people are going to be like, what pass rusher? We're great. We got everything that we need.
Did you see that report yesterday, too, with Tyreek Woolen's going to be traded before the deadline?
No.
Yeah, that was on the scroller all day yesterday. It was really interesting.
Yeah, because Weatherspoon is returning.
Yeah, and again, it's not like he's been good. I mean, he's been struggling. But he'll get interest. Why? Because you can't get secondary players on the open market.
It's true. So he could be here.
No, you know what that's going to be? That's going to be Howie Roseman. Watch.
Yep, you're right.
That's a Howie Roseman kind of move. And then Woolen will all of a sudden, he'll go from
click on and
Reek Woolen, meet Rod Woodson, and he'll just turn into a freak again.
All pro is what he'll turn into. Yep.
Like Terry and Arnold.
I'll tell you another team who could use him. Okay, we're done. We've lost Rico. That's okay.
I still can't believe
We're
that
all set.
call.
You know, you got to let it go.
Okay.
We will join you after Tiger baseball tomorrow. Tigers in 2. Clean slate.
Tigers in 2.
Got it.
Jeez.
I just thank you for that, David. TIT would be the better way to say that. You know what, Rico, take him to church. We'll talk to everybody after the Tigers win tomorrow. We're going to try to be positive.
You know what? Everybody's been asking me about the basement. Let me give you the latest on the basement. We're at the finishing touches. They're doing the touch-up paint job. But other than that, it looks fantastic, people. No, Matrix Basements came in and did their thing, and they can do the same thing for you if you have an unfinished basement like I had, or you're trying to add a new room, new bathroom, a bar, kitchenette, whatever it is you're trying to do. Let Matrix Basements get the job done for you. You simply just got to go check out matrixbasement.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos, including pictures from my basement. Trust me, love it. Maybe the best basement ever. You get free consultation. They'll come back to you with some awesome plans, and you can even make changes to those plans and make it specifically for you so that you will love it, and Matrix Basements will take care of you. Check out matrixbasements.com right now and let Matrix Basement turn your basement dreams into reality.
Could anyone just ever say the goal's a championship in this town? Could anyone just say it?
No. Signed Coney Island.
Rocket star Kevin Durant said he plans to sign an extension with Houston. Michigan football's kick time for next week's game against USC has been announced as 7:30 in California. The game is sold out. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to
Not 11 o'clock at night?
No. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. It's
time for part 2 of Can We Say That? And we will also solicit your Can We Say That's right now from the weekend that was in the world of sports. You watch things, you think things, but you're not quite sure you want to roll out with that take at the water cooler. That's what Can We Say That is. 248-539-9797. David? Can we say Jeremy Otto was raised by wolves and is a sheltered man? He's never had caffeine in his life.
No.
Yes.
I don't think we need that man having any caffeine.
Yes, we do. It's happening.
He needs no more energy. He has enough kids.
Oh, that's true. You're right, Rico. Never mind.
I thought this was supposed to be football.
It is.
I'm just making a point. Jeremy Otto admitted he's never had caffeine.
Can we say...
We need a new update guy.
Can we say...
Yes.
That games in the NFL should not end in ties?
Yes. It's just unacceptable at this point. But you know what? This stupid league, everybody gets to touch the football in overtime. What was wrong with before? If you score a touchdown, the game's over. If you kick a field goal, the other team gets a chance, and we go. It beat sudden death. But now, I gave up a TD. I still get a chance. Why?
Bro, at this point, I'd rather just see them have, a field goal contest. Let's not end this thing in a tie.
I hate Collinsworth when he says, it's just fair that, everyone should get a chance. No, they shouldn't.
No, it's not a field trip.
And by the way, it shouldn't have been in a tie because it should be 0 seconds on the clock. Jordan Love blew that at the end. They gave them that 1 second.
Well, it's a Dallas game, David, and it was actually 1 second. But you know what? Let's move down the list. Can we say that Jordan Love and Green Bay were absolutely clueless of how this overtime session worked? I've never seen a team with a lack of urgency with the final 15 seconds as they walk to the line and snap the ball.
I don't understand anything I watched last night. It was like an outer space game. I couldn't make sense of how Green Bay's defense could be so good and then put that performance out there. All of it. And the overtime with the clock management. Rico, it was something to behold.
I mean,
by the end of it, Tirico and Collinsworth were punch drunk. I didn't even know. It was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, it was very confusing. They blew that game at the end. They had 4 minutes, 5, whatever it was, and I don't understand what it was. Jordan Love looked lost.
Can we say that the Ravens will eventually bounce back and compete for this division?
No. There's my simple answer.
Okay.
That team is ass. They're down 6 defensive starters now. They've run their gauntlet. They haven't beaten a single good team they've played. And now Lamar might be hurt. What is there to say? They take a ton of penalties. They turn the football over. Their body language sucks. No, they're not winning that. I mean, I'm done. Now I know Old Balls is going to win it.
Where are my goggles? With this question, I just realized we're division champs.
That's right.
The Ravens are not doing it. Yes.
Yes.
Give me the champagne now.
That's right.
Can we say
that's right
that Dak Prescott is an MVP candidate?
No. That was easy.
Okay.
I don't even have to say any other words. No.
No, not at all.
Okay. Leading the league in passing yards.
No.
Can we
like Joe Burrow last year, though? He may be one of the 5th candidate, but no.
Okay. Can we say that Jackson Dart is here to stay?
I can't. Not after 110 yards passing. I mean, he was fun. He made some plays with his legs. He gave the team some energy, but no, man. Malik Neighbors is dead. I would need to see a lot more. So I'm going to say no.
I would also need to see more. Also, I need to see more from his touchdown celebrations because I was a little confused. It's like he didn't know what to do, wasn't expecting to score at all yesterday. Get that dance game up a little bit, boy. Get it up. Get it up. Come on, let's go.
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Can we say that Bryce Young's career is over in Carolina? He got benched again.
Yeah, this is the hot tub time machine. We're right back to last September when he got benched for Andy Dalton. I just don't think you can get benched twice as a young quarterback in this league and ever recover. So I'm going to say he's done.
Yeah, there's no more. I don't need to see him again. I'm good.
Can we say that the Houston Texans absolutely hate C.J. Stroud as they've just traded offensive tackle Cam Robinson to the Browns?
It's shocking. I don't know what Nick Caserio is doing down there. So I'll say yes. C.J. Stroud hurt them personally. I don't know what they're doing. He's already getting pressured on almost half of his third downs. Now you're trading your left tackle?
Let me bring people behind the glass a little bit, or behind the curtain, because Mike was driving in, and when he got in, I informed him, yeah, they traded Cam Robinson. He's like, what? Huh? What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing. They must hate C.J. Stroud.
They must, David. Can we say that even though it keeps happening, there will be yet another player who will pull Adonai Mitchell and just not cross the goal line with the football?
I'd cut him. I said this to Cookies on the football show last night. Annie took a horrible holding call on a Jonathan Taylor 50-yard touchdown. A.D. Mitchell, you are the weakest link. Goodbye. I'd be the worst coach in the world. I would have released him at halftime. The fact that he made that catch, made two guys miss, your score, dude, you're a hero. Why do you need to show the football to everybody? What are you doing?
Because it's all about the. David already said it in this thing. You got to have a great touchdown celebration. He was already celebrating, except for he didn't score. He tried to move the ball to the next hand and fumbled it out of bounds. And then, he went full Derrick Henry on the sideline. Can we say
no?
Puka Nacua is the best wide receiver in the NFL.
Oh, boy. I mean, you got to factor in quarterback situations for some guys. I mean, I'd still take Justin Jefferson first, right? Jamar Chase, certainly. But if you're saying from a week in, week out, productivity, playing hurt, making the tough catch, physical, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But from raw physical ability, built in a lab, give me Jamar Chase.
Not built in a lab. I mean, all he does is just go out there every week and he's productive. It's like he's never had a bad game. Ever.
True. I don't have an issue with it.
Built in a lab, that's David's wide receiver, DK Metcalf. We saw he still got the speed.
Yes. Yeah, I was impressed. Glad that he showed up finally. Puka Nacua, every week it's him and St. Brown. I would say every week they're going to be there. So, yeah, Puka's number one, I guess.
For what it's worth, he has the best odds of any wide receiver to win the MVP. Take that for what it's worth.
Can we say that the NFC West is the best division in the NFL? 3 teams at 3-1, and the other teams at 2-2.
I'll take the AFC West.
Yeah, I don't see any good teams in the NFC West. They may be 3-1, but there's not a good team there. Chiefs, okay, I'll give you that, Mike. AFC.
Thanks, David.
Can we say
thanks for the vote of confidence?
Can we say that no one really cares about the NFL halftime act as they announced it was Bad Bunny and everybody thought it was going to be Taylor Swift?
Well, Taylor Swift turned it down because she wouldn't do it for free.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's what I read. She wanted to get paid.
Okay.
Which,
because she led everybody. She trolled everybody and gave this whole thing with her Easter eggs. Hey, I'm doing the Super Bowl. Wink, wink. But I'm really not. It's Bad Bunny.
I'd have to Google Bad Bunny. I don't know what to tell you there.
Yeah, that's going to be my bathroom break. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm at a point in my life, honestly, if the Lions aren't in the Super Bowl, I'd rather not watch it. Like, I just want the Lions to win the Super Bowl so we can be done with this and end the history and everybody gets to have fun.
Okay.
To hell with the Super Bowl at this point if my team's not in it.
Well, you know what? Let's finish off with that one. Can we say that the Detroit Lions are now the biggest threat to the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yes, right here, right now at the quarter pole. They've gotten better each of the last 3 weeks. The offensive line doesn't look like a concern. Coordinators look to be fit the part. I still have concerns with the defense, but that's fine. We have time. Yes, very comfortable saying that.
Sure.
Jesus,
I don't want to say it, but yes, they are.
Okay, you know what? Let's finish on a better note than that. Can we say that Cam Ward will get Callahan fired in Tennessee?
Callahan will get Callahan fired.
Yeah, including blowing up at a reporter in his latest presser. Look, they need to get that staff out of there. Cam Ward needs real coaching. Callahan looks way over his head.
All right. That is, can we say that, NFL edition 97.1.
Hey, what's up? Hello again, everybody, and welcome to another edition of Lions Review.
Whoa.
4 games down. That's another one right there.
3-1 record, 34-10 over the Brownies. Big
First
game.
place Lions. Yeah. Hang on, that sounds like a game recap brought to you by Rose Pest Solutions.
I did that one quickly, didn't I?
Really did. We got that in.
You know what? My first impression of that game yesterday, and this is not a criticism at all. My first impression was I didn't have an impression of the game. It was kind of mundane, wasn't it?
It was a rock fight.
It was, yes,
as expected.
it was.
I mean, that Browns defensive line lived up to all of the hype, did it not?
You know what they
the
do?
Lions just kept pounding away, and the defense was incredible.
They make it dirty.
Yeah.
They just make it messy and dirty, and you just got to find a way through, and that's what they did.
Yeah, and so did the Lions' defensive line, and so did the Lions' offensive line. They really slugged it out, like you said, in the trenches, and wasn't a whole lot of unbelievable skill on display other than the standard Amon-Ra St. Brown touchdowns.
We're just numb to them.
Very mundane in my mind, 34-10 win. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Hey, we should introduce ourselves. I'm Dan, you're Wojo, you're Birchie.
Oh, you're Dan.
Yes.
I'm Wojo.
You know who wouldn't call that game mundane, though?
Who?
Kelvin Shepard. I don't think he found that game boring or vanilla or plain. That was a really dominant performance by his defense, which delivered in every facet of playing defense.
Do you know who else would not call that game mundane?
Aiden Hutchinson.
Hank Fraley.
Yes.
Dealing with Myles freaking Garrett.
Yeah. And props to Taylor Decker because he took most of those reps
He did.
at left tackle. And that's where Garrett lines up, as you would know if you tuned in to Lions Game Day Live on Fox 2. We did highlight that in the 3 things to watch. He takes almost all of his reps off of the quarterback's left edge. And Decker had to hold his own in a number of one-on-one matchups because Mason Graham is a problem and Malik Collins is a problem. So they couldn't just chip and double team Garrett every single rep he took. But Decker held up there. And that's kind of what he does, man. He is Mr. Dependable,
Holds
Mr.
up.
Steady at a position where steadiness comes at a premium.
Decker and Penei Sewell both came up big, and the interior of the line did as well. You know who would call it, though, a mundane victory? Anybody who watched Joe Flacco play in that game. No, again,
I mean,
two
they
interceptions.
got a heck of a defense. Their offense is putrid.
So,
It would live
what
on
about the
most
little
teams' benches.
Yeah, what about
Well
Shedeur
put.
Sanders?
I heard
Why not
that.
use him?
So we were talking to the athletic writer that covers them, and I'm
Yeah.
sorry I forget his name. Jackson, I think it was Jackson.
Mhm.
Before
Sure
the
it was.
game, in the pregame, and he said, because I asked him about that, and I said, where those 2 rookies stand right now, and he said Dylan Gabriel is clearly ahead right now, but Shedeur Jackson is more talented. So we'll see where that thing goes. And you know what? They may be in position to
Shedeur
draft another
Jackson?
quarterback this year.
Yeah. Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders.
Sanders.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel is ahead. Shedeur Sanders
Right.
more talented.
Yeah.
But we'll see. And like I said, they may be in position.
I know, yeah, they're both more talented
Yeah,
than
they
Joe
could draft
Flacco.
Arch Manning.
Yeah.
In the 7th round.
Doesn't someone at some point have to tap Joe Flacco on the shoulder and say, Joe, go home and play with your grandkids, okay?
It's
Go
time.
home.
I think that's Kevin Stefanski's job.
Yes.
I think he's the one that needs to make that decision.
I mean, he's made a couple of whatever. I take nothing away from the Lions defense.
Did you know that Joe Flacco was a college quarterback at Pitt the year that Terrion Arnold and Tyreek Williams were born?
Yes, I would believe that 100%.
That's a good nugget.
Well, here's a nugget
little
too.
nugget.
And Birchie is a little numbers kid normally, so tell me if I'm right on this one.
No, there's no chance.
Yeah.
Maybe. I think I saw it on a ticket text. The
Those are reliable.
The Lions defense, Kelvin Shepard's defense, the defense that didn't add enough pass rushers, that defense leads the league in sacks.
Tied for first.
And
first.
that is with taking a game
sacks.
off.
Yes.
I don't know if you know this. They didn't have any against Green Bay.
Exactly.
It's 14 in the last 3 games.
Yeah. 7 against Lamar Jackson certainly helps. And they're getting them from a number of different sources, which is encouraging. And also comes back to what we discussed on Friday, which is that you need the guys on the edge to also be the bulk of that production. And it was on Sunday. I mean, Hutchinson wrecked that game for the Browns.
He really did. Phone number is 248-539-9797 if you want to ask any of these esteemed panelists a question, or you can ticket text it in. You got Birchie, Dapper, and Wojo on Lions Review. Do you have another moneymaker?
I do.
Let's make some money.
Let's do the player watch brought to you by Comerica.
Now, is that looking back at the game, obviously.
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Review.
it's really
okay.
whatever we want it to be. But if you look at that, I mean, you guys just mentioned Amon-Ra St. Brown. I mean, this connection
It's
between him
unbelievable.
and Goff, especially
Unreal.
the red zone, it's almost unstoppable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he is just. We were talking about him in the press room today. He is just so good and so hard to cover, and on a track right now. I think Justin said it today. On a track right now as a Hall of Fame type guy.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the numbers he's putting up, the
Yeah.
numbers he's putting up stand up to anybody for the first, what is he, in year 4, 5 now?
Year 5.
Yeah. They stand up to anybody in 5 years of their career.
Those sideline routes where, like, Goff just throws 3 guys around him and he just gets right at the sideline, steps right. It's uncanny, their connection.
Yeah.
And I feel like we say that every week, and then it shows itself every week.
You want some numbers?
Yeah.
On Amon-Ra St. Brown?
Yeah, come on, numbers, boy.
How about this little note on Amon-Ra St. Brown and the start that he's off to in his 5th NFL season? He's the first wide receiver to have at least 25 catches for 300 yards and 6 touchdowns through the first 4 games since a guy named Randy Moss in 2007.
He was good.
When he was an unstoppable receiver for the Patriots.
Wait, read that again. Just for this season,
For
the first 4 games.
The first receiver
For any
since Randy
season.
Moss in 2007 to have 25 catches for 300 yards and at least 6 touchdowns.
And can I add this? Much like the sack total, he took the first game off.
Yes.
He had like 4 catches for
Yeah, that
45
should read
yards.
through
And
the
I don't
first
mean
3
he took it
games.
off, but
Yeah.
it's like a 3-game
Right.
total where he has run this thing
that
up.
staggers me too because Randy Moss could win with sheer athleticism and physical dominance. And, I mean, there's a reason we call it "you got Moss." Like he could just go up
Right.
and dunk on cornerbacks. Amon-Ra St. Brown doesn't have the same physical advantages that a player like Randy Moss did, but he is so technical in the way he runs his
Exactly.
routes, and he's so smart with the way he sets them up, and his hands are. I would take his hands over any receiver in the NFL right now. If I was like Frankensteining together,
I would
the
too.
ultimate receiver based on all current receivers, his hands to me would be the hands that I chose, and the connection between he and Goff was captured best on his second touchdown when Jared and Dan Campbell both pointed this out after the game yesterday, but they get to the line and Goff recognizes the Browns defense is about to eat up the play the Lions have called. So Goff on his own makes that check at the last second, gets them into a play that can attack that defense, and boom, he pitches it out to St. Brown. He comes around the edge and scores almost untouched. And so Goff's ability to process and then to find his guy when he needs him most is maybe unmatched between those two in the
Okay,
NFL.
so help me out here because we're talking about comparisons. He's not the Randy Moss. He's unique. He's not going to outsprint you. He's not going to outleap you. I don't know if I've ever seen him high point a catch over defenders because he's not that tall and that much of a leaper. He out-tacticians you, outthinks you, out-route runs you.
Yeah.
Who is he comparable to since you were sort of throwing around Hall of Fame?
I mean, all those things he's able to do. He's an absolute technician.
But who is that comparable to? I'm trying to think. They're all tall and fast. It's not Calvin. That's different, obviously.
Right.
It's Justin
'Cause
Jefferson.
I'm looking
that's
at the
different.
top receivers ever. Jerry Rice,
Different.
Fitzgerald, different. Terrell Owens,
different.
Randy Moss,
different.
Isaac Bruce,
different.
Isaac Bruce was 6 feet tall. Tony Gonzalez, he was a tight end. Tim Brown, Steve Smith. Interesting guy, smaller guy.
You know what?
Smaller guy.
That's a pretty good comparison.
I'm not sure what Steve Smith's 40 was.
Can I give you one who wasn't a Hall of Famer but also played on that 2007 Patriots team and for about 5 years was maybe the most unguardable receiver in the NFL, especially out of the slot? Wes Welker for like 4 or 5 years. Between his quickness and the connection he had with Tom Brady was as unstoppable a receiver as there was in the NFL. Didn't make the highlight reel catches, didn't high point, didn't win balls in the air, but when he needed to get open and Tom Brady needed a first down, man, Wes Welker delivered every single time.
Doesn't work.
It doesn't work? Why
No,
not?
You know why.
I guess I do know why.
No, kidding aside, that's a pretty good. You know, I do think the Steve Smith one, and maybe even, is it Larry Fitzgerald? Fitzgerald was
Fitz
a
was bigger, yeah.
precise runner.
I'll give you one that I got to see later in his career
Okay.
that was I'm looking it up now, 5'11", 180. 3-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro. Henry Ellard. Matt.
I think you're selling St. Brown
runner.
short. I think you're selling him short.
Before anyone calls me crazy, man, go look at Wes Welker's numbers from 2007 through 2012. He 3 times led the league in catches. He averaged about 1,300 yards a season, was consistently over 7 or 8 touchdowns. Like the numbers actually kind of stack up, and he won in much the same way that St. Brown does on most of his routes.
Right, very impressive. All right, 248-539.
Let's say this, and when I mentioned Ellert, it's because I covered him, and coaches mentioned most incredible route runner they'd seen. I think what you have with St. Brown is that he takes something from each of these guys, and he's a great route runner, great hands, unbelievable dedication to task.
Yes.
And just in the biggest moments, he's most available.
And will light your ass up on a block. Will light
that's
your
true.
ass
No
up.
doubt. No
Relishes
doubt.
that almost as much as anything he does on the football field.
Did Henry Ellard catch 202 passes after every practice?
I don't want to sell him short because
Did
he's
he?
a better player than Henry Ellard. Like I said, you're thinking of attributes.
Yeah.
And it's like different people will pop into your mind because he's so good at so many different things. But I think he's a very unique blend of a receiver based on his size and physical attributes and what he's able to do.
He's also faster than he gets credit for. There was a play last year, was it, when he housed the ball against the Bills where he took it from midfield and outran the defense for like 50 yards. And when you get him in breakaway situations, he can pull away. Jimmy Powers, our buddy Jimmy, just texted me, and he has a name for us to consider in this conversation. He says Marvin Harrison of the Colts.
That popped into my head, but wasn't he more of a speed guy, straight line, a little bit speed? I just remember him catching deep passes down the sideline all the time. I felt.
But Reggie Wayne also played that role in that offense.
That's true. He is a little